8:40 here. So Israel seems to be enjoying a stunning amount of success. Every hour that goes by, Israel seems to be achieving more and more of its strategic goals, and Iran's achieving none of its strategic goals. Iran does not seem capable of effectively fighting back against Israel. Iran seems absolutely fenced in right now, as though it has no good options. Iran can send ballistic missiles and kill Israeli civilians, but that's not going to change the strategic calculus of this war. Meanwhile, Israel's picking off key strategic sites in Iran for the production of missiles, for the maintenance of its regime. And just the degree of Israel's success so far appears absolutely stunning. Let's get some analysis here from Fox News.
Leadership. Joining me now is four-star general and head of the Institute for the Study of War, General Jack Keane. General, thank you so much for being here. I thought that was pretty stunning that you heard from Roger Marshall that Iran was that close, a week away. How would you assess Rising Lion and this operation?
Yeah, well, certainly it's very impressive. You know, Israel continues to surprise us with the things that they can accomplish. But it's also pretty fundamentally a military operation pretty similar to how we would approach it. The first thing they did is took out and gained air superiority. They still had some air defense systems of their own, 4 different types from 50 kilometers to 300 kilometers in range. They're all gone. The Iranian fighters have never challenged Israeli fighters.
And Donald Trump has just announced it's possible that the U.S. will get more actively involved in this war.
They know it's no contest. They don't even make an attempt. So Israel can fly any place in Iran unimpeded. They have air superiority. They took down these leadership targets in a brilliant operation. You know, when they fired these missiles into these apartments, they did it all simultaneously because they didn't want any warning that people could bunker. And they were avoiding that. And so to be able to achieve that means that they're inside Iranian security services. You know, their covert operations have penetrated that, and we've known that for a number of years, given all the other covert operations that they've been so successful at. And then the center of gravity certainly is the nuclear enterprise itself and the ballistic missiles that are now raining on Israel. The nuclear enterprise, Maria, is a very complicated target. It would be a complicated target for the United States. It's spread out in excess of 12 sites, and to deal with every one of those sites is a campaign almost in itself. And the Natanz facility, the most prominent and the largest one, has been severely damaged. The Isfahan facility, another one, is in progress of being severely damaged. They're working extensively on it. They have significant amount of enriched uranium. Now, what the Iranians do, and they're smart about this because they knew at some point they're likely going to be attacked, they spread out their centrifuges at multiple sites, and they spread out their enriched uranium at multiple sites. So it's not, there's no easy target to go down and take 1 or 2 sites. And they haven't hit the Iraq facility at all yet, and Fordow, which is deeply buried a half a mile into the ground, is clearly a major impediment and obstacle for the Israelis, given the depth of that target. So the majority of Iran's nuclear enterprise is still intact. That's the message. That means we're in the early stages of a campaign here. This is not a 1 or 2, 3 day limited attack. This is a campaign that we're watching unfold before our eyes. And the other target that Israel is reaching out to is energy targets. That means oil and gas, and they're hitting both of those now and likely to be expanded. So that's the target set that Israel has. They're not targeting the regime.
So one part of the political dialogue that does not get much expression in the elite media is the desire by tens of millions of Americans to stay out of forever wars. And then this, in the general way of thinking, means the United States needs to be much more isolationist. But what if the best way to keep America out of a forever war between Israel and Iran is for America to make a quick, decisive intervention in this war? So staying out of forever wars does not necessarily mean not intervening, does not necessarily mean an interventionist policy. What if the U.S. intervenes in this war and knocks out Iran's nuclear facilities in conjunction with Israel, and perhaps that would bring about a decisive end to the decades-long conflict between Israel and Iran. So staying out of forever wars and not intervening are not necessarily the same thing. It could entirely be possible that a quick, decisive intervention by the United States may be the most effective way to stay out of this forever war between Israel and Iran.
They could literally take the civilian leadership down, I believe, if they wanted to. I think they have hands off of that, and they do not want to martyr that leadership and have all of those proxies consolidate once again to come after Israel, given the passion and fuel that would be energized by taking down the supreme leader and his cohorts. I think that's a good decision. I know other people would like to see that happen, but you got to think through the strategy and what the implications of that are.
This is incredible information that you're giving to us, General. Thank you. I want to get back to what you mentioned on the Fordow nuclear site, which is the nuclear facilities that are deep underground in Iran. What is the danger of attacking and trying to get at that nuclear site underground, the danger in terms of the environment, and what is the U.S.'s role? I know that you've spoken with President Trump this weekend. What should the U.S. be doing in terms of supporting Israel's attempts to get at that very significant nuclear site underground called Fordow?
Yeah, sure, certainly. Well, my conversations with the president are his conversations once I begin that, and I don't discuss those. But I think the U.S. role right now certainly is appropriate. We have provided intelligence. We've been providing logistics and munitions to the Israelis, ever since the conflict started back in October. And when President Trump came in, he removed the restrictions the Biden administration had put on munitions that Israel needed, and obviously those munitions are being used in this operation. So thankfully, they have what they need to have, and if they need more, they'll get more. The United States is all in on that, and certainly we're taking up a very defensive role to help deal with the ballistic missiles. The ballistic missiles is a complicated enterprise. That is the only system that they have that can now hurt Israel. These drones are irrelevant.
So Bob makes a good point in the chat. So what's the goal here? What's the end game? Because right now Israel seems to be enjoying great success, but how does this end? And Bob writes, is the goal to change the ways of the Iranian regime? So I think the number one goal is survival, right? The number one goal for every nation state should be survival. And if you see your rival mounting a growing threat to your survival, and you can delay their ability to threaten your survival by attacking, sometimes just delaying is the best that you can do. And just living to survive for another day is perhaps a worthy goal and sufficient reason for Israel to attack Iran. And so there's a Jewish folk tale about how some noble was threatening to kill all the Jews under his power in the Middle Ages, and a rabbi went to the noble and said, if you hold off on killing all the Jews or expelling all the Jews, I can teach your dog how to talk. Just give me 1 year. And the noble, according to this folktale, says, oh, okay. And the rabbi's Jewish follower said to him, why'd you promise that you could teach the dog how to talk in a year? The rabbi says, well, in a year, the nobleman could die or the dog could die. We don't know what happens, and simply buying another year is a major accomplishment. And so just buying Israel another year would seem to be perhaps reason enough to make this attack. Second, the weaker you make your enemy, the more incentives you give for other states to side with you or to not side against you. And so even though the mass populace in the Sunni Arab states are overwhelmingly anti-Israel, the elite are much less anti-Israel because they understandably see Israel as possessing the single strongest military in the Middle East. And so if you weaken Iran, it makes the Sunni states, right, less likely to side with Iran because Iran's power is diminished and Iran's proxies in the Middle East are considerably diminished. And so if you increase the price for siding with Iran, you decrease the incentives for aligning with Iran. I think what we have here is a change in the incentive structure for other players in the Middle East, because I just don't see any good strategic possibilities for Iran. Right now, just looking at the face of things, just looking at the evidence that is publicly available, Iran looks like a paper tiger. Iran is making no progress in any strategic goals vis-a-vis Israel. Right? Iran can send these ballistic missiles and kill Israeli civilians, but it's doing nothing to diminish Israelis' military capabilities while every hour goes by and Israel is accomplishing more and more of its strategic goals. So Iran has no good possibility. It can block the Strait of Hormuz and declare war on other Gulf states, but then it will just alienate its neighbors. It does not appear to have the strategic and military capability of hitting Israel much harder than it already has. Seems to be able to make no strategic dent in Israel's capabilities. Israel seems to have complete air dominance over the key parts of Iran, such as Tehran. And Russia and China do not seem currently aligned to intervene on behalf of Iran. Turkey does not seem to be aligned to intervene on behalf of Iran. No evidence right now that Pakistan is going to intervene on behalf of Iran. Now, of course, these things can change, but if Iran's allies, right, do not seem predisposed to intervene, and Israel maintains good relations with the United States and is able to keep the supply of arms just flowing through, right, this would seem to be another sign of things going very well for Israel. So I'm sure Israel and the United States and many of Iran's neighbors would love a regime change. And so it's possible that you might have a new military regime in Iran that is not Islamist, right? The Iranian regime has been unpopular with 80% of the Iranian people since it took over. So a non-Islamist military regime may not be as dead set on creating nuclear weapons and on fomenting terrorism all around the world, and might be able to provide higher quality of life for its citizens. So I think that's obviously the goal. That's the dream for Israel, for the United States, and for Iran's neighbors, that there would be some sort of regime change. So what elite is ready to take over? Well, military elite are very good at running difficult places in the short term. And so I think that would be the most obvious. And there were signs of private airplanes taking off from Iran yesterday and apparently flying to Moscow. So there's some reason to believe that some of the regime's leaders have left the country, perhaps for Moscow. And they are incentivized to do that because Iran has no way of protecting its current leaders. Israel can pick off the regime's leadership at will. So far, Israel has overwhelmingly gone after military sites. Now it started hitting some energy sites, but Israel has the capability of taking out Iran's political leadership at will.
It 8 hours to get there. Ballistic missiles, on average, 11 minutes. And ballistic missiles have, significant accuracy depending on the quality of that particular missile. In October, they fired 200 at the Israelis, and 40 penetrated. Not a lot of public recognition of that because the Israelis were very concerned. Those missiles fell in the desert near Air Force bases and the Mossad headquarters. One person killed, not much damage.
Okay.
This target is very, very complex in terms of what they're dealing with. I also think dealing with the Fordow facility, I believe if Israel is asking for penetration bombing, we should give them penetration bombing so they can complete the damage and destruction of this nuclear enterprise.
So if the United States can destroy Iran's nuclear capability, that may well be the most decisive step that America can take to stay out of forever wars. How will India, China, and Russia react vis-a-vis America due to the apparent American support for Israel in the war against Iran? Well, India, China, and Russia currently do not seem strongly incentivized to intervene in a material way on behalf of Iran. So Israel and the United States have realigned the strategic calculus, it seems, in the Middle East. And so I just don't see any evidence that any major power right now is looking to intervene on behalf of Iran. So let's get
definitely
some more
in a
analysis
historic time, not only for Israel, but I think actually for the entire world. Of course, the Middle East and the world is at large.
So, this started at 3 a.m. Everybody in the country forced into the bomb shelters. It was as if the trumpet sounded throughout the entire country. Everybody thought that we were about to.
All right, this video, Bill's top Israeli military strategist unpacks the Israel-Iran war. What comes next?
Get hit by Iranian missiles or Yemen Houthi missiles, but in fact it was Israel that had launched a surprise attack on Iran. Take me back to the evening between Thursday.
I wonder how much of Israel's dominance so far is due to the average Ashkenazi IQ is in the 110 range. The average Iranian IQ seems to be about 83. And Israel so far seems to be demonstrating a significant intelligence capability vis-a-vis its enemy, Iran.
Thursday night and Friday morning. What happened? What did Israel launch?
So what happened was actually, even just from an Air Force perspective, was really unprecedented. 200 fighter jets took off from multiple air bases around the state of Israel and headed east. It looks to me like they flew over Syria, most of them, taking out air defense batteries as they went. And the first wave of attack naturally focused on removing as many surface-to-air missile batteries that the Iranians had planted all over western Iran and central Iran and in Tehran to try and hamper exactly this kind of attack. The radars, as well as they were already at this phase beginning to take out as many offensive surface-to-surface missile batteries as well. And so you already saw that this wave was part of a much, much larger operation. And of course, the real goal of this operation was to strike the nuclear sites, the Natanz and Isfahan sites in Iran, and to hamper as much as possible the ballistic missile capabilities of Iran. And I'll explain why I'm putting them in the same sentence. What happened in the prelude to this attack is that Israel's military intelligence directorate placed a strategic.
So even if I wasn't a convert to Judaism, I would still have plenty of anti-Iranian animus simply being an American. So to the extent that Americans think about countries like Iran, their feeling would be overwhelmingly negative because of the hostage taking by the Iranian regime and its consistent hostility to America. So I would think that most Americans, to the extent that they pay attention to what's going on overseas, will overwhelmingly side with Israel, particularly the older, whiter Republican voting contingent of Americans, while the younger, non-white, left-wing voting contingent of Americans, I think, will instinctively side with Iran.
Warning on the table of the Israeli cabinet. And what it said was, it's not only that the Iranians are pretending to have nuclear negotiations, but are in fact have already made the decision to break through to nuclear weapons. And we're seeing on the ground far more activity than just uranium enrichment. They're already putting together the nuclear warhead, putting together the trigger mechanism, putting together a whole bunch of technical systems that...
So one cool thing about following this conflict is that Israel, for all its defects, has to be a very serious country because it's surrounded by enemies and it can't afford the indulgences that more securely situated countries such as Canada, United Kingdom, England, the United States, Australia can afford. So Israel is not nearly as concerned with human rights and abiding by international law because in its rather dire situation, it has to prioritize national survival. And so when you have to prioritize national survival, you can't afford to have nearly as many idealistic concerns.
I'm not sure there's much point going into them right now, but it goes way beyond uranium enrichment. It's the next stage. It's breakout activity that was recognized. But also they recognized here in Israel, the intelligence community, that Iran was planning on building thousands of more ballistic missiles, in fact, 300 a month. And that in itself, just conventionally, represents an existential threat on Israel. Even if you take the nuclear program out of the picture For Iran to have 15, 20,000 ballistic missiles, as an IDF defense official said earlier today during a briefing that I attended, what we're seeing right now, this is not Iranian retaliation. This is a preview of what they had in store for us here in Israel. So when you put it all together, the nuclear, the ballistic, the programs, the sites, the personnel, these were the main targets as a whole package of these strikes. And so as soon as they took out most of the air defense and as many offensive surface.
Now, how much does Iran contribute to the world, right? How many great medical, technological, scientific, electronic, engineering innovations do we get from Iran as opposed to what do we get from Israel? So Iran's not a terribly contributing nation state, right? It seems to mainly contribute terrorism around the world. And so when you have more material incentives for siding with an innovative and economically prosperous nation such as Israel, it's interesting to me how muted the international response has been to Israel's attack on Iran. So overwhelmingly, the international community has condemned Israel's current invasion of Gaza and what Israel's doing vis-a-vis Hamas. But the international reaction vis-a-vis Israel attacking Iran is much more muted. And I think some of that would have to do with incentives, right? Iran doesn't contribute much to the world aside from terrorism. And on the other hand, there are numerous innovative educational, medical, scientific, technological, engineering, entrepreneurial innovations that come out of Israel. So you would have thought initially that the world community would just be up in arms about this Israeli attack on Iran, and not seeing that right now.
Surface-to-surface ballistic missile sites as they could. The jets began doing things that I think nobody could have predicted that they would do. We're talking about the simultaneous elimination, the decapitation of Iran's military leadership, the commander of the IRGC, the commander of the IRGC's Air Force, and his.
And Laponius makes some good points in the chat saying if what I was saying were true, you wouldn't need hundreds of NGOs and lobby groups to promote Israel. And yes, Iran sucks ass. So I don't have strong opinions on this Israeli-Iran conflict. I'm not endorsing it. I'm not saying that Bibi Netanyahu and Israel made the right choice in initiating this war with Iran. I'm not saying the United States should intervene on behalf of Israel. I didn't support the American invasion of Afghanistan or Iraq. I emotionally feel great to see Iran getting smashed. Right, I'll admit I emotionally feel something, just as I emotionally feel great when I see Ukraine smashing Russia. But I don't want the United States intervening on behalf of Ukraine, and I'm not strongly committed for the United States intervening on behalf of Israel. America needs to act in its own interests, and right now it seems like Donald Trump is trying to steer a narrow path, supporting America's ally Israel, but not doing it so overtly that it will trigger a massive retaliation. So definitely I side with the outlook of America first, right? America should prioritize its own interests, just as Israel should prioritize its own interests. Canada should prioritize its own interests.
His subordinates, and these people are all more important than Qasem Soleimani. These people engineered Iran's entire missile and drone capability. So just to give you a magnitude of.
And wasn't there a meeting due for Iran and the U.S. scheduled for today? Yes, there was. Now, why would Israel interfere in that? If Israel sees that it's in its own vital survival interests to intervene vis-a-vis Iran, then I would expect and I would hope that Israel would do so. So it's not Israel does not exist so that America can have negotiations with other countries, right? Israel's primary responsibility, like the primary responsibility of any nation state, is to prioritize its own survival. And if I were the leader of Iran over the past 50 years, I would make it a priority to secure nuclear weapons, to prioritize the safety of my own regime. On the other hand, what Iran does by subsidizing terrorism around the world, around the Middle East, and by engaging in bloodthirsty rhetoric against its enemies, it vastly incentivizes its enemies to attack Iran. So Iran's flamboyant, bloodthirsty rhetoric against Israel and against America strongly incentivizes Israel and America to act against Iran. On the other hand, Iran pursuing nuclear weapons completely makes sense on a strategic basis, but its more flamboyant, fiery rhetoric seems to not be in its own best interest, except to try to secure domestic tranquility and domestic support. But right now, the Iranian regime seems incompetent. It seems unpopular. It seems weak and ineffective. And the incentives to support the current Iranian regime, either by its own inhabitants or by its neighbors, seem to be diminishing by the hour.
What we're talking about, the chief of staff of the Iranian armed forces, at least 9 leading Iranian nuclear scientists, all these people eliminated in their homes.
Right. So I've often said that Iran must lack competence in that it's been pursuing a nuclear program since the 1950s. And if after more than 70 years it still hasn't acquired nuclear weapons, right, that seems to indicate a low level of competence, because it's not like it's a secret how to develop nuclear weapons.
Underground bunkers all at the same time. It had to be at the same time. Otherwise, they would start alerting each other. So this was all simultaneous. And then after that, we saw another wave going for Natanz. This is the biggest uranium enrichment site in Iran. And the damage there, according to the initial battle damages.
And Laponia says, shouldn't Israel respect its greatest ally? Number one responsibility for every nation state is survival. And that's more important than respecting your greatest ally. Right? Respecting your greatest ally is a very good thing. But let's say you are in a fight to the death in a dark alley, and you have a choice between prioritizing respecting your greatest ally and survival. I would hope that you would prioritize your own survival. So Israel has to put its top priority, its own survival, not on treating other nations with respect. And I would expect Iran to do the same thing, to put the highest priority on its own survival.
Assessment of the IDF is substantial, very substantial. And we saw strikes on Isfahan. Now, Isfahan is a very important nuclear site because that's where intelligence here observed the Iranian nuclear scientists taking uranium that had already been enriched to 60% and bringing it up to 90%. That's military grade level. So that site had to be attacked. We have not yet seen attacks on Fordow, which is the second largest uranium enrichment site. That's near Qom, which for Shiite Muslims is a holy city. And that really sort of symbolic of this marriage in Iran between the Ayatollahs and the IRGC and how they operationalize their jihad against the state of Israel by having a nuclear site there. So that site has not yet been attacked, but that may change any minute, Alex. And then we saw further waves. The more air defense systems came down, the more Israel had operational superiority in Iranian skies, until we reached this point where the Israeli Air Force is saying, actually, nothing is stopping us now. And there's just sortie after sortie, wave after wave, as the Iranians began firing their ballistic missiles at us, targeting deliberately our civilian population centers.
Okay, let's bring Michael back onto the show. Michael, what's going on, man?
40, how are you?
I'm good. Thanks, bro.
So my only take on this is when I hear you say and I hear other people say that the Iranian people don't support their regime, my first reaction is like, is that true? Do they really? Or is that wishful thinking? But I guess it is true, according to some opinion polls, that they don't support the Iranian regime. However, I do wonder, I don't think they're going to find a regime that supports Israel. Like, do you think the Iranian people are pro-Israel? I find that difficult to believe, especially after this week.
Well, okay, so let's say that the public opinion polling that we have available is accurate. Then public opinion polling in Iran, I'm sure there are many difficulties, but just for the sake of discussion, let's just suppose it's accurate, does consistently indicate that 80% of the Iranian people oppose the regime, and also indicates that Iran is the least anti-Jewish nation state in the Middle East, aside from, obviously, Israel itself. On the other hand, I would hope that Iranians would put a priority on their own national survival and their own national interests, not on those of a foreign nation. So I think these things can be both true, that Iranians put a priority on their own national interests, and also it does seem to be true that Iranians, compared to other peoples in the Middle East, are the least reflexively anti-Jewish. But there's no way in the world that Iranians would be, say, more pro-Israel than they are pro-Iranian. That's ridiculous.
Sure. Oh, okay. Well, then perhaps there's some truth to that they're actually relatively not that anti-Israel.
If the public surveys are correct, then that seems to be what's indicated.
Huh. Okay. So at any rate, Jordan Peterson made that controversial statement, "Go get him, Bibi." Remember that?
I do not. I guess I tend to tune out Jordan Peterson. So,
right. So this was after October 7th last year. He said, "Go get him, Bibi," and that became this big kind of media dust-up that it was considered like he's advocating for genocide or something. But I was listening to a podcast of Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson this morning that came out a couple days ago. Do you like Sam Harris, by the way?
Not usually. I find him pompous. I find him blinkered. But occasionally I respect him, such as when he had Charles Murray on his show. I usually do not find Sam Harris a good investment of my time, but I find him a much better investment of my time than Jordan Peterson, even though Sam Harris is on the left and Jordan Peterson is basically aligned with my own worldview.
Yes, that's almost exactly my thoughts on him, is that I do find him pompous as well. And but he can be kind of based in some things that he says. And I really haven't heard much of him at all. I think I've heard people speak about him more than I've actually heard him prior to this morning, just tuning into this podcast. But he's of the opinion that he's very triggered by the existence of independent media and people just speaking freely on the internet. And he yearns for the days of gatekeepers because of all the disinformation and misinformation that is proliferating online.
Wow. Yes. So there was a time, however, when he rejoiced in the widespread availability of thought outside of the gatekeepers. I think what happens, and same thing I saw with Richard Spencer, is that when they were getting applauded by people speaking outside of the gatekeepers, both Sam Harris and Richard Spencer and people like them were all down with the "Let 1,000 flowers bloom." Let's have more variety of expression. So when the variety of expression was overwhelmingly positive, people like Sam Harris and Richard Spencer loved it. When this wide variety of expression turned against them, then they hated it. So my problem with Richard Spencer, with Sam Harris, and with almost every pundit is that they overwhelmingly see the world through a very narrow prism of their own self-interest.
Oh, yes. And in this case, it was just nakedly self-interest because his... Was that you or me? Okay.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Sorry, I think I had a pop-up. Could have been on my computer. Anyway, in his case, it was just nakedly self-interest because his particular problem is what he perceived to be anti-Semitism, like expressed on X, or he mentioned Daryl Cooper. He was talking about Daryl Cooper's appearance on Joe Rogan. And I can understand if he doesn't like Daryl Cooper, and then that's perfectly reasonable that he should want to condemn him and refute what he's saying. But he's kind of condemning Joe Rogan for platforming Daryl Cooper. And so that's what his whole hang up is with just free speech on the internet. And likewise on X, I think it was for similar reasons that he stopped. He kind of closed down his X account.
Yeah, you see people, they love freedom of speech when that aligns with their interests, meaning they're not in power. And then when people have power or their group has power, they're often incentivized to restrict freedom of speech because now freedom of speech is not in your interest. So if you're trying to attain power but are blocked from power, you will naturally be inclined to a maximum of free speech because that gives a maximum amount of room for you to climb the greasy pole towards more and more power. But if you have a commanding position, then you'll likely be strongly incentivized to restrict freedom of speech because that makes your power and status much more precarious. And so, again, it seems to be overwhelmingly aligned with his own self-interest. I mean, Sam Harris is just so often such a ridiculous figure for, among other reasons. He claims that if you meditate, there's no way that you can't help but come to his various political positions, that he manages to achieve such a state of enlightenment where he rises above petty concerns, and that's how he's able to reach his particular worldview, and that anyone else who practices meditation as deeply as he does could not help but similarly come to his worldview, which I think is just a ludicrous, ridiculous, silly position.
Naturally. I mean, I think if people deeply meditated, they would come to my view exactly. It's just a matter of, properly meditating. But yeah, so it's just a mix of, it was an interesting conversation though. So Jordan Peterson famously doesn't like anonymous internet trolls, and he's received a lot of flack for that, but I can at least sympathize with what he's saying on that front, and he discussed that a little bit, which is to say that I personally think people absolutely should be able to have anonymous accounts and say whatever. On the other hand, I can understand that, and maybe you can relate, that if you have your face and your name out there and then you have someone anonymous, like criticizing you in very personal terms, it just leads to a certain asymmetry, which can be frustrating.
Yeah, it can be frustrating. And all right, so many things to say here. So there's a great movie, Weatherman, starring Nicolas Cage, where he's a weatherman on Chicago local TV. And everywhere he goes, he gets abused by strangers. And then he reorients himself after going through a divorce, and he takes up archery. And his pursuit of archery becomes a spiritual pursuit, and he reaches a higher state, and the anonymous hatred towards him diminishes. So the outside hatred we get is shaped in part by what we put out into the world. We have a profound effect on how other people respond to us. And second, if you don't want to be the subject of anonymous attacks, then you shouldn't go public, right? There's a price to pay for everything you do. There's a price to pay for staying silent, and there's a price to pay for speaking up and going public. And unless you are able to withstand the slings and arrows of anonymous attacks, then you shouldn't go public. There is a strongly antisocial element to many of these troll attacks. On the other hand, some of them are really funny and very clever, and the recipient of some of these attacks can learn a great deal. I mean, I believe that Laponius Maximilius in the chat right now, we started out our interactions where he was making some cutting remarks with regard to myself, and I just found them hilarious. And so the anonymous troll turned into a friend because I was able to see the humor and the beauty in what he was doing. So it's not for everyone, right? Many people want to be a hero, but they don't have the inner stuff to be able to withstand these anonymous attacks. And so with Jordan Peterson and people with status and prestige, right, they're very likely to resent the peons who are throwing attacks against them. Often, though, the ridiculous statements made by the Jordan Petersons and the Sam Harrises of the world predispose people to attacking them. Yeah, and I've received a lot of attacks online. I've been attacked, Luke. But it's on my YouTube channel. I've received 1,000 comments like, "You're an idiot, shut up," stuff like it doesn't really hurt me very much. So you have to be kind of stoic about it. But I guess here's the distinction I'd like to make, though. I think when Jordan Peterson complains about anonymous Twitter troll demons, as I said, you can understand where he's coming from. It's frustrating, but it's also, I think that his sense of indignation comes from a place of justice. Like, he feels like this is actually not fair. Like, why am I, Jordan Peterson,
having my name and face, and then you're like insulting my honor, and I can't see who you are. It's like a boomer reaction, but you can understand it, and I think it comes from a place of honor, actually.
That might be true if it weren't for Jordan Peterson's unwillingness to engage in good faith with people who are open and honest, such as when Jordan Peterson participated in, I think it was on YouTube, it was like 20 atheists take on one Christian, and the duplicitous nature of Jordan Peterson's responses and the way that he would try to short-circuit argument. So I think one of the weakest forms of argument is what Jordan Peterson used is, what do you mean by belief? What do you mean by this or that? So questioning the definitions of commonly understood terms is a very low level of argumentation, which Jordan Peterson displayed. And then he would zap people when they were kind of getting to him. So if Jordan Peterson engaged with his critics in a honorable way in general, then I think there would be perhaps merit to what you're saying. But the ridiculous nature of Jordan's responses in that recent video of 20 atheists versus one Christian tends to undercut that position. So I'm sure, like all of us, there have been times when Jordan Peterson has been excellent and honorable in his responses to critics, and other times when he's been less than excellent, less than honorable. It may be that success has perhaps distorted Jordan's sense of reality. That is my read of things, that he was more impressive many years ago, and he has steadily grown less impressive as success seems to have gone to his head.
Okay, I'm so ready for that comment you just made. Talking about Peterson's refusal to answer whether he believes in God. So here's from, once again, We Who Wrestle with God, which we've been discussing, perhaps to people's consternation. But this quote, I think, characterizes Peterson's ambiguity over belief. Quote, "The greatest stories told by the best storytellers grip people's attention in an unforgettable manner and burn themselves into imagination and concept, collective and personal. This collaboration continued for tens and perhaps hundreds of thousands of years. Stories thus told and remembered became better and better and simultaneously deeper and deeper. And no one wrote them or invented them precisely or more accurately, perhaps everyone did. And that is the action, so to speak, of Jung's collective unconscious." So my paraphrase of that would be that he looks at the stories of the Bible and the myths and Genesis as to be almost a part of the collective unconscious in the Jungian sense, rather than something to be believed or disbelieved.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson is obviously an atheist, and he should just be straightforward about that. But he recognizes that most of his supporters and potential supporters are Christians, and so he tries to fine-tune these two things. Leo Strauss was similarly an atheist, but who wanted to make the case for traditional religious belief and observance for utilitarian means. If Jordan Peterson just was more honest and said, yeah, I'm an atheist, but I recognize the mythological value of things like Christianity, I would have more respect for him. But he wants to kind of have it both ways. But I wish he'd just say, look, I'm an atheist, but I recognize the utilitarian case for Christianity. That is an honorable, upstanding, respectable position. There are many atheists who recognize a utilitarian case for religion such as Christianity.
Okay, on the subject of the Old Testament and the story of Adam and Eve, I was thinking about it. The story of Adam and Eve, we think about it, it's so ingrained in Western civilization, and it's really associated with Christianity, although, and it is, in the Bible, but as we know, the Old Testament is from the Hebrew Bible. So, and I think people know that in the abstract, that these stories come from the Israelites wrote them over 2,000 years ago. But I think that's kind of wild that these stories that are so universal were written down by a very particular group of people in a very particular region. And we don't really think about that.
Right. And also let's just take the completely secular approach to the Bible. These stories did not come out of the ground. These stories were not invented in whole cloth by the Israelites 3,000 years ago. They came out of the interactions between Israel and the dominant nations around them. So all the stories of the early books of the Hebrew Bible have their predecessors in the stories of surrounding cultures. So religion and culture and politics and our own beliefs never spring just wholly new from within our mind or from within our own civilization. They all come out of a context. And so the stories in the Torah, the Tanakh, the Pentateuch, the Hebrew Bible, they are developments on pre-existing stories by surrounding cultures. And the same is true for Shakespeare. Shakespeare did not just invent Romeo and Juliet out of whole cloth. He built upon pre-existing stories. And so too with all of our beliefs. We don't
Pyramus and Thisbe.
Right. We don't take on brand new beliefs. We move adjacent to beliefs that we already hold, and then we discover other beliefs that kind of align with our pre-existing worldview, or perhaps they better meet our needs at a particular time. And so when you read a text, it's important to use the tools of who wrote this, right? Under what conditions was this written? What was the ideology guiding this writing? What was this writing reacting to? And so you understand things within a particular context, and then are there details in the text that go against the overwhelming ideology of the text, because those details might perhaps be more likely to be historically true, because you'd only include them if they cut against the ideological tendency of a text, because it was taken for granted that they were true.
Yeah, and I suppose that would dovetail with what Peterson is saying about these stories have been told for tens of thousands of years. So perhaps
we have no idea that they've been told for tens of thousands. Like the earliest that we find precedents for these stories are about 4,000 years ago. There's no evidence that these stories were told for tens of thousands of years.
I think that's probably an exaggeration.
Yeah, I often think about what determines our dominant narratives, and one answer is that the dominant determine our dominant narratives, but another answer is that narratives meet human needs, and when a particular narrative meets needs, right, it's much more likely to be embraced. So I'm sure for as long as we've been telling stories, those stories that meet the needs of the people telling and listening to the stories are the ones that are most likely to survive. And so they're first these oral stories that were just passed down orally, and then eventually they get written down, and then there develops another oral tradition on top of the writing, and then this new oral tradition also gets written down. So that's the cycle that you see through history and its relation to written text.
Well, and I think the purpose of the story of Adam and Eve is pretty clear, which is that if you believe in God and you believe in a benevolent God would want things to be good, presumably, but then you have a contradiction, which is that life sometimes kind of sucks and life is difficult. So the story of Adam and Eve explains how you can have an omniscient and omnipotent God, and yet we have all these hardships and sickness and disease. So it's just kind of like a post hoc rationalization for why things are the way they are for somebody that wants to believe in God, basically.
And it's fascinating how the exact same text has completely different ends served for two different groups, Jews and Christians. So Christians read the opening two chapters of Genesis as making the case that man is born in original sin and needs a divine savior. On the other hand, Jews have never interpreted those opening texts that way. Instead, from a Jewish perspective, these texts illustrate that freedom comes with consequences that are often very painful, but there was no Jewish reaction to the expulsion from the Garden of Eden of, this means that man is born with original sin and that we therefore need a divine savior to save us from the burden of sin. And so people don't realize how much of their own worldview is simply inherited, and this deep sense of sin and desire for a divine savior to take it away, Christians often assume that it's universal, and it's not. There is no other religion in the world with such an emphasis on the burden of sin as Christianity. It's simply not found in any other religion. And I grew up a Seventh-day Adventist Christian. That's a type of Protestantism. And those people who are the most serious Christians were the most likely to feel this enormous burden of sin. And I've never seen that with Jews. Jews do not experience this enormous burden of sin, and Muslims don't experience this enormous burden of sin. And so non-Christians don't relate to this Christian sensation of an enormous burden of sin requiring a divine savior to come down and save us, and through belief in this divine savior, we then get a guaranteed ticket to the next world. So it's an illustration of how the worldview and the hero system that we all tend to take for granted is overwhelmingly inherited by the community in which we grow up and which we do not think through on our own.
Wow, that's fascinating. And because it never actually says in Genesis, and therefore it was original sin, and that's why, it actually never says that, does it? And it's interesting that you should say that, because I was thinking you would almost have to defer to Judaism. It's like they're the ones that wrote it. Like, do they get to interpret it, or do they have a say in it? Or I wonder what is the Jewish perspective that stories that they wrote have been so widely adopted or appropriated. Can you speak to that?
Yeah. So obviously the normal Jewish perspective or experience would be contempt. But it's usually ill-advised to express contempt for the dominant religion around you. But certainly any people is going to express contempt for other groups taking on their stories and giving completely heretical, from the perspective of the original group, interpretations. And so no religion comes along and says we're a new religion, right? Every religion that comes along says that we are the true religion. So if Judaism is true, then Christianity would be false. So Christianity never saw itself as a new religion. Explicitly, it saw itself as the true form of Judaism, just as Islam saw it as the true expression of Judaism and Christianity. Martin Luther and the Protestants did not see themselves as developing a new religion. They saw themselves as fulfilling the true religious expressions of the New Testament and the proto-Christians in the Hebrew Bible. So the traditional Christian way of understanding the Hebrew Bible is to understand its characters as proto-Christians who would see their ultimate fulfillment in Christianity. And then I grew up a Seventh-day Adventist, and we saw ourselves as the fulfillment of Protestantism and of Christianity and of Judaism, that we were God's truest expression of his will for humanity. So on the other hand, if you look from a secular scholarly perspective, Christianity is a new religion. It is a marked departure from Judaism. Islam is then a new religion. It is a marked departure. But the way that the members of the in-group in the new religion understand themselves, it's never that we are developing a new religion. It's that we are the true expression of an original religion that's been corrupted by our predecessors. And so that was the Protestant perspective on the Roman Catholic Church. That was the Mormon perspective on Christian movements before it. Pretty much every group sees itself, certainly in the monotheistic tradition, as the true and ultimate expression of God's will to humanity.
Yes, naturally. Yeah, they would think that. But that's interesting that you said, the feeling would be contempt. And I thought that might be the feeling, either contempt. And this is, we're talking about how might Jewish people feel about the stories of the Old Testament being adopted by Western civilization. Or I thought, alternatively, maybe there could be like a little bit of feeling proud, like, hey, our stories have really caught on. Look at this.
Right. So let's say that you developed an essay that was widely recognized as awesome, but the primary understanding of your essay was completely contrary to your intentions for the essay. So on the one hand, you would think, wow, millions of people now know about my essay. I would still think that your primary reaction would be, this sucks that millions of people understand my essay completely contrary and in direct opposition to everything that I was trying to put forward. So, yeah, human beings are capable of multiple and contradictory emotions, but if something that you wrote was understood in a completely opposite to what you intended, I don't think your primary emotional reaction would be, wow, look how influential my writing is, even though it's completely opposed to what I was trying to say.
They should speak up about that then. They need to correct this misunderstanding.
Well, they do to the extent that they speak about these texts, but what are the incentives when you're a tiny group surrounded by a dominant majority culture? So there's been no shortage of Jewish rabbis and intellectuals expressing contempt for Christianity.
Oh, okay. So I'll rest assured that they're out there. Yes. But I'm sure that I've drawn you away from your topic at hand long enough, 40. So thanks for having me on.
Okay, man. Good to talk to you. So there's something that Michael was talking about early on there in that conversation, and that is genocide. And when a nation goes to war against its opposition, surely it doesn't want to commit genocide. But throughout almost all of history, it was taken for granted that when a nation goes to war, that the nation is as a whole, its people, are going to experience the costs and the benefits of that war. And the notion that you could go to war, but the people of your nation state will not then have to pay the price for your war, just seems in opposition to reality, right? So the people in Gaza may not have been thrilled with Hamas attacking Israel on October 7, 2023, but the norm throughout human history is that even if you didn't actively support your ruling regime's war, you are overwhelmingly likely to bear the consequences of that war, right? The world works in far more corporate ways than the Anglo-Saxon mind tends to conceive. So the Anglo worldview is that people are primarily individuals, not members of groups. But the way the world works is that we look at other people primarily not as individuals, but as members of groups, right? We see individuals that we encounter and we immediately typecast them as Christians, evangelical Christians, atheists, secular humanists, Muslims, gays, Jews, Orthodox Jews. We tend to react to people as members of groups, and it's simply too exhausting. It takes too many cognitive resources to fine-tune your reactions to everybody you encounter on their own individual merits. On the other hand, if you get to know someone well, then you will be more and more incentivized to react to them on their own merits. But the world reacts in corporate terms, in group terms, not in individual terms. And the norm is that the individual will bear the consequences of his group being at war.
Centers targeting deliberately city centers. Israel began going after economic dual-use sites, fuel ports at Bandar Abbas. That's a very strategic site. Another one in western Tehran. And we're in the middle. We're in the middle of things as we speak. So this is an unprecedented opening maneuver. I compare it absolutely. It's in the same league as the 1967 opening maneuver by the Israeli Air Force, Operation Moked, which launched the Six-Day War. It's at that level. It's historic. We've seen capabilities here that really nobody thought were possible. And now we're in the middle of this war with Iran.
Sure. Aside from the capabilities, I think there was a feeling among many in Israel, many around the world, that Israel didn't have the fortitude to take on Iran directly. We remember what happened earlier in this war when Iran at the time launched what was the largest ballistic missile attack in the history of warfare by sending over 100 ballistic missiles plus 100 cruise missiles plus drones. And Israel only responded by hitting some of the air defenses, which did open the path towards this attack in some ways, but also was more of a symbolic attack to demonstrate to Iran that Israel could hit with its air force inside Iran. But then also was only a few months later when Israel then sent again what became the largest ballistic missile attack in the history of warfare with 200 missiles. And Israel really didn't respond in full force. So definitely, I think.
Yeah, looking at some commentary from Colin Liddell on X. So I noted on X that Iran has no good options, which I put into ChatGPT. And ChatGPT answered, yes, Iran is overextended. Iran is underperforming. Iran is ideologically boxed in. Israel is fighting from strength, selectively, surgically, and with Western backing. And Colin Liddell notes, well, Iran will just nuke up, right? Netanyahu has made it simple for them. They have to get a nuclear weapon. And yeah, I understand those incentives for Iran to get nuclear weapons. Then Colin adds, almost everyone in the West hates Israel now because of the Gaza side. So is that true? Because let's just take people in Japan. There's quite a lot of opposition to Israel in Japan. But overwhelmingly, the Japanese care about the Japanese. They don't really care that much about the Gazans or the Palestinians. People in France care overwhelmingly about the French. People in Germany care overwhelmingly about the Germans. And so there is widespread opposition to Israel among a tiny elite class that is disproportionately consumed by events occurring outside their own country. But for your average citizen in the West, he's not paying attention to what's going on in other countries. So there's a big difference between the widespread opposition to Israel among the chattering elites and broader widespread opposition to Israel, because there's simply no logical, coherent, empirical reason why ordinary citizens of Europe or Australia or Japan will be that emotionally stirred up by what happens to Gaza, right? Why would they care? It makes no difference to their own welfare, right? All of Israel could disappear tomorrow and it wouldn't make that much of a difference to people in Europe, or all of Gaza could disappear tomorrow, wouldn't make that much difference to people in Europe or in Northeast Asia. So whatever happens between Israel and Gaza and Lebanon doesn't have much direct significance for the Japanese, the Chinese, the Koreans. So I don't see any empirical incentive why they would be strongly invested in this conflict.
Questions about if Israel had the fortitude, the bravery, the willpower to do it.
And what's more important for a nation state, popularity or survival? So any sane nation state is going to put a much higher priority on its survival than on its international popularity. And what's going to primarily shape the way that other nation states react to you, and that will be incentives. And if you prove yourself to be the big dog and you reduce the standing of your enemies, you will create incentives for other nation states to ally with you against your enemies who appear weak and incompetent.
And so the question is, what changed between then and now? Certainly there's a new administration in the United States, which seems to have changed the game in terms of perhaps the weapons Israel has to use, and also the green light, which Israel may have had, or at least the yellow light to go ahead and to do this. And also, let's talk a little bit about how that doubt may have created the tremendous element of surprise, which made this opening salvo, in reports that I've heard, much more successful even than all the estimates about how successful an attack could be.
Yeah, absolutely. The element of surprise, which was preceded, as you rightly note, by a whole campaign of deception, which was designed to make the Iranians think that there were arguments between Jerusalem and Washington and that there would be no strike soon. This was all part of a calculated deception campaign. I think it's safe to say that now. I would say that what Israel got from the White House was a green light. It's beyond a yellow light. It's a green light. There's a separate question here of will the United States join this war or not.
So one of the stupidest methods of analysis that seems to dominate the mainstream media is to take politicians at face value on what they say. And so you had Gadi Taub, Israeli, a historian, talking head, a pundit, just going off on how the Trump administration turned anti-Israel, was hostile to Israel's interests because he was taking at face value many reports. And I said at the time, that's ridiculous. You don't really know what's going on behind the scenes, that the Trump administration in particular and America in general has been incredibly, incredibly generous to Israel, and to then turn against America because you've heard some reports that America was not 100% on board with everything that Bibi Netanyahu wanted to do, was ungrateful, not realistic, in opposition to reality, was silly and juvenile. And I think I've been proven correct. You can't take reports and statements at face value, right? You have to understand the incentives created that give birth to various sentiments. And just because Donald Trump makes a Truth Social post or there's a report in Axios saying XYZ doesn't mean that that's the truth. And when people simply just react to news reports and to statements on face value, it's incredibly shallow. Every statement, right, comes out of a particular context. And people are often reacting to one group or one set of incentives and just placating one part of a coalition. So Donald Trump, like other successful political leaders, has a wide coalition that is composed of different elements that are completely opposed to each other. And so Donald Trump is often placating one element of his coalition in seeming opposition to another element, and then he switches around. So he was placating the isolationist wing of his opposition for many weeks, which got the pro-Israel crowd up in arms. But those people in the pro-Israel crowd who got up in arms, they were silly, right? They were just going on these public statements, these public news reports, taking them at face value, when it appears that this operation by the Israeli government was done with much more of a green light from the Trump administration as compared to the seeming opposition.
Certainly Israel would want American.
Let's deal with that later.
Yeah, we'll deal with that later. But in terms of a green light or yellow light, this is a green light in my view. It's way beyond yellow. If Israel had notified, which it did, the United States ahead of time, and the United States was actually part of this deception campaign, I can only call that a green light. And look, I think that the element of surprise was critical for so much of this, because eliminating the heads of the Iranian military, the IRGC, and the nuclear scientific community cannot be done if there's no element of surprise. These people have to be caught out in their routines, and they have the intelligence that goes into this. And by the way, it's important to note that Mossad had a critical role, not just in supplying the Israeli Air Force with lots of its intelligence, but also, according to many reports, it's on the ground. And it's carrying out multiple attacks on the ground using precise weaponry that the Mossad smuggled into Iran. So, we're talking about explosive drones, and according to lots of reports, small shoulder-fired missiles that are attacking all kinds of Iranian missile sites. And this is all going on with perfect precision with the air.
So I was putting into ChatGPT, Iran looks like a paper tiger. And ChatGPT says this war between Israel and Iran isn't just about redrawing borders, it's redefining the Middle East. Right? It's not just about military capabilities, it's about proxy networks, it's about energy corridors, it's about the collapse of strategic ambiguity, it's about the building up of deterrence and incentives. We have a global power recalibration, and Iran has long sought to be the dominant power in the Middle East, and right now Iran looks like a paper tiger, right? Iran's proxy networks devastated. Iran is unable to impose any significant strategic costs on Israel. Its deterrence posture was rhetorical and reputational, but when tested in the real world, it has struggled to translate its rhetoric into a decisive outcome. It has completely failed. Israel has air superiority. Israel is executing high-value assassinations inside Iranian territory. Israel has burrowed into Iran's power structure, and Iranian leaders have no idea which of their peers is some kind of Mossad asset. Israel has been able to degrade Iran's supply lines and its logistics. And yes, Iran looks like a paper tiger. It's got a lot of rhetorical aggression, but it has very limited capacity for any conventional escalation. And so Israel is climbing up the escalatory ladder. And I just don't see how Iran can effectively respond. I just don't see any good options right now for Iran. Right? So Iran appears trapped, right? Strategists call this a strategic cul-de-sac. Every major path available leads to further risk, not to resolution. This is ChatGPT. So a direct war with Israel is suicidal because Iran cannot win this conventional war against Israel. Israel has a qualitative edge in the Air Force, missile defense, cyber warfare, intelligence, and nuclear capability. So Iran's military doctrine is defensive and proxy-based because it is not built to fight a state-to-state war at this scale. Iran's ability to escalate through its proxies is contained. Right? Hezbollah, the Houthis, and militias are allied against Israel, but they are considerably constrained right now. Hezbollah is not going to risk a full-on conflict with Israel. The Houthis lack range and precision and weaponry. If Iran goes to diplomacy, it will have to make all sorts of concessions that will make it look weak, and it will weaken the stability of the ruling regime. You'll likely get more internal unrest, economic collapse. Demographic pressures are allied against the ruling regime in Iran. You'll see the ruling regime in Iran steadily lose legitimacy as it does worse and worse in this battle. So it looks like this Iranian regime will have to increasingly focus on simply survival. And strategic distractions such as confronting Israel are just becoming increasingly costly and less sustainable. So Iran's internal contradictions are limiting its foreign policy limitations. It's hemmed in on all sides, right? Iran can choose symbolic gestures that achieve little, escalation that will invite devastation, diplomacy that weakens the regime, or strategic retreat that invites domestic backlash. So Iran is overextended, underperforming, ideologically boxed in. Israel is fighting from strength, selectively, surgically, and with American backing. So the current Iranian regime is in a highly precarious state, right? Its military, economic, and geopolitical constraints leave it with no good options. So right now, Iran simply looks like a paper tiger.
Air Force, the Mossad, I mean, it's almost beggars belief, Alex. So absolutely, the element of surprise was critical here. I think Israel wanted Iran to think that this was not on the table, that there were disagreements with Washington. And I don't think you can pull off an attack of this magnitude and eliminate the leadership of the enemy's military command structure, as well as the nuclear scientists, without an element of surprise. So that was critical, and the United States was part of that. I think there was a real role here for the United States. You know, if the United States knew about this ahead of time, which it obviously did, that's a green light. That is absolutely a green light as far as I can tell. So.
Yeah, certainly. You know, I was in the States for several weeks before this attack. You know, and I would say that most of the people that I was talking to in large groups were really worried that there was a major rift between the president of the United States and the prime minister. You know, there's tons of information being published by reporters such as Barak, Ravid, always relying on unnamed senior sources. But people really weren't.
So there's something much more important than words, and that is reality. And Bibi, Netanyahu, Donald Trump, right, they have powerful incentives to maintain a working alliance, just as Elon Musk and Donald Trump, whatever their disagreements, they have powerful incentives to maintain an alliance.
Weren't listening to what the president of the United States was actually saying, warning over and over again, you know, that Israel could attack, that it could be soon, you know, and you know, I had to analyze that this was just the president's way of using a credible military threat in order to get.
As soon as I hear punditry and analysis based upon politicians' statements and analyzing them at face value, I realize that I'm not going to get anything of value, right? Reality is more important than rhetoric. And analyzing reality on the basis of rhetoric is weak.
Iran closer to a negotiated settlement with some degree of urgency, because we would understand that the Iranians would try to, you know, spread out the negotiation period as long as possible, because that's been their negotiating strategy for decades, actually. But here we see that all those estimates that there was a rift here were all incorrect, a complete disinformation, misinformation game.
Right, absolutely no indication right now that China, Russia, Pakistan, or Turkey are going to lift a finger on behalf of Iran.
Made to lull the Iranians to sleep, even with the potentially with the scheduling of Benjamin Netanyahu's son's wedding, Avner, which was supposed to be tomorrow, which has now been canceled. Perhaps that was also part of the the operation to create a date that people thought that something like this could never happen. Also interesting to note that the president had made a statement that that Iran had 60 days to negotiate, and the president himself saying this was the 61st day. So that was the.
So you are seeing crowds coming out in Iran and shouting death to Khomeini and opposing the current regime. So it would be curious to see if this builds.
A surprise, and I guess we knew that we did catch them by surprise, both because, as you mentioned, the heads of the IRGC and the Iranian military and the nuclear scientists were out about in their regular routines, but also that it took a significant amount of time for the Iranians to begin.
So due to Iran attacking Israeli civilian centers rather than just focusing on military targets, Israel now feels more entitled to broaden its attacks on Iran, and all of Iranian airports right now are getting hit, along with many major energy centers for Iran getting devastated.
To mount a counter response. And maybe if we can talk a little bit about what that counter response was early on, what we're seeing now in terms of the waves of strikes, what they're sending, what they're hitting, what they're targeting. Let's try to break down what the Iranian counterattack on Israel's looked like.
Sure. And I agree with you that the amount of time that it took is an indication of the strategic shock and disarray that the Iranian system experienced. And by the way, I think continues to experience right now. Look, in terms of the counter response, it's fairly predictable. And in fact, we've had IDF officials saying that so far, despite the terrible, tragic scenes of wreckage, including right here.
So John Spencer is an expert in urban warfare. He's the chair of urban warfare studies at the War Institute. And looking at his X timeline, he says the continued miscalculations of the Ayatollah may bring about the end of the Islamic regime. The Israeli Air Force controls the skies over Iran. The Iranian regime's leadership has been decimated. Mossad agents remain active inside the country. You have car bombings, targeted assassinations, and police units being hit. So if the leaders of Iran are getting steadily picked off, how much incentive is there for Iranians to step up into those leadership positions, knowing that it dramatically increases the chances they will be assassinated? This is the greatest opportunity since 1979 for the 90 million Iranians, most of whom do not support the current regime and who are not Islamic, to be free of the brutal oppression of the mullahs.
Here in my city of Rehovot, just a few kilometers south of here, major impact zone, and we heard the shrapnel of that last night. But when you look at it at a national level, it actually could have been a lot worse, because the Iranians going into this war had an estimated 2,000 missiles. Now, this is an official estimate from the military, but I think it's important.
So those parts of the Iranian regime that have been brutalizing the Iranian people, such as Tehran's chief of police, right, he is now being assassinated. So the more and more of the regime's leaders who get assassinated, it creates more and more incentives for the Iranian people to protest when the groups who have been oppressing them are getting slaughtered. So John Spencer says the mullahs need to make a deal, completely end their nuclear pursuits. The Islamic regime cannot make the fatal mistake of attacking the U.S. in any way. It would be the end of the regime.
It's important to note that not all of those missiles have ranges that would have reached Israel, and we don't have an exact number of how many of those they had going in, but it's at least, I would say probably around 1,000, several hundred up to 1,000 at least.
So what further tricks does Mossad have up its sleeves? We've got cars carrying Iran's nuclear scientists and members of the reigning elite that are simultaneously exploding throughout Tehran right now. Israel has struck the Iranian Defense Ministry headquarters. Let's get some analysis here from John Spencer.
Or we begin with some breaking news just coming in. Israel has struck Iranian Defense Ministry headquarters, and IDF says it has completed an extensive series of strikes in Tehran related to the Iranian regime's nuclear weapons project. In a tweet, the IDF says the sites it has targeted included the Iranian Ministry of Defense headquarters, the headquarters of the SPND nuclear project, and additional targets, now which it said advanced the Iranian regime's efforts to obtain a nuclear weapon and where the Iranian regime hid its nuclear archive. In Israel, sirens and explosions are being heard in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv as Iran has announced a fresh missile salvo against Israel. Israel's military has confirmed the development in a post on social media X. It said that millions of Israelis were running for shelter as sirens sound in dozens of cities and communities around the country. All right, we have just breaking news just coming in. Israel has struck Iranian Defense Ministry headquarters. IDF has said and is claiming that it has completed an extensive series of strikes in Tehran related to the Iranian regime's nuclear weapons project. In a tweet, the IDF says the sites it has targeted included the Iranian Ministry of Defense headquarters, the headquarters of the SPND nuclear project, and additional targets, which IDF has said advanced the Iranian regime's efforts to obtain a nuclear weapon and where the Iranian regime hid its nuclear archive. Meanwhile, in Israel, sirens and explosions are being heard in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv as Iran announces a fresh missile salvo against Israel. And to discuss more, we're now being joined by John Spencer. He is the chair of Urban Warfare Studies and Modern Warfare Institute. He's also a defense analyst. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, let's just get into it. We are seeing no calm in this conflict. But as of now, how long will Israel be able to sustain a war against Iran? And where are things going, according to you, right now, where there's no calm right now?
Sure. I mean, we have to look to Israel's leadership for that. What are their objectives and how long do they say it will take to achieve that objective? Israel, from the opening salvo, has said their objective is to roll back Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program, and Israel has extensively rolled that back by years, eliminating 20 senior commanders, 9 nuclear scientists, hitting 3 of the nuclear enrichment sites, hitting ballistic missile sites, hitting air defense systems in about 7 waves. Israel says it will continue the operation until it achieves its goal. Now, Iran has sent retaliation, and it's not tit for tat. Iran has, as you read, just with the idea of tweet, but Iran has launched salvos of about 180 to now this, as we're actually speaking, another salvo, probably over 200 ballistic missiles and drones towards Israel. About 90% of those are stopped, but anywhere from 10 to 20 missiles have hit mainly civilian areas, and that's a big stark difference between the precision of the IDF and what they're doing in Iran. It's mainly civilian buildings that are being hit inside of Israel, now in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv again. Where this goes, I personally believe the United States has offered a hand to the Islamic regime in Iran, again, for negotiations that bring this to an end, and hopefully they take.
So this is John Spencer. Let me pull it up on a separate screen here so we can have a look at this bloke speaking here.
Of the nuclear. Where this goes, I personally believe the United States has offered a hand to the Islamic regime in Iran, again, for negotiations that bring this to an end, and hopefully they take that, because I do believe that the United States could play a major role in ending this very specific kind of operation war, if you will.
Right, and I will definitely come to you because you've picked that out. But also, if you could just help us understand, you talked about Israel's goal. What could possibly Israel want to achieve with this war? Because it started with first going after nuclear facilities, then the military regime, after killing a lot of military leaders. Now, he's also told the Iranians to stand up against the regime. What do you think could be the objective of Netanyahu and Israel at this point?
Yeah, and it's a democratic country. The prime minister talked to the people, to Israel as much as he did to the world, and he did make a statement for the Iranian people, because of the million peoples of Iran. Most of them are freedom-loving, and they don't support the Islamic regime and their policies of building a nuclear bomb, of their building of these terror armies around Israel, like Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Shia-backed militias in Iraq. But I don't think that Israel's goal is a regime change. As a matter of fact, they haven't said that. While their operation is limited, as in to roll back that nuclear program that was on the cusp of a breakout, according to the United States and Israeli intelligence, but many others. I mean, the IAEA said that for the first time in 20 years, Iran is in violation of the nuclear proliferation obligation, as in they were building a nuclear bomb despite the negotiations and not negotiating in good faith. Where this ends is the question. Because every time that Iran retaliates, and then Israel is retaliating in kind, and now you see Israel hitting oil and gas facilities as part of the infrastructure and economy of Iran. So hopefully, the objective will be determined by Iran, and when they can either give up their nuclear bomb pursuits, because war is a contest of will. Of course, Israel has set the objectives, but that can be determined today, and why President Trump has said, even right now, this may force a negotiation that the Islamic regime was refusing to have. Let's negotiate. Give up your nuclear ambitions. There's no reason why to have any enrichment, and definitely no reason to have a nuclear bomb, and that's probably would be the point of where this ends. But continuing to retaliate against Israeli civilian sites, and maybe they're aiming for military sites like the Kiryat and Tel Aviv, but they're not hitting them, and they're missing and hitting civilian sites and sending the entire population of Israel into bomb shelters. The geography, there's some differences here, and I don't like when, not you, but other media have said this is tit for tat. Israel has stated its goals. The Islamic regime in Iran has only said reckless statements about destroying the Zionist regime, destroying Israel, and then turning to the United States, who they view as supporting this operation. In my opinion, that would be the fatal mistake, and would only escalate this, and would be the end of the regime if they decided to target a U.S. base or a U.S. vessel or something in the region.
Exactly. Now you picked up the U.S. bases. Tehran has clearly warned. You talked about diplomacy and coming on the table. Do you think after this whole conflict is escalating that there could be any possibility of actually talks when Tehran has clearly rejected once in a couple of hours ago? They just rejected the talks on table. Do you think after this escalation there is any chance of any table talks?
I mean, so as somebody who teaches strategy at a very high level, there's always interest, right? So, I mean, there's three reasons that people go to war: pride, interest, and fear. So there is, of course, Iranian Islamic regime in Iran pride, right, of being this hurts, elimination of 20 senior commanders, the head commander of the military, the head of the IRGC, the head of the Quds Force. There's a lot of pride there. But I do think that diplomacy, because if not, that number one interest that all nations and even terrorist regimes have, which is survival. You would think, and we apply this rational actor theory, that Islamic regime would say, okay, look, we want diplomacy and talk about a new negotiation, and maybe they don't agree to everything, but it's almost a rational actor theory, like you need to negotiate because Israel is showing Israel controls Iran's skies right now. It has air supremacy, like you just showed. They're hitting the Ministry of Defense in Tehran. They have complete superiority over Iran's skies to hit what they want based on their objectives. And on the other side, Iran's 90% of their salvos they can get off at this point are being defeated by both the Iron Dome, David Sling, Arrow 3, and U.S. forces deployed to the area. And more U.S. forces are on the way to assist defending American interest and Israel, of course.
So then do you think that if this does escalate and Iran does retaliate and does attack these U.S. bases, the U.S. can get into this war? And if it does, where does it lead to?
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, nobody wants to see any more wars, although this was a preemptive strike. Really, to include a historical one, a preemptive strike based on intelligence, not just of Israeli intelligence, but, I mean, President Trump gave Iran 60 days. This preemptive strike was on the 61st day. If Iran made that fatal mistake to hit a U.S. base, and the President Trump and U.S. officials have given plenty of warning, that would be a grave mistake. And while Israel is very powerful, it's not the United States military, it's not the United States Air Force, and that would be the end of the regime. It would seal its fate. And again, this is not about the Iranian people, but that would be a fatal mistake. And where that would lead to is in U.S. involvement, direct involvement, right? This is where Iran is trying to say the United States is involved, and the United States says, we're not involved. It's not U.S. aircraft. Of course, U.S. are doing defensive operations on the ground. But if that calculus changes, then the whole strategic calculation of this war changes.
All right. So as of now, let's go back to Israel. So Israel has said that, and you also mentioned IAEA mentioned for the first time that Iran is capable of making nuclear weapons, and Israel is trying to kind of destroy those nuclear targets. Do you think Israel, as of now, is capable of doing that, especially the ones that are located underground?
Yeah, that's been a great question, and I posted about this before. The idea that Israel needs a single bunker-busting bomb dropped by a B-2 bomber, it can't do that. Israel has shown in the last 20 months that it has the ability to hit things at deep depth doing something called drilling, where they take a bunker-busting munition that might not be able to hit the depth of like Fordo, which is 80 feet plus 200 feet underground, but they have a technique called drilling where they can just drill into the ground because they have air superiority. They don't need a one-shot bunker-busting munition. They can like they just killed Mohammed Sinwar in Gaza, they used 50 bunker-busting munitions in a matter of 30 seconds all around the site in which the terrorist leader at that time in Gaza was at. It's beyond my ability to know if they can truly hit at that depth. And again, the goal, which is for a military guy, matters. Israel has stated its goal is to roll the nuclear program back. Right? The ultimate goal is to change the Islamic regime's behavior, not to pursue a nuclear weapon. It isn't to destroy, which leads you to even the sensitivity, the dangers in which the IAEA has been reporting on. Like, if you hit a nuclear site, there is a chance of basically nuclear contamination, as these are centrifuges that are actually trying to enrich uranium. So it's a really complex operation to say, well, can they hit at that depth or not? Of course, you could seal these sites in, basically encapsulate them or basically cover them up, right? You can't get to the depth. I've learned it a lot with Israel's operations, never underestimate what Israel can do, even with the technologies it has. So it's not a yes directly to your question, but it's also not a no. I'm not saying they can't do it without other capabilities.
And that being said, Israel has been in a conflict for the past few years, going against Hamas, going against Hezbollah, then the Houthis, and they still have some operations continuing in Gaza. Do you think Israel can afford to, lengthen this conflict and go for another front altogether?
So you're right to point out Israel has been under a 7-front war, 8th if you include the basically international misinformation campaign that it's been under. But it wasn't a question by my analysis, if Israel could do this operation. Israel had to do this operation for its survival because that's what Iran said it wanted its nuclear weapon for. Death to America, death to Israel. And it has had great success against Hezbollah, against the Houthis. Even tonight there was a Houthi operation against the leadership of the Houthis and the ongoing complications with the operations in Gaza against Hamas. And this wasn't an ideal time for Israel to do this operation. It was an intelligence-based necessity, of survival. So it's definitely coming at a cost, and you have Israeli civilians dying right as we're talking in these rockets that Iran is shooting, not at military targets, and they're not hitting military targets. I can't tell you if they can continue it, but clearly they didn't have a choice but to. And they are under multiple front wars, but they've had a lot of success against Hezbollah and others.
Right. So let's also talk about the diplomatic talks right now. So if at all, is there any possibility that any kind of diplomatic efforts, for example, China has criticized these attacks, Russia has clearly criticized the attacks, and there has been a call between Trump and Putin, and probably may or may not have these talks talked about these escalating tensions, and Putin might have put in some word. Do you think all these diplomatic efforts can lead to some kind of talks, and we can see these two coming and talking on the table instead of going ahead with these conflict?
I absolutely do. I mean, you did have that hour-long conversation between President Trump and President Putin, and Putin does have influence over Iran. They signed a security agreement, unfortunately because of the aid that Iran was providing Putin in his campaign in Ukraine with drones and other assets. But great powers are great powers for a reason. And I also, unfortunately, saw Pakistan basically aligning with Iran in this current project. I guess that isn't surprising, but I'm absolutely certain that there is a chance for diplomacy and people like the United States and with Russia's influence over the Islamic regime that you could bring them to the table. Military is just one of the forms of national power of a nation, and this is why I've commented that I do believe the United States is one of the few people that can bring this to a close. Once Israel has said, okay, we've rolled this back, now there is a great opportunity for diplomacy for Israel to stop its behavior. It isn't just about capabilities. Although you lose 9 nuclear scientists, there's some capability loss there on continuing your program. But this is about changing the Islamic regime's behavior towards the threatening of the survival of Israel and its partner nations, because President Trump just came back from a Middle East tour, meeting with Arab nations who are not also in agreement that the Islamic regime's conduct in the Middle East is good, and everybody should be on the same sheet of music that Iran can't have a nuclear bomb.
So Israel bombing these Iranian nuclear sites, that must come with significant risks. So it might even be a much safer option to have U.S. Delta forces, say, take over some of these Iranian nuclear sites and dismantle them rather than rely on Israel to bomb them.
Least let's assume that as a maximum estimate. And so the Iranian response, first of all, let's put this in slight context. If it was up to the Iranians, they wouldn't even be leading this response. The leader of the response would have been Hezbollah, right? And Hamas. And in fact, if the Iranians had it their way, we would still be surrounded with a ring of their fire. And, we'd be dealing with 100,000 projectiles from every direction, including Iran and Hezbollah and Shiite militias in Syria and Shiite militias in Iraq and the Houthis and Hamas in Gaza. This is what they had intended, and then to go nuclear from that stage. So the fact that we are only dealing with Iran one-on-one is their worst case scenario. This is the last thing that they wanted. The Iranians are always happy for somebody else to fight their wars, to have us bleed on our borders by fighting their proxies. That strategy has collapsed. So now
So the best analogy to the current conflict between Israel and Iran is probably the 6-Day War. And John Spencer has a thread on X about this. So 1967, Israel faced annihilation. Egypt closed the Straits of Tiran. 5 Arab armies mobilized. 465,000 troops, 2,800 tanks, 800 aircrafts. Israel struck first and in 6 days defeated Egypt, Syria, Jordan, Iraq, and Lebanon. It was preemption for survival. In 2025, Israel faces a different but no less existential threat. The Islamic regime in Iran was within days of nuclear breakout, already had missiles capable of striking every inch of Israel. So Iran had enough enriched uranium for a bomb within days, 2,000-kilometer ballistic missiles and terror proxies on every Israeli border, and a military-industrial network protected deep underground. So perhaps the lesson of 1967 still applies. Preemption is not escalation. It is about survival. Israel could not wait for a second Holocaust before acting. Whether it's 5 Arab armies in 1967 or a nuclear-armed Iran in 2025, the principle remains the same. Strike before it's too late or don't survive at all. There is a Talmudic precept that if you know that someone is coming to kill you, get up earlier and kill him first.
We're on direct state-on-state, military-to-military conflict. And of course, the Iranians are targeting our civilians, and Israel is only targeting military and strategic sites. And the response is ballistic missiles and UAVs. That's what the Iranians have. They don't have anything else. It's a lot. It's important to point out that this is the largest ballistic missile program in the world, by far. That's what Iran had been developing. What they're firing at us, it looks to me, I haven't received official confirmation of this yet, but
okay, let's get a burst here from Fox News with the latest.
Missiles into Israel. Overnight, 11 people were killed when some of those missiles slipped past air defense systems, slamming into residential areas. Hundreds more have been wounded. When we arrived at one impact site this morning, rescue crews were combing through the rubble of an apartment building in central Israel looking for survivors. One man in his 50s named Meir was still trapped as his son, who had been wounded in the attack, waited to learn the fate of his father. Right now, rescue workers are digging through the debris following that Iranian ballistic missile attack that targeted central Israel. They are looking for survivors who are trapped under the rubble, including Meir, that father. His son Ofek is off in the distance, still wearing his hospital gown after he was pulled from the blast site. He is hoping for a miracle today following this Iranian attack. Israel is responding to these recent attacks with more airstrikes targeting both military and energy positions inside Iran. Iranian media reports 128 people have been killed and 900 injured. We know among that list are Iranian nuclear scientists and top IRGC commanders targeted by Israel. Iran's foreign minister spoke today about the American support for Israel during the conflict. Now, in conversations with Israeli sources, they are drawing.
So more and more reports on X about U.S. airstrikes likely to begin as early as tomorrow.
A stark contrast in what is happening here. The Israelis are going after military and nuclear sites. The Iranians are firing ballistic missiles toward Israeli civilians. Bret.
Trey Yext in Tel Aviv. Trey, thank you. Joining us now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Mr. Prime Minister, welcome back to Special Report.
Thank you. Good to be with you, Bret.
First of all, let me start at the beginning. Why did you launch this operation now?
Because we were facing an imminent threat, a dual existential threat. One, the threat of Iran rushing to weaponize their enriched uranium to make atomic bombs with a specific and declared intent to destroy us. Second, a rush to increase their ballistic missile arsenal into the capacity that they would have 3,600 weapons a year, new weapons, within 3 years, 10,000 ballistic missiles, each one weighing a ton, coming in at Mach 6 right into our cities, as you saw today. And then in 6 years, 20,000. That's no country can sustain that, and certainly not a country the size of Israel. So we had to act. It was the 12th hour. We did act to save ourselves, but also, I think, to not only protect ourselves, but protect the world from this incendiary regime. We can't have the world's most dangerous regime have the world's most dangerous weapons. We're protecting ourselves, but by doing so, we're protecting many others.
You know, I just want to press you on the intel on the nuclear part. Less than 2 months ago, the new director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified on Capitol Hill, saying that everything had been suspended since 2003 and had not restarted, that the nuclear program had not been restarted by the Iranians. So did something change from end of March until this week? Was the U.S. intel wrong?
The intel we got and we shared with the United States was absolutely clear. Was absolutely clear that they were working in a secret plan to weaponize the uranium. They were marching very quickly. They would achieve a test device and possibly an initial device within months and certainly less than a year. That was the intel we shared with the United States. I think we have excellent intel in Iran. I think we've proven that. And that is something that we couldn't possibly accept. Whether it would be 6 months or 12 months or 13 months is immaterial. Once they go that route, it's too late. And we will not have a second Holocaust, a nuclear Holocaust. We already had one in the previous century. The Jewish state is not going to have the Holocaust made.
But the success of Israel's attack on Iran does argue for the accuracy of Israel's intelligence. Right? The pinpoint accuracy of Israel's intelligence that enabled it to have so many striking military successes also argues for the accuracy of his intelligence about Iran's nuclear intentions. Also, until this attack, Bibi Netanyahu has been belittled as a chicken hawk and unwilling to go to war with Iran, just as the taco label has been applied to Donald Trump, that Trump will always chicken out. Well, this war may prove the flaws in that kind of belittling analysis against both men.
On the Jewish people. It's not going to happen. Never again is now, and we have to act now.
What is the goal of these strikes? You talked early in one of your speeches after the attacks began with a message directly to the Iranian people. Clearly, some of these strikes have targeted Iranian leadership, military, nuclear scientists, and other leaders. So is regime change part of the effort here?
Could certainly be the result because the Iran regime is very weak. I think it's basically left with two things. It's plans to have atomic bombs and ballistic missiles. That's basically what Iran has. They certainly don't have the people. 80% of the people will throw these theological thugs out. I mean, they murder them. They oppress them for 46 years. They've yearned for freedom. I mean, they shoot women because their hair is uncovered. They shoot students. They just suck the oxygen from this brave and gifted people, the Iranian people. And, you know, the Persian people and the Jewish people have had an ancient friendship. Goes back to the times of Cyrus the Great. It could happen again. But again, the decision to act, to rise up at this time is the decision of the Iranian people. We decided to act because we saw enough uranium, enriched uranium, for 9 bombs. And all they had to do was weaponize them. We stopped that. We're attacking their nuclear sites. We attacked their chief nuclear scientists working. It's like Hitler's nuclear scientists. Would you leave them? Of course not. We attacked their top command. I can inform you, Bret, that moments ago, we also got the chief intelligence officer and his deputy in Tehran because we're now over the skies of Tehran. Our pilots, our brave pilots, are over the skies of Tehran, and we're targeting military sites, nuclear sites. That's what we're doing to take out those 2 threats. Unlike the Iranians, who your reporter said correctly, they're targeting our civilians.
Yeah.
They're bombing our civilians. So that's the difference. They're a terrorist regime. We can't have Iran have nuclear weapons. And by the way, our intel shows that they intend to give these nuclear weapons to their Houthi proxies and others. And that's nuclear terrorism on a global scale. It threatens everyone. And the last thing is they have plans to develop intercontinental ballistic missiles. Right now, 8,000 kilometers, very soon, just at a little distance, and they can reach the eastern seaboard of the United States. These people who chant death to America, try to assassinate President Trump twice, killed 241 of your Marines in Beirut, killed and injured thousands of American soldiers in Afghanistan and Iraq, try to bomb a restaurant in Washington, D.C., chant death to America, burn the American flag. Do you want these people to have nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to your cities? Of course not.
Yeah.
So we're defending ourselves, but we're also defending the world.
I want to talk about the nuclear threat, and I want to talk about President Trump. You just said Iran tried to assassinate President Trump twice. Do you have intel that the assassination attempts on President Trump were directly from Iran?
Through proxies, yes. Through their intel, yes. They want to kill him. Look, he's enemy number 1. He's a decisive leader. He never took the path that others took to try to bargain with him in a way that is weak, giving them basically a pathway to enrich uranium, which means a pathway to the bomb, padding it with billions and billions of dollars. He took up this fake agreement and basically tore it up. He killed Qasem Soleimani. He made it very clear, including now, you cannot have a nuclear weapon, which means you cannot enrich. He's been very forceful. So for them, he's enemy number 1.
Yeah.
Look, they also tried to kill me, but I'm his junior partner. They understand that President Trump is a great threat to Iran's plans to weaponize nuclear weapons and use them.
When did you tell President Trump you were going to launch these strikes?
Look, I've been in constant contact with President Trump. We've known each other for many years. And obviously, we informed our American friends and President Trump, our great friend, ahead of time. We did. He knew about it, of course.
I mean, there were reports that President Trump kind of helped you achieve your strategic surprise by publicly urging you not to attack when he already knew you had decided to do it. So you were closely coordinating with the U.S. throughout this process.
Look, we're fully coordinated, but understand that America, under President Trump, will make the decisions that are best for America. And that's the way it is. He understands that I, as the Prime Minister of Israel, the one and only Jewish state, must make the decisions that are important for the survival of my country, and he will do what is best for America. That is a relationship of mutual respect and mutual confidence.
Does Israel have the capacity to strike Iran's nuclear sites deep underground? Well,
we've certainly done quite a bit. We've destroyed the main facility in Natanz. That's the main enrichment facility. And if we need to, we'll add whatever is needed. But yes, we're committed to achieving both goals. And I'm not going to get into all of our objectives. I don't want to get into specific operational plans. But it's our existence. But not only ours. I think it's a wider battle here of civilization against barbarism, of good against bad. I mean, this regime, look at what it's done without nuclear weapons. It's just fomented evil everywhere. I mean, they've pushed international terrorism to the hilt into every part of the Middle East, in Syria, in Iraq, Lebanon, where they had Hezbollah, Hamas, where they encouraged the Houthis, the great massacre of October 7th, the Houthis. That's what they're doing when they don't have nuclear weapons, including attacking American targets. Now imagine what they'll do if they had nuclear weapons. And I'm always amazed at people who say they care about America and they don't want a war. They're right. This is a forever war that Iran is doing without nuclear weapons. And imagine what they will do if they have them. I think for the security of Israel, America, the world, we must make sure that they don't have these weapons and the means to deliver them. And they're working on both.
I just want to ask you about the nuclear sites. Fordo nuclear enrichment facility located deep inside a mountain. These are from Iranian nuclear experts. Inside this mountain near Qom, Esfahan, deeply buried facility where Iran stores its highly enriched uranium. In some ways, experts say it might even be more important than Fordo. The IAEA says it's a half-mile deep. So I guess the question is, if the goal is destroying Iran's nuclear program, how do you do so without the 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs that really only the U.S. has? Have you asked President Trump to use that 30,000-pound penetrator bomb to get to those facilities?
I'm not going to get into my discussions with the president, but understand that his decisions are his decisions. As for these targets, we've destroyed in Isfahan the conversion facility they had. That's a very important facility that without which you can't really build a weapon. That's gone. There are other plans that we have. I won't get into it. I think Israel has shown that it has, well, how shall I say it? We're the innovation nation. We're called that, startup nation. So we have quite a few startups and quite a few rabbits up our sleeve. And I don't think that I should get into that.
Okay. Well, I mean, are you getting everything from the U.S. that you've asked for? Is there something that you've asked for that you're not getting?
What I'll say this is that I deeply appreciate President Trump's decision to help in the defense of Israel. American pilots are shooting down drones that are headed towards Israel, as do our pilots. American THAAD missile batteries are helping defend Tel Aviv and greater Tel Aviv area. American Aegis ships are in the Mediterranean. That's all a decision by President Trump, which I deeply appreciate. Again, his decisions on what to do at any given time is the president's decision. I trust his judgment completely.
Do you have any estimate on how much you have set back Iran's nuclear program?
I think we've set them back quite a bit. I think they were completely surprised. And, you know, surprise is a great element of success. Remember the Pagers? Remember Nasrallah? That's part of breaking up the Iranian axis. And we achieved that with surprise. And I think we achieved a great surprise the other day when we started. We could wait and wait and wait. They'd string along the negotiations. We gave them a chance. I gave them a chance. But it was clear they were not serious about it. It became clear, I think, to the United States as well, because the president was very clear. He said, you can't have nuclear weapons. And in order not to have nuclear weapons, you can't enrich uranium. And they basically strung everybody along. And it was clear to us it was going nowhere. I could wait and wait and wait until they officially declared that the talks were off. Or they, and we'd officially declare that we're going to attack them. That's not how I conduct wars, and it's not how Israel conducts wars. So we're geared to do whatever is necessary to achieve our dual aim, to remove two existential threats, the nuclear threat and the ballistic missile threat. And we're doing that as we speak now in Tehran, but we're not bombing the population. We're telling the population, leave. So when we hit the targets embedded in civilian areas, you won't be hurt. And there's now mass migration from Tehran right now. That's what's happening. So because we're giving them forewarning.
Mr. Prime Minister, what proportion of Iranian air defenses do you think you've taken out? Back in October, the air defenses were really decimated. Now you say you have kind of control of the skies as you're picking these targets, yet these missiles and drones are still coming your way as they attack, as you point out, civilian areas inside Israel.
Well, you're right. First of all, we're doing a lot to prevent a lot of them from coming in, but it's not hermetic. You're quite right. But when I say we have control of the skies, you correctly said that they had a very dense anti-aircraft batteries between the western border of Iran and Tehran, and basically our incredible, there's no other word to describe it, our incredible intel guys and the Mossad, they did wonderful work to peel off the layers of protection that they had, and our pilots took them out. And so we have a free highway to Tehran, and we can now pick off the targets that we need in Tehran and other places without having our planes shot down. And so far, none of them have been shot down. And I hope that continues. But we are absolutely resolute to remove this threat. This is what you have to do when you stand at the brink of catastrophe. And I think it's not just our test. You know, Churchill talked about the slumber of democracies. He said that democracies tend to sleep until the jarring gong of danger wakes them up. Well, sometimes it might not wake them up. Certainly, we didn't need a wake-up gong. I've been talking about the Iranian threat for 40 years. 3 years, I think, 4 years after the Iranian regime, the Ayatollah regime, hijacked Iran and the people of Iran. I said the greatest threat facing Israel and potentially the world is this regime that will try to arm itself with nuclear weapons. And I've devoted a considerable part of my life, in fact, most of my life, to preventing that. And when the gong of danger sounds, and you know it's the last moment, it's the 12th hour, you've got to act. That's what responsible leaders do. And what I seek is that the entire world will do what President Trump is doing. He's standing up for good against evil. He's standing up for the right against the wrong. He's standing up for good against bad. And I think that's very admirable. I salute you for it, President Trump.
The president's also, however, Mr. Prime Minister, calling for Iran to get back to the table, to the negotiating table. You don't seem to be saying that that's worth it. How does this end?
Well, in fact, I said it is worth it if they'll do what the president wants, and that is eliminate their enrichment capacity. You know, that's a lot better than my country, my forces, my brave pilots having to do it. It's much better than our Mossad operatives on the ground having to do it. But if they don't do it, and they certainly didn't want to do it, it became very clear, we had to act. We don't wait until we have a nuclear holocaust. That's not going to happen again.
So how does it end?
Well, it'll end when we remove those capacities, and we will.
You stop short of killing Iran's civilian leaders, just military commanders, I mentioned, nuclear scientists, but not the supreme leader, Khamenei. There is a Reuters report just moving saying that President Trump in the last couple of days vetoed an Israeli plan to kill Iran's supreme leader, according to 2 U.S. officials. Is that true?
Actually, there's so many false reports of conversations that never happened, and I'm not going to get into that, but I can tell you, I think that we do what we need to do. We'll do what we need to do. And I think the United States knows what is good for the United States, and I'm just not going to get it.
Okay.
That.
The Iran foreign minister today told reporters this: if Israel stops attacks on Iran, quote, our responses will stop. The attack on Iran in the midst of nuclear talks clearly demonstrates the Israeli regime's opposition to any form of negotiation. Of the canceled talks that were intended to take place today, he said Iran would have presented a counterproposal that, quote, could have opened doors for an all-out agreement with the Americans. So, again, the foreign minister saying, if you stop, they will stop. What's your response to that?
Well, first of all, it's hogwash. While they were negotiating, the Ayatollah himself, Khamenei, tweeted again and again, death to Israel. Israel must be destroyed. So some good faith there, right? Aside from that, they had bad faith because they were cheating, and we saw it in our intel. It was very clear. And the U.S. had that same intel. Believe me, we shared it. We shared that intelligence. One of the great things of our unprecedented cooperation that has happened under President Trump is that we share every bit of information. So number one, he's lying. That's not new. Iran lies all the time. They cheat. But the second point is that they say, okay, we'll stop if you stop. Stop what? You'll continue to develop your engines of death, mass death, continue to develop your nuclear bombs, continue to develop the ballistic missiles like the one that fell in Tel Aviv, near Tel Aviv today. I was there, the whole building just slammed through. Children sleeping in their beds, killed. Women sleeping in their beds, killed. Horrible stuff. Yeah, they'll stop and continue to develop the means for our extermination. That's not going to happen. So obviously, that's not said in good faith. The issue here is not de-escalation. The issue here is not ceasefire. The issue here is stopping those things that will threaten our survival. And we're committed to stopping them. And I think we can achieve them. Now, if they are willing to accept President Trump's terms, that's a different matter. I said that months ago. And I said, and in my meeting with the president in Washington,
overnight,
if you can get a deal that does it, fine. But he didn't, not because the president didn't want it. It's because Iran didn't want it, and they cheated.
Overnight, you expanded your airstrikes to include oil and energy infrastructure in Iran. Is that a different phase? What's the point?
Well, this was an oil container. It wasn't a production site, but it merely means that we're ready to take whatever action is needed. And of course, we'll take some of those actions in response to what Iran does to us. But as I said, our main targets are the military and nuclear targets, and we're taking them out with the precision and with purpose.
We're not hearing much harsh criticism from the Gulf Arab countries. There have been some statements. Saudi Arabia putting out, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia expresses its condemnation, strong denunciation of the Israeli attacks that targeted the Islamic Republic of Iran, which violated sovereignty. These attacks represent a blatant violation of international laws and norms. That was early on, but not much since then. How do you judge the Gulf states' response to what's happening now?
Well, I'll leave that to them. They can speak for themselves. But I truly believe, that we have a great future if we take out Iran. Iran has been the systematic fomenter of wars, sabotage, terrorism. They attacked Aramco, the Saudi oil facilities. They send terrorists everywhere throughout the Middle East. So I think that I have a different conception, a different future. And it was embarked on with the help of President Trump and his leadership in the Abraham Accords, where we signed peace treaties with 4 Arab states, expanding the peace, something that wasn't done for a quarter of a century. And I believe that we'll have opportunities to expand the peace as well with other of the Arab states next to us. I think they understand that Iran is a mortal threat to them as well. They have their eyes on their oil facilities. They want the waterways with the Houthis. They want to conquer the Middle East. And the one obstacle they've had so far is the state of Israel, because we're the ones fighting Iranians. And the other obstacle they have is President Trump. And I think, I'll tell you, they think that President Trump is an enormous obstacle. They think that Israel is a very big obstacle, and they're out to get us both. In fact, they tried to kill me too. They fired a missile into my bedroom window. They missed.
Wow. The Saudi Crown Prince, as you remember, in September of 23, told me he was getting closer every day to recognizing Israel and normalization. The very next day, you repeated that to me. Take a listen.
Reports that you had suspended talks.
No, that's not true.
Not true. So you think, if you were to characterize it, are you close?
Every day we get closer.
I know you heard those words from the Saudi Crown Prince. What was your response?
Well, I was delighted to hear what he had to say, and to borrow a phrase, I think we're getting closer to peace every day that passes.
Obviously, October 7th was just a few days later. Can you get back to that moment, pre-October 7th?
I think what you heard was correct. One of the possible reasons for the timing of Hamas's attack, and remember, Hamas is one of Iran's terror proxies. One of the reasons that they may have brought up the attack, and not even coordinated it with others as they were supposed to do, is perhaps that they were afraid that the words of the Saudi Crown Prince and my own words were about to materialize. But they will materialize one day, I'm sure of it. And that day will be a lot sooner once we get rid of this mortal threat that Iran poses not only to Israel, but to our Arab neighbors, to Europe, to the United States, to many others.
Last thing, Mr. Prime Minister, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask about the situation in Gaza. One of the reasons it's not moving forward, the normalization, is because of how that's happening. Understand that you put the onus on Hamas for everything that's happening there. But as of now, we take the Gaza Health Ministry for what it is. They say the death is 55,000. The United Nations puts it at that number as well, but they're citing the Gaza Health Ministry, and women and children making up half of the dead. Is there an Israeli estimate as far as the death in Gaza since the start of that operation?
Well, the ratio of civilian combatants to non-combatants is about 1-to-1, which is unheard of in such a dense urban environment. And that's happening because we're telling the population leave, and Hamas at gunpoint, and sometimes shooting them, saying stay in the war zone. That's why you have, or had, a lot of civilian casualties. That is decreased, and happily, because we're doing everything in our power to separate combatants from non-combatants. The reason this war has been going on for so long is, one primary reason is the hostages. They've taken hostages. Remember, this is the regime that took Americans hostage.
There's
That's how they began.
53 captives, less than half of them believed to be alive. Is that fair?
20 are alive. The rest, unfortunately, are not alive. But, we started out with, we've already brought back 202 hostages, most of them alive. Some people believed in the beginning of the war, in fact, the most senior military people, they said, you would be lucky if we got one. And I said, no, I don't think so. I think that a combination of military and diplomatic pressure will get us, we can get them out. And I'm committed to getting all of them out. I've said 2 days ago, I've instructed our people to try to resume the negotiations for a ceasefire that would enable us to take Steve Witkoff, the American envoy, has made an offer to begin a 60-day ceasefire in which half of those hostages would be released right away. And I said, yes, we're ready to go. There's been some development there. I hope we are able to do that because I'm committed to getting them out. And I'm committed to getting them out and also to separate the Hamas from controlling the humanitarian aid that we're trying to give the people of Gaza, because they rob it, they steal it, and then they take a good chunk for themselves, and then they hike up the prices and give a pittance to the civilian population. So we have a plan that we devised with the help of American firms to separate the giving of the humanitarian aid to the population from Hamas control. And we're accused of starvation policies and all these other demonizations and vilifications against Israel. Look, we're a democracy fighting an island in a sea of evil, and we're doing what we can to remove this proxy, this Iran terror proxy as well. But the big problem, the big question for Israel, for humanity, for the world, for Israel and the United States is whether we can take away the weapons of mass death from this cult of death that is in Tehran. The tyrants of Tehran will not win. We, with God's help, we will win.
So just address the critics who say about Gaza that you're trying to make Gaza unlivable in order to push Palestinians out of the territory permanently. When they say that, what's the response?
Yeah. Well, because it's another lie. These are incredible lies. I think, first of all, no army in the history of the world has gone to the lengths that Israel has gone to separate combatants from non-combatants using millions of text messages, phone calls, you name it, everything, leaflets even, getting the population out. Otherwise, we'd have an enormous number of civilian deaths. And, of course, Israel has that firepower, but we don't use it because that's our moral base. But the other thing is equally that we're not trying to destroy Gaza. We're trying to remove the threat from Gaza. And as far as the choice of people, if they want to leave or not, President Trump has given a brilliant idea. He said, look, Gaza has to be rebuilt. It's been destroyed because every place is booby-trapped. So, the population finally leaves. They overcome the threats by Hamas to shoot them, and they just leave. They tell Hamas, leave our buildings. And they almost get shot by Hamas. But when they leave, they booby-trap everything. So when we come to fight the terrorists, they set off these charges and they kill our soldiers. What we do is we bring a supercharge. It detonates all the booby traps, and that's how you have buildings destroyed. We also go into tunnels, sometimes at great sacrifice. Our UN ambassador, Leiter, had his son, 39-year-old father of 7, killed because he went as a reserve soldier to defuse these tunnels. But we put charges there. They blow up the tunnels. The tunnels are below buildings. The buildings collapse. So there's a lot of demolition in Gaza. It has to be rebuilt. President Trump said, okay, let the people have a choice. Why are they locked in? They're not locked in other battle scenes, and people leave by the millions in Ukraine, in Iraq, and Syria. They're left by the millions. In Gaza, they're locked in. He said, why? Give them a choice. If they want to leave to other locations, help them with a voluntary relocation. If they want to come back, they'll come back after the work of basically restructuring Gaza is complete. And I think that's a brilliant plan. I think it's all for the good. It's good for peace. It's good for Israel and the United States. I think it's good for Palestinians. They should be given a choice.
Mr. Prime Minister, very last thing. I asked you how long this may last. You said it's up to the Iranians. If you had the opportunity, and you do now, to speak directly to the supreme leader and to speak directly to the Iranian people, what are those 2 messages you'll say?
Well, the Iranian dictator, really, he's a dictator. He's a tyrant. He has sent us a message calling just about every day for the death of Israel, the destruction of Israel and America, but the death of Israel. So my answer to him is with action, not with words. But to the people of Iran, I say you're great people. You're people of great talent and genius. You have been usurped by this tyranny that has robbed you of hope, has robbed you of a good life. I speak to the Iranian people directly. I don't know if you know this, Bret. I do these videos. I get millions and millions of responses. And they say, Viva Israel, bravo Israel, free us from this tyranny. And I say to them, your hour of freedom is near. Rise up, be free.
Mr. Prime Minister, we appreciate your time in the middle of a very dangerous time inside Israel. We should point out you are inside Israel.
So Bret Baier gets extraordinary access to world leaders, due in large part because this is the channel that Donald Trump watches. Here's some analysis following that interview.
Minutes, roughly, with the Prime Minister. Your takeaway.
Very compelling interview, Bret, at an important moment in this conflict. I took several things away from it. One of them is that from everything he said, it becomes clear that the United States, by what it has done and by what the Trump administration has elected not to do, is an integral part of this. You saw how closely he tried throughout the interview, Bret, to align himself with the U.S. and with President Trump. Secondly, you saw how he tried to frame this in the perfect English which we've come to expect from him as a fight between good and evil. That is obviously the case he'd like to make to the world and to the people of the United States and the Mideast as well. And finally, tactically, it seems clear from what he said that while whatever they've done at Natanz and other nuclear sites, he did not indicate that they had the ability or the capacity to take out that enrichment site at Fordo, which is subject apparently only to bunker buster bombs, and no indication that he has them or that Israel will get them from the United States.
We do have
much more to say, but I'll leave it to my colleagues.
We do have indications that ask has been made. I was trying to get him to talk about it. He didn't want to talk about the conversations with President Trump, but the U.S. is the only one that has this 30,000-pound bunker buster bomb delivered by B-2 bombers to take out potentially those deep sites. I want to play a soundbite about the U.S. cooperation and coordination. Sandra, take a listen. So you were closely coordinating with the U.S. throughout this process.
Look, we're fully coordinated.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on the news. A lot of interesting comments on X that I've been following. Joke among Iranians is that no one in Iran knows where the Ayatollah is except Israel. Then there's the opposite post also on X saying that dissidents in Israel have been publicly posting on X the current location of the Ayatollah. Unrelated to the war, Americans won't work these farming jobs. Yeah, because they would be paid slave wages. But if you restrict and reduce illegal immigration, Big Ag will have to pay higher wages, which would then incentivize Americans to work. So currently, Big Ag gets away with paying illegals on average $20,000 a year. So they pocket the profits while we have to live with higher crime, lower wages, and enormous outlay in social welfare spending for low IQ illegal immigrants. Labor force participation rates for young men in the U.S. have trended downward for years across most population groups, in large part because of the large amount of immigration we have and immigrants willing to work for very low wages. So we restrict immigration, both legal and illegal. Employers will have to pay higher wages, and we'll have more people participating in the workforce. All right, Christian Amanpour says the people of Iran don't like the Islamic Republic.
But there is no doubt, and Pahlavi is right, and everybody who's reported it. I grew up under the Pahlavis in Iran, and the people, first of all, chose the Islamic Republic instead of them, but now have seen that the Islamic Republic is so much harsher, is so much more punitive, gives so much fewer rights, and is isolated from the world, and the economy is appalling, and it affects the people. So yes, I think from all my reporting, they want to change. He's the only one with name recognition, and whether it's for transitional or permanent leadership, I don't know what he wants, but he's considered the only one with any name recognition and any kind of support inside. He talked about the military. We know the Bazaris and people like that. But there is...
So Laponia says if Bibi was honest, like 40 admitted that what they're doing is for their own interests, I would respect him. This saving the world BS is boring and stupid. But someone in Bibi Netanyahu's position is not incentivized to optimize for truth, right? He's trying to optimize for saying what his supporters and potential supporters in the U.S. want to hear. And people in Anglo nations, including the United States and England and Australia, want to hear about a war that's on the side of good versus evil. And so if he was speaking to realists, he would speak in that language, but most people are not particularly realistic. They love the good versus evil narrative. Rioters in Portland stormed an ICE facility, injured 4 federal officers with fireworks, smoke, and rocks. Hope we will see these criminals behind bars. Imagine attacking the institute most likely to find the cure for cancer. This is at the Weizmann Institute of Science following the Iranian attack. Some bloke playing the piano. Basta. And here's a video of Bret rapping.
Hip and hip and hip, a hop, you don't stop, a rocket to the bang bang boogie, so up jump the boogie to the rhythm of the boogie to beat. Skiddly-bop, scoop-bop, Scooby-Doo, that's right, America, we love you, and we rock and roll to the summer sun. We can rock to 101 years old. I don't mean to brag, I don't mean to boast, but I like hot butter on my breakfast toast. Rock it out, baby bubba to the boogie to bang bang, the boogie to the beat. Heat so unique, come on everybody, dance you beat. Walk on late, a dark afternoon. Reporter stopped me for an interview. She said she's heard stories and she's heard papers. Vicious on the mic and the turntables. This young reporter I did adore. So I rocked the vicious rhyme like I never did before. She said, damn, black guy, love with you. Casting over legend must have been true. I said, by the way, baby, what's your name? Should I go by the name Lois Lane? And you can be my boyfriend, you surely can. Let me quit my brother called Superman. He is I do suppose, flying through the air in pantyhose. He may be very sexy or even cute, but he looks like a sunburn of blue and red. Should I say a hip hop, a hip and a hip and a hip hip a hop? You don't stop a rocket to the bang bang boogie, up jump the boogie to the rhythm of the boogie to beat. Skiddly-bop, scoop-bop, Scooby-Doo, that's right, America, we love you. Fox News Channel, you should watch 6 p.m. special report. It's really good, very fair, very balanced, very fair. Hey, Norway live. Thank you very much. What do you say? Let's hear it for the band.
That was really good. I'm impressed.
From my sort of background discussion with multiple sources, they're firing a combination of liquid fuel and solid fuel ballistic missiles. These are all missiles that go up into space and then re-enter the atmosphere, and they enter what's called the terminal phase and they come down on pre-coordinated targets in the state of Israel. Now, the Arrow 3 air defense system, which is the lead high-altitude air defense system in the world, in my estimate, it's designed to intercept most of those threats in space before they can even enter the atmosphere. So there are other layers. In case the Arrow 3 doesn't intercept, there are other systems. There's the Arrow 2, which operates in the upper atmosphere, and there's David's Sling, which operates one tier down. So if one is missed, quote unquote, there are other opportunities, and we're seeing that. You can see in some of the footage several interceptors trying to go up and hit missiles. Now, we don't have confirmation of this, but it's quite possible that some of the missiles that the Iranians are firing, and also fired, by the way, in 2024, so this isn't new, have the ability.
And a post on X says 94% of homes in Mississippi can afford air conditioning. Only 41% of homes in Spain can afford air conditioning. They have approximately the same summer weather. So Americans have long enjoyed a bigger bang for the buck than almost any other nation of which I'm aware.
Once they enter the Earth's atmosphere to maneuver, they have small fins, and they can use them. They can use the momentum that they've built in space coming in. They separate from the stage, from the booster stage, so they don't have an engine anymore, but they can still maneuver. I mean, those are harder targets to hit once they enter the atmosphere. But Arrow 3, if it intercepts them in space, that's before they can even maneuver. So I think we're seeing a combination of those, as well as sort of classic ballistic missiles that don't really maneuver much. They just go in and out, on a loop. In terms of percentage, we don't have official interception percentages, but the Iranians have fired hundreds of ballistic missiles. And I think we're dealing so far, as of now, 5:30 p.m. local time on June 15th. We're talking about something like 24, maybe 25 impacts.
All right, the national security correspondent for Jerusalem Post has some thoughts. He says, the war with Iran, what's working? What are the question marks? The IDF said it was critical for the Air Force to attack Iran in stages, first removing air defense's top commanders in the highly defended Natanz nuclear site. That makes sense. All right, there may be many rounds left to this fight, but after 3 days of strikes and counterstrikes, some of the state of play can be ascertained. Right, IDF says it has had tremendous success so far against Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile programs, top commanders, and economic targets, but it has not progressed enough to give clear prediction about when Air Force attacks might substantially deplete the Islamic Republic's counterstrikes with ballistic missiles, which have killed 10 Israelis, wounded over 250, and I think we have about 30-plus Israelis who are missing. So the successes so far have been real. If Iran's nuclear program is still standing, could still constitute a threat, right? Then Iran still has the potential to rapidly break out to a nuclear weapon. So when it comes to the Islamic Republic's conventional ballistic missile threat, the picture is hazy. Before the war, Iran had about 3,000 ballistic missiles, but only 1,000 could reach Israel, and they've launched about 200. They have about 200 launches for these missiles. Iran has already fired around 300 ballistic missiles. Right, so Iran could perhaps fire about another 400, 500. Right, if Iran's only firing 50 to 100 missiles per day, right, so they could possibly keep Israel's home front under heavy fire for weeks, possibly months. So Iran is being attacked by Israel's Air Force in stages, first removing the air defense's top commanders and many of the nuclear sites. Then the IDF will focus more on individual ballistic missile sites and attack vehicles. But this is difficult because these vehicles are mobile and Israeli aircraft must fly back to Israel for fuel. Right. IDF rules for attacking Tehran will be the same as the rules for Beirut, where the IDF can pretty much attack at will on short notice. Civilians fleeing Tehran right now. The IDF cannot use overwhelming firepower against Iran every day indefinitely. Right, most Israeli drones cannot reach Iran. Aircraft take several hours at a time to reach there instead of 15 minutes over Lebanon. Aircraft also require complex mid-air refueling maneuvers, which require advanced planning. So it's very different from striking Hezbollah, which requires little fuel and much less planning. So right now, Israel sees that this war has been worth it and winning, but what will happen if the number of casualties jump? What if Iran can stretch this conflict past 2 weeks? What if key portions of the Islamic Republic's nuclear facilities are not destroyed?
Impact sites around the country. So, we can do the math. 25 impact sites out of hundreds of ballistic missiles. Most of them are still being intercepted. The ones that get through are devastating. Each warhead has hundreds of kilograms. So this is a really, this can take out a city block, and we've seen it do that in Rishon, in Tel Aviv, and in other areas. So absolutely, the threat is real. But again, I think we should view this as a prelude to what the Iranians were planning to do. Imagine them going into a fight like this with 8,000, 10,000 ballistic missiles. That's an existential threat, even without the nuclear program. And so Israel had no choice, for so many reasons that we've already outlined. It had to act, and it had to act now.
Right, and there's some indication that Israel has succeeded really to hit both the storehouses of ballistic missiles, also the launch capabilities. Some of these are on mobile trucks that they're using to fire ballistic missiles at Israel. Because if we recall, in those two previous ballistic missile strikes in October a year and a half ago, and then in April, that in the first one they sent 100 ballistic missiles simultaneously, and the second one they sent 200 missiles simultaneously. And now we've seen many waves of rockets, but
Okay, more and more evidence that the United States will be getting actively involved in this war on the offense.
The striking of the nuclear facilities, but also maybe leading to regime change here, or at least a hope for that.
Yeah, well, certainly that's not the objective that they assigned themselves. I mean, clearly the principal objectives are one, to take down the nuclear enterprise and also the ballistic missile enterprise. But certainly Prime Minister Netanyahu would take the byproduct of that, and that is regime change. Right now, inside of Iran, there is serious criticism of the regime by people who are insiders. Two areas. One, the fact that Israel gained air superiority within the first 12 hours and can roam all over the country at will is quite stunning. And that's the way the United States goes about establishing an operation. First, make certain that we can get.
So there's a human tendency when fighting a war is to start fighting with the assumptions of the previous war. And given the lack of success with America's forever wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, the term regime change has become a dirty term, just a terrible thing. It's just absolutely stupid. Well, there are times and places where trying to accomplish regime change is a dumb idea. And then there are other times and places where it's an excellent idea. And just because we failed in Afghanistan and Iraq doesn't mean that regime change as a goal is a stupid idea in Iran right now.
Get air superiority.
And I should point out, in October they had a strike where they took out a lot of air defenses inside Iran. This has now exponentially expanded that. And the question is, why are these missiles launching and rockets launching still in great numbers into Israel?
Well, what they cleaned up, they took out the S-400s and S-300s, which are advanced air defense systems given by Russia to Iran. They did that in October. But Iran has their own capabilities, and they had them on fast forward because they knew something was going to happen. And they have 4 different kinds of SAMs, surface air missile systems. The Israelis took out all of them. When it comes to the ballistic missiles, we estimate that they have somewhere around 2,000 of these missiles. In October, they fired 200, and 40 of them penetrated. That's a high percentage that penetrated. The targets were in the desert Air Force bases at a Mossad headquarters. 1 person killed, not a lot of damage. But the Israelis took that to heart. They knew if Iran came at them, Bret, with a fuselage of several hundred missiles at the same time,
at once, yeah,
targeted on population centers, that would overwhelm the Arrow system and the U.S. THAAD system that's there, to include the Aegis defense system that the United States has at sea. The Iron Dome is irrelevant here. That's rockets and short-range missiles. David Sling, irrelevant. That's middle range. So that was a huge concern of theirs, and that is why they are targeting them so much. We think they've shot 300. They didn't shoot 500, 600, so they're not able to do. Khamenei told his people he wanted 1,000 missiles in the air at one time. That was a direction he provided a couple of weeks ago. That has not happened. At best, it's 100.
So I've tried to press him, and obviously, for strategic reasons, he didn't give me answers on whether he asked President Trump about that bunker buster, the massive 30,000-pound ordnance, the MOP, that only can be delivered by the B-2 bomber. He didn't go down that road, but clearly, to take out those nuclear facilities deep embedded, they would need that, correct?
So for our audience to understand, the nuclear enterprise that Iran has developed, through 45 years here, is really quite extensive. It goes beyond 12 sites, and they have spread out the enrichment, and they have spread out the centrifuges, and they've spread out the storage of enriched uranium. So no one site can you take down. The majority of the nuclear enterprise is still out there in play. that we've only been in this for 3 days now. This is the beginning of a campaign to systematically take them down. Fordo and other sites like that are deeply buried. I mean, Fordo's a half a mile down, 2 to 3 feet wall. So this is a formidable thing. I do believe it's in the United States' core national interest to help Israel finish off Iran here in terms of its nuclear enterprise.
And for the people who say we're going to get drawn into this thing and we're going to be there forever and this is going to be a conflict with...
Iran has a weak military. Hardly any navy to speak of. The army's poorly trained, poorly equipped, although it's got big numbers and poorly led. The Air Force is 1970s vintage. They haven't flown an airstrike against Israel yet in terms of taking on their fighters. So the idea that Iran is going to go to war with the United States and Israel, they lose their regime over that. They don't want any part of that.
Well, it's always great to have your analysis, General. Thank you.
Yeah, great talking to you.
Let's bring back our panel, Britt Hume, Sandra Smith, and Harold Ford Jr. Britt, thoughts as we wrap up here and we get some final thoughts on what turned out to be a pretty long, extensive interview that we covered a lot of topics.
Yeah, very good. A very interesting interview with General Keane as well, who made an important point, Bret, which is that with the number of missiles that Iran can deploy, even in its reduced state, it can inflict casualties on the Israeli population, and we've seen that. These casualties, I think, are militarily insignificant. But the purpose of them, of course, is to affect the will of the Israeli people in the sense that Israel is trying to create, that Iran is being defeated. But civilian casualties sustained over a longer period of time, even if not great in number, can have an important psychological effect which would hurt Israel's cause. I don't think this is going to happen, but it's something to think about.
You know, Sandra, there was a lot of news in there just straight on.
So I'm quite a big Britt Hume fan. I'm interested in his punditry, not as much interested in punditry of those two other blokes. Now, will we see Israeli special forces deploying inside Iran? So we see that Assad already has many people on its side inside Iran, and we now can look for the IDF perhaps to deploy military force in Iran via the Army's Frontal Landing Unit. So this unit specializes in setting up improvised landing strips deep behind enemy territory. IDF transport planes have a maximum range of 5,200 kilometers. So that would enable the Army to mobilize a large number of elite troops to Iran and back. So you may have these troops flying into Iran and destroying Iranian nuclear facilities.
But it seems as though in each wave that there are, several dozen rockets being fired at one time. Now, obviously, when we talk about the Arrow 3, the Arrow 2, the David Sling, there's a limit to the amount of missiles that can be shot down at any given time. And that's obviously to assume that the systems can be successful even to catch one missile, which in itself is a miraculous kind of technological development. But there is the threat that these systems can be overrun. And, that was the fear, that they could just launch hundreds, if not thousands of missiles simultaneously at Israel, and there would be literally nothing that would allow Israel to fire enough to block these incoming missiles. And, I think that there's a question here about, how much stockpile of Arrow 3, Arrow 2, David Sling does Israel have, versus how much stockpile the Iranians have of ballistic missiles. And I think that probably there's a situation where both sides don't really want to acknowledge how much capabilities they actually have, because I think to a certain extent both of them are sort of very economically weighing, their supplies. And so we really don't know how this is going to play out just based on the economics of how many missiles versus how many interceptors Israel might have.
Yeah, I think you've identified one of the crucial aspects of this war, and there's no question that the numbers of interceptors. This is always classified information, but I would be optimistic relatively about this angle, because let's assume first of all that the entire all of the decision makers who were involved in planning this attack obviously knew what the Iranians were planning to do, had planned for worst case scenarios. By the way, I think they planned for far larger salvos than what we've experienced. As much as it pains me to say this, because we've already had lives lost and injuries and trauma. So in no way to trivialize that shock and suffering, and it's a war crime because they're targeting civilians. But again, at the national level, my understanding is that the IDF planned for far larger salvos to come in. And so I think it's safe to say that in the planning stages, there was a massive effort to stockpile interceptors, to stockpile, just as there was a major effort to stockpile bombs and missiles that the Israeli Air Force is firing at Iranian targets. You have to go into a fight like this assuming that you're going to need a lot of oxygen. Oxygen in the war-fighting domain is munitions. It's the ability to have a very large stockpile of both offensive and defensive weapons. So I think that...
And there's considerable reason to believe that Israel has the capability of destroying Iran's nuclear facilities.
They took all of these scenarios into account. But some of the scenarios that you referred to in your earlier remarks, I think they would start to become very relevant if this attack had not happened. And this is something I'm hearing again and again, and it's getting not very much play, certainly not in international media, but even in other quarters too. The ballistic missile program of Iran was being fast-tracked to mass production. And so if they would be allowed to have done what they wanted to do, which is to triple, quadruple the size of their ballistic missile program, then really no amount of defense would be enough. Then they really would be able to overrun our defenses. And our city centers would become unlivable, Alex. It would become an existential threat even without a nuclear threat hanging over our heads. And so I think that's exactly the scenario that really helped push the cabinet to say, okay, that plus the nuclear breakout. Again, the Iranians, as they were negotiating with the Americans and the IAEA, were literally breaking out to a nuclear weapon, and they had decided to mass produce these missiles and to rebuild Hamas and Hezbollah. These were the triple Iranian.
So remember the conventional wisdom prior to Israel's devastating victories over Hezbollah was that Hezbollah had the capability of flattening Tel Aviv and Jerusalem and Haifa. And there's been other thinking that Iran's ballistic missiles had the capability of flattening Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, Haifa. And it was listening to a video report from, I think, John Colton with the Christian Broadcasting Network that made the argument that neither Hezbollah nor Iran had the capability of flattening these major Israeli cities. And upon reflection, the Christian Broadcasting Network was probably correct. We're now looking at a transformed region due to Israeli success. So we have Hezbollah's influence in Lebanon waning. Right? Hezbollah's men have been ousted from sensitive airport jobs. The Lebanese army is reclaiming control points that Hezbollah once controlled in the south. Right? So Hezbollah is not fighting back right now against Israel. So right now it appears that Israel is reconfiguring the balance of power in the Middle East.
Iranian decision. So put it all together, it's perfectly clear that Israel had no choice. And those scenarios of air defenses being overwhelmed would, God forbid, have become relevant if the Iranians had been allowed to proceed as they had planned.
Let's talk a little bit about what you mentioned, the Iranian targets inside Israel. When we recall in the previous ballistic missile rounds, round 1 and round 2, before this operation, especially when they sent 200 ballistic missiles at Israel, it looked as though the overwhelming majority of those missiles were fired at the Nevatim Air Base, which is Israel's primary Air Force base. But it's basically in the desert, and it's in an isolated area. It's not in a population center. And these ballistic missiles are generally believed to be accurate to a range of, from what I've read, approximately 300 meters or 300 or 350 yards or so.
So Aaron David Miller has a long background and expertise in Israel and the Middle East. I'm just curious if his loathing of Bibi Netanyahu and Donald Trump perhaps clouds his understanding. But this is his opinion. Israel's in a box. It cannot destroy Iran's nuclear program, and it won't and cannot accept an outcome in which this nuclear program survives. Trump is in a box too. He's caught between a war he doesn't want to enter and one that he cannot stop. Right now, both are in a cul-de-sac with no easy way out.
And on the one hand, the fact that they can fire missiles from Iran, which is over 1,000 miles away, and hit a target in Israel, up to an accuracy of about 350 yards is unbelievable. I mean, it's an incredible feat. But on the other hand, if you miss your target by a couple of hundred meters in the desert, you don't really hit too much. But if your target is to fire on a large population center like Tel Aviv, it doesn't really matter if the missile hits 300 meters this way or 300 meters the other way, because it's still hitting in the population center. And we have seen numerous houses, residential buildings been hit, but there's also been some reports, and obviously the military censor in Israel is not revealing exactly where everything has been hit. But for example, there are certain reports, and we saw that Trey Yinks from Fox the other night was running and saying that the defensive headquarters of Israel, the Kiryat compound, may have been hit, even though it looks like the building is still there. We also saw that perhaps some reports on social media that some oil production facility or gas production facility near Haifa may have been hit and targeted. And so the question is, can we see that maybe Iran is still trying to target specific strategic?
So Israel has been bombing Iranian Republican Guard ballistic missile launches in western Iran. So apparently dozens of Iranian Guard missile launches have been abandoned and destroyed, and Iranian Guard forces have fled. So Israel seems to be achieving a great deal of success.
Targets that may be in civilian areas and just missing, or are we seeing that they're simply just targeting civilian areas? What have you seen in terms of what they're targeting, what they've hit, and what kind of damage has been caused?
Right. So we'll keep in line with the expectations of our military censor, I think, because obviously we want to do everything we can not to give the enemy any information. But within those confines, I think that the Iranians are trying to do both. I think most of their attacks are targeting civilian areas, and that's what I've heard explicitly from IDF officials. And some of their attacks are obviously, as you say, trying to hit strategic areas, military and civilian strategic areas. There's no question that they're trying to do that. Now, the thing is that most of the Iranian missiles are being intercepted. So whether they're accurate or not, they're not hitting. Most of them are not hitting. The ones that do, because it's, we're talking about, again, 20 to 24, 25 impact zones, that's not going to be enough to cause, let's call it, a major strategic shutdown of the country, which is what the Iranians are certainly trying to do. Let's just compare that with what's going on in Iran. Every single munition that is dropped by an Israeli Air Force jet right now, and they're flying, en masse over Tehran, is hitting its target. So that's a very important asymmetry, I think, to keep in mind, especially when we here are under fire. And it might seem a bit odd to think that Israel has such a strong upper hand militarily, but it's not an equal fight in any way. Because on our side, every punch that Israel is throwing is landing, literally every single one. Most of the punches that the Iranians are throwing are thankfully not landing. It's very important to keep that in mind. Now, in terms of civilian and accuracy, you're absolutely right. If your goal is central Tel Aviv, for example, it really doesn't matter if it's going to go 10 meters left, 100 meters right. They want to terrorize and murder civilians. That's part of their ideology. They're willing to destroy this country by any means necessary. And some of the Iranian missiles, as you say, do have that level of accuracy, but some don't. And it comes down, if people are interested in this, it comes down to the navigational system that's on board these Iranian missiles. So their first preference is to use satellite navigation. That's obviously going to make them extremely accurate. But I think we can assume that Israel is not going to it's going to try and disrupt linkages between missiles and satellites as much as possible. And so what these missiles have, by the way, Hezbollah projectiles also have this, because Hezbollah's projectiles also came out of Iranian production lines. So they have a secondary backup navigation system. It's called inertial navigation system. This is basically a computer that sits on board the missile or on board the projectile, and it estimates by speed, by how fast and how the altitude. Basically, it estimates where the missile is, and then because it's a missile, it can.
So we have more and more reports on X of various institutions used to internally police Iranians have been destroyed, right? So their intelligence center, the Iranian Republican Guard Intelligence Center, has been destroyed by Israeli airstrikes. So many of the leaders of the Iranian regime have been killed. So the capacity of the Iranian regime to coordinate repression of the Iranian people is considerably diminished, right? The Iranian regime riot police have been smashed.
It can navigate. This is the difference between a missile and a rocket, right? A missile can maneuver once it's in a terminal phase, so it can make adjustments. But the inertial navigational system is a lot less accurate than the satellite navigation. So we don't really know how accurate every Iranian missile is. But if they're allowed to operate without disruption, they're extremely accurate. If they're disrupted, they're going to be less accurate. And sometimes, they can also be partially knocked off course. They can be partially knocked off course by an explosion of an interceptor. They can still keep going and hit somewhere else. And, this is the kind of chaos that's involved in every kind of war. So
the Iranians also have been firing drones at Israel.
Right.
And obviously, drones take much longer. Ballistic missiles maybe take about 12 minutes to reach Israel from Iran, which is unbelievable. The drones can take up to as much as 7 hours, which obviously gives the Air Force a lot of time to intercept them, but also does necessitate that the Air Force is busy intercepting them as opposed to hitting offensive targets or whatever else they would like to be doing in the war. So if Iran's sending 100 of these, this can make jets scramble for many hours as they try to play these cat and mouse games to take out the drones. And what do we know about the drone capabilities?
Right. So that's a very important point. Yeah, they have fired hundreds of unmanned aerial vehicles, as the military people like to call them, UAVs, drones. Now, look, most of the drones that have been intercepted so far have been intercepted by Israeli helicopters rather than fighter jets, which have been directed for missions in Iran and a few in Gaza, too. By the way, we still have airstrikes going on against Hamas in Gaza. Has been totally overshadowed, but very much ongoing, and even against the Houthis in Yemen. But obviously, most are going to Iran. So it's the helicopters. And the Israeli Navy has taken a lead role in intercepting these UAVs. So the helicopters shoot them down. They use their onboard machine guns to shoot them down. They chase them. They've been flying and patrolling all over Israel's skies and along the borders for the past 3 days and simply shooting down dozens of these UAVs. The Israeli Navy has been using its surface-to-air interception systems to shoot down these UAVs. They have missiles that can strike. And it's quite possible, although we don't know for sure yet, but we know that Israel has deployed already a version of its laser interception system along the borders. It's quite possible that some of those have also taken part in the interception of drones. So between the three of those, almost every drone has been intercepted, which is a remarkable feat for Israel's air defenders. And that basically frees up the fighter jets for those offensive capabilities. They're not really involved in the defensive part of things here right now.
Can we talk a little bit about what assistance Israel may have received to shoot down UAVs, also to shoot down ballistic missiles from other countries? The United States has announced publicly that it has participated in the defensive acts of this war, protecting the Israeli home front, but also some reports maybe that the Jordanians had shot down some UAVs or others. What reports do we have about who may have participated in defensive actions on behalf of Israel?
Right. So, the Americans are absolutely taking part in the air defense aspect of this. They have THAAD missile batteries here in Israel, and they've also those are land-based, and there are also ship-based systems called Aegis systems, and they are all taking part in the interception of aerial threats. This is something that the U.S. military has trained to cooperate with Israel. And by the way, this is a pretty complicated thing to do because in order to get different military forces to intercept threats, you need a lot of coordination, right, to prevent accidents and missiles being, fired at the same targets multiple times. So they have to share what they call a sky picture. And when you're talking about different militaries, that's a really advanced thing to be able to do, even within a single military, right? Even within the IDF, for the Navy, the Air Force, the ground forces, to have a common sky picture is not easy and took many years. So between militaries, it's even more complex. But they've been training to do this very intensively, especially through a series of exercises that was held every 2 years called Juniper Cobra. And essentially what that means is that all the data from radars and other sensors comes into command centers, and they know who is allocated to intercepting which threat, even between militaries. That's the U.S. and Israel coordination. And obviously Israel is still intercepting most of these, but certainly the United States has had a hand. Now, we've had international media reports saying that Jordan, based on its declaration that its airspace is not going to be used by Iran, or as they say, not going to be used by anybody to attack anybody else. They're a sovereign country. There have been reports that they have intercepted Iranian drones flying west towards Israel from, over Jordan, sorry. So that seems credible. And it also happened apparently in 2024. And let's remember, there are probably things that we don't necessarily know about, but you have the Abraham Accords, right? The UAE and Bahrain. And basically they're all part of U.S. CENTCOM, right? The Central Command, that's the U.S. military organization that's operational throughout the Middle East and maintains partnerships with all of the countries that are in the Abraham Accords. So I think it's safe to assume that all of these countries are sharing data, sharing information.
So soon after Israel launched its attack on Iran, you had America's Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, coming out with an announcement saying that this is all Israel. Israel's doing this all on its own. The United States has nothing to do with it. And we've never seen that degree of a distancing statement from the United States when Israel's been at war in the last 30 years. So the news media treated this statement as being primarily aimed at Iran. But John Mearsheimer wrote an important paper. He might have even turned it into a book, saying that leaders of countries rarely try to lie to other leaders of countries because foreigners are not incentivized to buy into your lies. So the news media largely treated this statement about the United States has nothing to do with Israel's attack as being directed at Iran. But this statement was not directed at Iran. This statement was directed at MAGA. This statement was directed at Donald Trump's base. Right? Iran understands how closely connected the United States and Israel are. Iran understands that Israel's tapping American intelligence resources, that America will be helping to protect Iran, that Israel will be using American weapons. So this wasn't about trying to placate Iran, right? This was a statement to the base. And so supporters of Donald Trump are going to be much more incentivized to believe things that are not true than foreign leaders such as Iran. And so you rarely see leaders of countries trying to effectively lie to the leaders of other countries, because for a lie to be effective, people have to be incentivized to believe it against the evidence.
Information about threats. Perhaps they're, have radars in each other's countries. This is purely speculative on my part. I really don't know. But it wouldn't surprise me if it was true. And certainly the U.S. has assets in all of these countries. So the U.S. is like, in many ways, it's sort of like the central operator. It's like that 1950s central operator who would connect all the different lines. The U.S. CENTCOM is in many ways, I think, playing that role now and enabling anybody who's threatened by Iran to coordinate, send alerts, and to intercept those threats. This is happening even though the Gulf Sunni countries are keeping a very low profile, because I think they're very worried about catching some of those Iranian missile attacks. They really don't want to be targeted. They've been targeted before. They don't want to be targeted again. So any such coordination, if it's happening, and again, I don't know, I'm just assessing or speculating, but if it's happening very, very quietly.
Let's talk a little bit about the mechanics.
So Mossad has all sorts of agents operating on the ground in Iran, particularly in Tehran, carrying out assassinations close up. So we had an Iranian Republican Guard general who was just assassinated in Tehran about 2 hours ago by gunfire at very close range. So there are all sorts of Israeli agents carrying out assassinations across Iran right now.
Of airstrikes in a country as far away as Iran. I mean, it was always assumed that Israel just could not reach the nuclear facilities and would have problems flying all the way there. The questions about refueling. There were some reports, perhaps, that some of the attack planes that Israel had been refitted over the last year in order to extend their range, so they wouldn't need to refuel on the way to Iran. But maybe you could talk a little bit about how planes are able to fly from Israel, attack in Iran, basically doing so as if it's they were doing in southern Lebanon, so close to Israel's borders, attacking many targets, and then figuring out how to refuel either on the way back, whether they're stopping in third-party countries or what they might be doing. And then, how do you get these planes refueled and then back out into the sky? What do these rotations look like? Do we have any idea, any indication as to how the Air Force is?
So Israel has excellent intelligence about what's going on inside of Iran. And to a large degree, this fight so far appears to be a mismatch between a higher IQ group and a lower IQ group. So how good is Israeli intelligence in Iran? It's so good that it knows the safe houses to which Iranian intelligence officials flee when ministry buildings get destroyed by the IDF. So the Israeli Air Force has just targeted another safe house of the Iranian Ministry of Intelligence in Tehran.
مسلّا به نظر میرسه خیابون بهشتی باشه.
So why are lower IQ types so surly? Because you often recognize that they are operating at a distinct disadvantage against higher IQ types.
Just physically conducting this kind of operation.
Right. And this is something that they've been preparing for years. I think we even talked about it, Alex, at the JNS conference when they declared 2022 to be the year that they prioritize preparing for exactly this kind of mission. And since then, they've updated it again and again. And I recall the former commander of the Air Force, Amiko Nolkin, saying at our panel that this would not be a one-day affair, that this would be a multi-day campaign. So this is obviously something that the Israeli Air Force has been preparing for years and putting together all of the plans and preparations. Now, in terms of what's happening, I think it's absolutely historic because, as you say, when you look at some of the activities by the Israeli Air Force, you could be confused and think, is this Dakhya in Lebanon? Is this Khan Yunis? No, it's Tehran. It's more than 1,500 kilometers away to the east, 1,700 kilometers away. And what we're seeing here is you can always divide targets into two. You have the targets that you prepare to hit, and then you have real-time targets. So the first waves almost always involve the targets that have been pre-planned.
So the Trump administration has taken civil rights enforcement in a new direction. I don't like the intensity, the degree, the amount of civil rights law that we have. Right? I believe that shop owners should be, free not to serve Jews if they don't want to serve Jews. But given the laws that we have, U.S. Department of Justice has filed a civil rights lawsuit against a Palestinian-owned coffee shop in Oakland, alleging that its employees harassed and refused to serve people who are Jewish. I didn't expect to see that.
Right, that was the initial waves. Now what we're seeing is, in addition to hitting pre-planned targets, the Israeli Air Force is...
So I see news media coverage noting that war overseas and internal divisions within America overshadow the military parade in Washington, D.C. yesterday. I would think that they would just reinforce the need for a strong military. Right? The world's a dangerous place. And there are threats that are internal and domestic, and you want a military that is strong to be able to keep people safe, all right? The tranquil lives of good people depend upon the willingness of tough guys to do very nasty things.
Is gathering intelligence in between these strikes and then acting on it within just a few hours. And for the Israeli Air Force to be able to close the...
Come on, I'm trying to do a high-quality show here.
In a country that's almost 2,000 kilometers away, and to translate that into almost immediate operational activities, that's the phase that we're in now, is absolutely phenomenal. And that's what enables these strikes to keep going. In terms of logistics, look, the aerial refuelers that are a core aspect of any such attack. This is what enables...
And the chat says, wait, I thought this was just over neutralizing the nuclear program of Iran, and they have all this incontrovertible evidence. I got a shocking thing to say to you. The reasons people do things are not identical to the reasons that they give, all right? There are the real reasons, and then there are the reasons that people give publicly. This is as true for the Jewish state as it is for non-Jewish states, as it is for individuals.
All of the jets, the F-15s.
People rarely mean what they say, and people rarely say what they mean.
The F-16s, and let's remember the F-35s. The F-35s are going to be the trailblazers here because they're invisible basically to enemy radar. So I expect them to have had a lead role, at least in the initial waves. But now with Iranian air defenses knocked offline completely, in 2024, the Israeli Air Force took out the S-300s, the S-400s. Now they've taken out a whole bunch of Iranian-made air defense systems. Now, any jet, the F-15s, F-16s, the F-35s, and let's assume long-range drones with attack capabilities are operating freely over Iran. They are gathering intelligence. They are striking. There are other ways as well to gather intelligence. I think we have to assume that Mossad is continuing to gather intelligence on the ground. We know that Israel has spy satellites. We know that there are all kinds of electronic intelligence gathering. So when you put it all together, there's probably vast amounts of intelligence. And in fact, what I can tell you that I heard from an IDF official just a few hours ago during a briefing is that this ability to gather real-time intelligence on what's happening in Iran is actually getting better. Since this operation began and now, just a few days, it's actually improved. That's what the IDF is reporting.
And that's obviously critical when it comes to identifying launch points of ballistic missiles. In order to protect the home front, they're identifying where these missiles are being launched from and then striking those sites just shortly after in order to make sure that they cannot be used for future rounds, which is limiting the amount of launchers and supply chain logistical components that Iran has to be launching these ballistic missiles.
And Media Hit says, hey, I'm here for the Look Forward Father's Day edition of the psychology part of the show. So there are two terrific books I read, The Father Factor and The Mother Factor. And essentially one's reaction to authority is largely shaped by one's reaction to one's own father. And I feel like there's a great deal of truth to the Father Factor book in that I've had an instinctual, rebellious attitude towards authority and institutions throughout my life, and to employers and to bosses and to supervisors, that probably reflects my own instinctive rebellious attitude towards my own father. And this instinctive rebellious attitude has not served me. On the other hand, I notice that people who overall tend to have good relations with their parents, tend to make much saner choices in life compared to myself.
What do we know about the airspace that Israel might be using in terms of getting from Israel to Iran? Are all the planes coming back and then going back and forth? And then also, when you mentioned the refueling planes, compared to the number of jets that Israel has, how many refueling planes do you need? How long does it take to refuel a plane? How many planes can be refueled in a single mission? I mean, these are all like a lot of logistics, obviously, that the Air Force is balancing.
Yeah, it's really incredible, when you break it down to that resolution. So look, in terms of number of planes, I think the opening attack, the opening salvo probably saw the largest amount of planes. And once, you take control of the skies of Iran, you need less aircraft because you don't need to worry about surface-to-air threats and those radars. They've already been eliminated. They're not firing. The Iranians are not firing on our pilots. They can't, right? So you don't need as many.
So Homeland Security has issued letters to over 200 NGOs, so non-governmental organizations, informing them of investigations for the use of federal resources to facilitate illegal immigration. This is great. And we have one major big ag employer saying that they have no idea how to proceed given that they had 76 illegal alien employees deported by ICE. Well, how about paying higher wages to American citizens?
Many aircraft because the sky superiority, the air superiority has been established and it's stable. And then from that point on, you can just have shifts of aircraft refueling in the air, refueling on the ground, coming in, conducting their strikes, probably also, looking at what's happening on the ground. And you're having a shift system. By the way, this is not a new trick. One of the things that shocked the air forces of Egypt in Syria in 1967 was the ability, they had miscalculated the Israeli Air Force's ability to work in shifts, constant shifts of landing and taking off.
So Israel, including among its secular leftists, right, has a degree of social trust and social cohesion that the United States has lost. So this is a secular news anchor reacting to the results of Iranian missile attacks against Israel. So let's just turn off the Hebrew and look at the English translation. We're living in the state of Israel. We're a nation of believers, the Jewish tradition, our remarkable faith. I'm sure that there's no other nation that can survive what we're experiencing in the way that we survive it. Right, this is someone who's secular and on the left. We're still in the middle of this war. It's impossible not to give thanks for the wondrous miracles that we are seeing, plain and simply beyond what any of us could have imagined. Therefore, we must recite a psalm of thanksgiving, Psalm 120. I'm choking up. This guy puts on a kippah, secular news anchor. Know that the Lord is God. He made us, and we are His people and the sheep of His pasture. Enter His. I'm verklempt. Give thanks to Him. This is a secular news anchor, right? In a time of crisis, putting on a kippah and reciting Psalm 120. I mean, the amount of social trust and social cohesion that builds.
Moments ago, declining to comment on a report that President Trump vetoed a plan to assassinate Iran's supreme leader. This as strikes continue between his nation and the Islamic Republic. Trey Yingst is live in Tel Aviv, Israel, with details. Hello, Trey.
Mike, good afternoon. Since the conflict began, more than 250 ballistic missiles have been fired by Iran into Israel. Overnight, 11 people were killed when some of those ballistic missiles slipped past air defense systems, slamming into residential areas of this country. Hundreds of others were injured. When we arrived at one impact site this morning, rescue crews were combing through the rubble of an apartment building in central Israel looking for survivors. One man in his 50s, named Meir, was still trapped as his son, who had been wounded in the attack, waited to learn the fate of his father. Rescue workers are digging through the debris following that Iranian ballistic missile attack that targeted central Israel. They are looking for survivors who are trapped under the rubble, including Meir, that father. His son Ofek is off in the distance, still wearing his hospital gown after he was pulled from the blast site. He is hoping for a miracle today following this Iranian attack. Israel is responding to these recent attacks with more airstrikes targeting military and energy positions inside Iran. Iranian media reports 128 people have been killed and 900 injured. We know among that list are Iranian nuclear scientists and top IRGC commanders targeted by Israel. Iran's foreign minister spoke today about the American support for Israel during the conflict, saying this.
We have extensive evidence of how the American forces assisted the Zionist regime. But beyond our evidence, what is even more telling are the statements made by the U.S. president himself in his tweets yesterday and in his interviews, where he has openly expressed support.
In conversations with Israeli officials, these sources make a distinction between the target list for the Israelis and the target list for the Iranians. The Israelis are mostly going after nuclear sites and military positions, while the Iranians are launching these waves of ballistic missiles into Israel toward populated cities like Tel Aviv. Mike?
Important context there. Trey Yingst live in Tel Aviv. Trey, thanks very much. President Trump is headed to Canada for the G7 summit, where the Israel-Iran conflict is expected to dominate the agenda. Let's go to senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy live in Calgary with more. Hello, Peter.
So, is this the first war that is strictly an air war? Looking at posts on X, I can't think of any other parallel. And Israel is officially requesting assistance from additional countries for defense and interception of missiles and drones from Iran. Israel is trying to reestablish the international coalition that operated during previous Iranian attacks. So there are many benefits to working with a coalition. That's why I am not on board with the amount of contempt that Donald Trump has shown towards many of America's coalition partners. So it looks like Israel will be able to get support, you would think, from countries such as the United Kingdom, perhaps France, other nations, right? Always easier to work within a group strategy. Group strategies traditionally outcompete individualist strategies.
Landing and taking off in order to hit so many targets in just 24 hours. So the Israeli Air Force has decades of pioneering, basically maximizing existing assets and turning them into force multipliers through very, very creative logistics and just working them intensively in constant shifts. So the end result is that the Iranians are really struggling to come up for air because every time, every couple of hours, there's a new array of attacks coming down on them very hard. So absolutely, the Israeli Air Force working with the Mossad hand in hand is turning intelligence into accurate firepower, and it's doing it in a massive way, and it's doing it in ways that I think nobody except the people who were in on this could have predicted that would be so sustained, so precise at such a long distance. Definitely, we're seeing military history here in the making.
Now, in terms of your assessment, how far into the campaign is Israel right now? We're still just maybe 72 hours or so into the campaign, but in terms of percentage, how far along in this campaign is Israel? What are the goals here? And what has to be achieved that hasn't been achieved yet in order for Israel to reach its goals? What do you see in the days ahead?
So I think that Israel will want to continue, first of all, damaging the Iranian nuclear program in the coming days. We still have some sites that have been untouched. And first and foremost, I mentioned Fordow. There's another site called Arak, which is to do with their plutonium, which is a different kind of heavy water. Exactly. That hasn't been touched yet either, as far as I know. But really, Fordow is the main thing that I'm waiting to see what happens with that target. So I would be very surprised if this war ends without some sort of attack on Fordow. Are we waiting for the Americans to come in, or do we have a plan for making that happen later? These are all unknowns. This is obviously totally classified. So I would just put a flag on that site and urge viewers to watch it, because I think I can't imagine this conflict ending with Fordow remaining intact. And if that does happen, I would be surprised and wonder why. So that's one. And also, I would expect more attacks on their missile capabilities, especially. Let's just create a little bit of order with the missiles. There are two kinds of systems that the Iranians use to fire missiles at us. One is from underground missile launchers, that the launchers just sort of coming out of mountain edges.
So, looking at a report here on X, Iran has fired about 290 missiles at Israel so far in 3 separate attacks, compared to 201 missiles in one night in October 2024. This signals that Iranian launch capabilities have been reduced. Right, Israel expected a far higher number of Iranian missile attacks by now.
One such site was hit yesterday in western Iran, and amazingly, it's a place where the former IRGC Air Force commander and the former chief of staff of the Iranian armed forces, both of whom were eliminated on June 13th, used to parade through very proudly because they called it an underground missile city, and you had all these ballistic missiles, and you probably remember the propaganda footage, and these were very real sites. So those are being hit. Those bases and launch bases are being hit. And then you have the mobile launchers, what the Air Force it says that it's hunting. And those are the trucks. A lot of them are disguised as civilian trucks, and suddenly the roof comes off and you have a missile that's launched. So those are the two main things that are being targeted. And if you take out launchers, so even if they have missiles, right, but they don't have launchers to fire them with, that creates a massive bottleneck for their ability to attack Israel. So I think there's a lot more, I think, of those targets that Israel wants to hit, set back their missile program and their nuclear program. But I think, there's a third dimension, Alex, and in some ways it's kind of the elephant in the room. And it's to do with the regime itself, right? Because I wrote an article for JNS a couple of weeks ago in which I also interviewed the former commander of CENTCOM, General Retired McKenzie. And one of the things he said is that if it was up to him, he thought the United States should force Iran to choose, the regime, to choose between the nuclear program and its survival. And the way to do that, he said, was in any attack to make it clear to the Iranians it wouldn't just be the nuclear program, right? Because even the Americans with their bunker busters and their strategic bombers, even them, he said, could only set the program back by many months. As long as the regime exists, the chances are that it could start rebuilding the nuclear program. And that's also true for our attack. The estimate I heard today is that the attacks took back Natanz and Isfahan by many months. So even if it's less than the American, it's the same equation. What we're doing here, as long as the regime exists, we're buying time. But if the regime collapses, if it destabilizes, then we're in a whole new world. Then it's a strategic reset of the entire chessboard. And if that happens, then perhaps somebody more moderate will come to power. We know there are millions of moderate Iranians who love the state of Israel, love the Jewish people, love the United States, are pro-Western, despise their regime and view it as their enemy.
The weakness with this approach is that you may have someone that's more radical, right, more vicious, more willing to hit Israel if you replace the current regime, right? No assurances that the next regime will be more compliant.
And I'm sure we've all met those Iranians when traveling abroad. I know I have, and it's incredible to me how supportive they are. I've also seen them at protests and pro-Israel protests in the middle of Western capital. So that's a very important population. Prime Minister Netanyahu makes sure to talk to these people directly. And we've seen in the past 24 hours, Alex, that the Israeli Air Force has begun to expand its attacks to target the economic foundations, the pillars of this regime. Now, the question is why? Why is this happening? I think the first reason is to signal to the regime, if you continue firing ballistic missiles at our...
So it appears that all of Iran's major airports have been hit.
Our population centers, you face an existential threat to the regime, not to the country of Iran, but to the Islamic Republic, this fanatical jihadist Shiite regime. Because if we start taking out their oil refineries and their ports, and Bandar Abbas was hit, I mentioned at the beginning, and in Western Iran, an oil site was hit, a fuel site. If this continues, this begins to destabilize the regime. And so even if the regime doesn't fall during this war, if the economic damage that is caused is significant enough, perhaps that would create the push, that would create, the domino effect, just like we saw in Syria, by the way, after the Lebanon war, when Assad collapsed because Hezbollah couldn't help him and the Sunni rebels saw that they had their chance. Perhaps these attacks will also help the regime, help the people of Iran bring down their regime. And that's something we have to look out for, because that would actually solve the nuclear crisis rather than just buying time.
Right, it's the chicken and the egg. It's the nuclear program didn't come before the people that built it and the people with their fingers on the button. And the question is, Israel obviously targeting the nuclear scientists, obviously targeting the chief of staff of the Iranian military, the head of the Revolutionary Guards Corps. And why has Israel not chosen or is unable to target the Ayatollah himself, Ali Khamenei, who is the head of the terror snake, and also potentially his sons, and specifically his second son, which has been provisionally appointed as a successor to Khamenei as a supreme leader? Yeah.
So my assumption is that he may be targeted at any moment. He's probably very deep in a bunker somewhere, whisked away to an emergency, facility, which many governments have. But I wouldn't be surprised if he would be targeted, Alex. It wouldn't surprise me at all. We're still not at the end of this war. I think there are many surprises ahead, and he might be targeted. And another thing that I think we have to look out for is that Ayatollah Khamenei, right, he built this entire regime based on the idea that they're going to export the Islamic Revolution, they're going to take over the Middle East, they're going to build terror armies, they're going to build a worldwide caliphate in the end. These are all things that he had promised. And now what the Iranian people see are squadrons of Israeli fighter jets over their skies in Tehran, as if it was Gaza. and they see that the Mossad is operating freely in Iran, this is going to severely discredit Ayatollah Khamenei and his stooges, his fundamentalist Ayatollah regime. It's going to make them look extremely weak in the eyes of his people. And that's something that if he survives this war, he's going to have to contend with. So that's another thing I would throw into the mix.
And do you think that the United States will participate at some point before the end of the war, not only in the defensive capacity, but whether that means using its heavy bombers, either the B-2 or the B-52, and the Moab, the mother of all bombs, in order to really sort of blast these underground nuclear facilities like Fordo and Natanz, really right out of the mountain? Things that it might be more difficult for Israel to do, provided, of course, that Israel has already succeeded in taking out all the air defenses, all the ballistic missile, like as a last strike, that America just comes in and quickly finishes that job once and for all.
Yeah, well, look, I sure hope so. I hope that they do it. Whether they will or not, based on the statements of President Trump and basically the posturing of the White House right now, I would say that it's very much up to the Iranians. So what the U.S. is signaling to the Iranians is, if you attack any of our bases, any of our embassies, any U.S. asset in the Middle East, if any Iranian missiles start heading that way, and many of those thousands of Iranian missiles are short-range missiles designed to hit exactly those targets, then I think the U.S. will come in. So will the Iranians? Yeah.
And we're seeing also, calls from the Americans and others for the Iranians to return to the negotiating table. And it would seem as though it might be a little bit late for negotiation. But do you see Israel ceding to any path where Iranians would enter into negotiations, agree to stop firing ballistic missiles at Israel, where Israel would say, okay, fine, if that's the case, we'll stop our attacks? Or do you see at this point?
So there's currently another wave of Iranian ballistic missiles heading for Israel.
Israel going all the way to the finish, whatever that looks like.
Yeah, I think that the Israeli decision-making is going to be guided first and foremost by how much damage is caused to the Iranian program. I think any statements by Iran are not going to be taken very seriously about future intentions at this stage, because I think even the Iranians themselves are in disarray. So they don't really know what they themselves are going to do, I think, after this war, assuming the regime survives. But if the Iranians choose a diplomatic path, as Trump is offering to them, and they end up, abandoning their nuclear program, which I think is highly unlikely given the nature of this regime and everything we know about it, then of course Israel would welcome that. And if Iran had done that to begin with, then this war would.
So every hour this war goes on, it appears that Iran is disproportionately suffering strategic losses, and it appears that Iran is a paper tiger, unable to inflict strategic losses on Israel. So Donald Trump may talk about, we want peace, we want negotiation, but he could essentially order Bibi Netanyahu to stop if he wanted to, and he apparently is not.
Wouldn't have happened. Israel never had any opposition to a diplomatic path. It's just that the Iranians had no intention of going down that path, and were actually using it as a cover for breaking out to nuclear weapons. So it all depends on what the intelligence delivers from the field, from the ground, about Iran's activities. I think that's what's going to determine future Israeli actions. At least in the short term, there's no chance, I think, of Iran returning to talks. If anything, before this war, it said repeatedly that if it's attacked, it's going to leave the NPT. That's the Non-Proliferation Treaty. And again, I think that the biggest calculation here, beyond the fanatical ideology of the Ayatollahs and of Khamenei, is also they're going to try and figure out how to save face in front of their own base, their hardline base. If they go back to negotiations after this preemptive strike, I think that they will be looked upon as a disgrace by their own hardline base. So I don't see that happening anytime soon. And I think they're very worried about how they're being perceived by their base in Iran. So that's something that's going to influence their decisions and their rhetoric and their actions going forward.
Okay, any final thoughts?
I would just urge, first of all, those of us who live here in Israel to stay safe, listen to the instructions, obviously, of the Home.
And here's another interview.
So let's turn to the Israeli front. We're going to introduce Nadav, who's doing fantastic reporting for Yedid Achronot out of Israel. Nadav, welcome to the Iran Breakdown. Glad to have you.
Thanks
Hello,
for having
Nadav.
me.
How
Hi,
are you?
I'm fine.
Good. I want to wish you, first of all, a happy Father's Day. I hope your family is safe from an Israeli decision-making point of view.
So the Israelis do not deny that this would end with a decision by the president, either to sort of force Israel to end the war or join the war, or at least be.
Right, that's the most likely way that this ends, right, when Donald Trump decides to end it. So every hour it goes on seems to be working right now to Israel's advantage.
Part of the final blow to the Iranian nuclear program. And the Israelis are absolutely clear about this. As to Fordo, the question mark that you asked, Barak, Israel doesn't have a good and effective way to actually tackle the challenge in Fordo in a short period of time. It can use its own air force and bombs to dig away into the mountain. It will be a slow process. It will take time, and it will be more than a few days to do so. Israel already achieved, as you mentioned, tremendous military achievements. It's flying over Iran right now, as it is flying over Gaza or over Lebanon. This is pretty amazing as of itself. But the focus and keeping our eyes on the ball is not fighting an entire war against Iran. Iran has many, many military targets. It's been an arch enemy of Israel for many years. The IDF and the Israeli Air Force can spend at least 6 months just bombing away in Iran, and I don't think that's the idea. Because, as you mentioned, it also is taking a heavy toll. Just this night, 10 Israeli.
So there are about 700,000 Americans in Israel right now, and most of them are dual American-Israeli citizens.
Who died, at least 4 that are unaccounted for, and the kind of devastation that we have never seen in this country before, in missiles in the first Gulf War or Hamas or Hezbollah missiles, this is a completely different story. So if the Americans decide to do this and to join Israel in the final blow, that would be super important. And then the Iranians are not going to say, okay, now we agree to negotiations. Mark, the Islamic Republic probably better than I do. It's never going to work that way. It's going to be sort of cessation of hostilities, and then a few months of thinking within the Islamic Republic.
So apparently Iran's Ayatollah ordered the missile strikes aimed at concentrations of Israeli civilians.
Higher echelons, and then if everything goes well, they'll turn into the negotiation route. It's all about, and this was told, Israeli generals were saying that to me a year and a half ago. It's all about what's going to happen after we attack. It's not about our attack. And by saying that, they meant the U.S. It's either going to be carrots or sticks or both of those to make sure that the Islamic Republic doesn't turn to, for instance, breaking into a bomb. They just announced today that they're stopping the reporting to the IAEA. That's a major negative development. If they keep up with this, they're signaling that they might break for a bomb. And then should the U.S. join? Will the U.S. join? So all eyes right now are in Washington and specifically on the White House and President Trump to make that decision. But there are still stuff that Israel wants to do and is doing.
So Thursday night, I wanted to stay up to date with this war while I was coming in and out of sleep. And so I was looking for a news broadcast that would be most conducive to sleep, but would be there to provide me with information when I wake up intermittently throughout the night. So I like the BBC. So many Jewish friends who regard the BBC as anti-Semitic. I don't see the BBC that way. But more importantly, whether or not the BBC is anti-Semitic, they have this calm, soothing way of speaking, this understated manner of speaking that I find particularly conducive to sleep. So I would move in and out of sleep listening to the BBC all night. So we now have new ballistic missiles from Iran hitting Tel Aviv or hitting Israel. Let's go to Fox.
Go to Trey Yingst live in Tel Aviv where sirens are going off. Trey, what's the scene there?
Yeah, right now, Mike, there are incoming ballistic missiles targeting Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv. We can see interceptors coming off in the distance, trying to intercept some of this incoming fire. These air raid sirens meant to send people into bomb shelters across the country. And we're just going to wait here. I want to look at the skyline and see what else is coming up. A lot of these missiles, and there's one in the sky here. Let's see if we can pan up and catch it. These are some advanced missile defense systems that are working to intercept the incoming fire. From David's Sling to the Arrow 2 and 3 system. These explosions in the sky right now are interceptions taking place over Tel Aviv. And right now, you're going to see...
Get ready to roll.
All right. Just stand by and watch this scene, Mike. A lot of interceptions taking place right now. So, Mike, what you are seeing, ballistic missile fire targeting Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv. We saw a number of air defense systems active, and you can hear those interceptions, those flashes in the sky right now as these interceptions take place. There are still more missiles coming in. We can see them in the distance. And if you look at the skyline and pan up, Yaniv, right over city center, and yet another right now. And just wait. So these are all interceptions, Mike, and we're just monitoring.
We just had the siren a few minutes or so ago.
So we have not seen any impacts in Tel Aviv yet. That's an interception. Those booms. Just stay with us, Mike. So that is just one example of the ballistic missile waves that have targeted central Israel over the past several days, and they're still coming in as we speak. You can see the explosions there in the skyline of Tel Aviv, and it appears this attack is largely over, but there are still some distant booms indicating many missiles were fired. Mike?
Trey Yanks live in Tel Aviv with the breaking news coverage. Trey, thank you very much. And to your point, Trey, earlier you were talking about basically the Iranians targeting residential areas and kind of widespread attacks, whereas the Israelis have been very precise. What about that, Trey?
Yeah, Mike, and I can still hear these distant booms as the ballistic missile wave is unfolding. Multiple missiles fired at Tel Aviv. But the Iranians are not aiming, in many cases, towards specific targets, but rather just launching a volley of missiles to try and hit anything that they can in major population centers here, whereas the Israelis are going after specifically nuclear sites and military positions. Again, this attack does appear to be largely over for now. There are some booms in the distance, and we will try to gather some information as to if there were any impacts in central Israel. This is the 8th attack that has taken place over the past 3 days following the Israeli operation to target Iranian nuclear facilities and top IRGC leadership. But it gives you a sense how this paralyzes the country. Israel's airport remains closed. It's the longest period in the country's history that the airport has been closed. We know that there is still a big concern about Iran's ability to continue these types of attacks. And in the images that we showed you just earlier this hour, Mike, you see the aftermath of these strikes. An entire apartment building was taken out by an Iranian ballistic missile, killing multiple people. Over the past 24 hours, 11 civilians, all civilians, killed here in Israel as a result of the Iranian regime attacks against this country.
Trey Yank's doing a great job with the breaking news. Trey, thanks very much, and you and your crew, please be safe.
Thank you.
So I want to bring in our political panel today, Aaron McGuire and Yemisi Egbowale. Welcome to both of you. Obviously, we're not planning to talk about this, but your reaction to what we're seeing in Israel real time.
Well, it's incredible to have to watch a live video of a ballistic missile attack on Tel Aviv, which I believe is Israel's largest city, not second largest.
Across Iran right now, as we are speaking, mainly ballistic, but also nuclear. And this is an ongoing effort.
Nadav, what are you hearing from your sources about Mossad's and the Israeli Air Force's killing of these top 10 nuclear weapons scientists? I mean, when I think about this, I think about the movie Oppenheimer. And I think, if Oppenheimer and his top 10 nuclear weapons scientists had been killed in, let's say, February, March of 1945, right before the June Trinity test of the atomic weapon, that would have been a devastating blow to the Manhattan Project. What are your sources in Israel saying about that operation? And if you could give us even some more detail and insight into, it's a pretty extraordinary intelligence and military success. How did it happen, and how significant is it?
So first of all, most of the credit goes to Israel's intelligence branch this time, and not the Mossad. I know that the Mossad took a lot of headlines right after the attack began with those incredible stories. I'm not downplaying those of Mossad agents flying drones within Iran, attacking air defenses in Iran. But this time, this was the work of the Israeli intelligence branch, and they did a tremendous amount of work there. I can't share every detail that we have. We are in a state of war here. I can say that this is the stuff of, this is really the stuff of movies, the kind of intelligence that Israel needed, not only to hit these apartment buildings, but to hit them in the right place, in the right angle, in the right room, sometimes trying not to hit other family members who are in the house, trying to differentiate between the rooms and the family members where you're not seeing them. This is the kind of work that you need to do when you want to take out, as you said, the people responsible possibly for breaking to a nuclear warhead. Now, here's the thing, Mark. We didn't get all of them. There are some names that I know of. I was looking for these names, and they weren't there. And that means that the IDF didn't get them. And also, there's always a question of how much is it of an institutional kind of information and data and skill that was built over the years, and how much is it really dependent on a specific person. And the general assessment with the intelligence branch and the IDF is quite pessimistic. They're saying, yes, this will pull them back. It will definitely help. But we don't think that this is more than, together with the actual damage to their nuclear infrastructure, we're thinking about this as between a year and a half, Mark, and more. Okay, but the bare minimum is a year and a half. And if you are a decision maker in the Israeli cabinet and you hear that, you would say, okay, so I need to.
What's striking to me is how little enthusiasm the world community has for trying to stop this war. Right? So people see all the reasons for why it's a good thing if Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile capabilities are reduced. And so not much enthusiasm by other world powers to end this war.
To assume that this took them back a year and a half, but it's not only about that. It's about drawing a line in the sand. And I agree with what my colleague Barak said earlier. The question is, what's going to happen now? How do you make sure that they don't try to rebuild their abilities and you need to do this again, because you wouldn't be able to do this again. And for that, you need the international community, you need the United States, you need some type of an agreement, or you need this regime gone. Now, the serious people I'm speaking with in Israel don't think that they can manufacture or engineer a regime change in Iran through aerial bombardments, basically. They do think that they can threaten the stability of the regime, forcing it to an extent to agree to an agreement, knowing that they have too much to lose. So, and when they do this agreement, they'll have much less centrifuges, much less abilities, infrastructure, because that was hit by the Israelis. And that's the idea. So this is a limited scope operation, at least until and if the U.S. would decide to join it.
Yeah, I'm certainly setting back the nuclear weapons program by a year and a half is quite an accomplishment, particularly because, Nadav, you were reporting on this, or at least I saw this public reporting, that Israeli intelligence had gotten evidence that Khamenei had now made a decision to actually greenlight the nuclear weaponization program. A huge debate over 20 years in Washington, in Israel, in European capitals, that Khamenei himself had never made the decision to move forward on weaponization.
And kind of pathetic that Iran's had a nuclear program since the 1950s and they still haven't developed nuclear weapons.
He had moved forward on other aspects of the nuclear weapons program, but actually on the warhead design, he hadn't actually given that green light. And that had been the position of the U.S. intelligence community for years. Can you tell us a little bit about what has come out publicly from the Israeli government and the intelligence community about Khamenei's decision to actually instruct these weapons scientists to move ahead with this Iranian Manhattan Project?
So I want to say what they're saying and what they're not saying. At no point did they say that Iran decided to break for a bomb. Okay, I want to be absolutely clear. I don't want to mislead anyone. It's not an argument that the Israelis are making. The argument that they were making is that decisions were made, probably, as you said, by the supreme leader, to start acquiring aggressively the abilities for the weapons group, which you only need in order to assemble a nuclear warhead or a nuclear bomb. And the type of ingredients that the Iranians were either developing or trying to purchase around the world, you need them only for that. And they were doing this aggressively. I was reporting this at the beginning of 2024 based on a senior military official in Israel that said this is highly troubling. And it was about at this point that the IDF started really beginning drills towards a possible strike against Iran. As months went by, two other things started developing. The first one was this notion that was captured through documents and other data during the war that showed that the Iranians are actually serious about destroying the state of Israel, that they have a plan for the destruction of the state of Israel. It's not just a slogan cried out in a mosque, death to Israel, death to America, but they have an actual plan. It basically involves a joint attack against Israel. They thought about this plan together with Hamas prior to the war. Hamas was pitching parts of their plan to sort of compensate the parts of the Iranian plan, but it's a serious thing. So this wasn't a sloganish kind of, trying to do this for domestic consumption politically within Iran, within the Islamic Republic, or to lead the Muslim Ummah. It was about really destruction of Israel. And Israel learned much about that. The second element is the one I already mentioned. They started basically running towards the weapons group, something that they didn't do for many, many years, with indications that were public, that the FDD published again and again, that they started playing with the idea that actually they need to cancel the famous fatwa by the Imam Khomeini and allow the development of nuclear weapons. And this was sanctioned by the Supreme Leader. Nothing like that could be done without the Supreme Leader. And the third thing, which is interesting.
So Iran could be twice as rich as it is, right? It could have a much higher standard of living. It could have much easier relations with other states. But like all nation states, Iran prioritizes its own survival. And after seeing America invade Afghanistan and Iraq, right, Iran understandably puts ahead of its own economic prosperity, its own ease of relations with other powers, its own national survival. That's why it is so dead set on acquiring formidable offensive nuclear and conventional weaponry, right? Because it sees that understandably as the best way to guarantee its own survival. And so nation states will prioritize their own survival over economic prosperity. And both Iran and Israel operate by this same precept.
Interesting is the ballistic missiles issue. They discovered basically at the October attack against Israel in 2024 that, there's a limit to what the Arrow and the THAAD anti-missile systems can do. And considering the size of Israel, the population centers, etc., that this could be actually a soft spot, a weakness, deficiency of the Israeli defense apparatus that they can use. By the way, Mark, they still didn't use their bigger missiles, their bigger ballistic missiles, which are warheads of over 1 ton sometimes. And if they'll use them, we'll see much more devastation in Israel. And all of these three elements led the intelligence branch and the operation branch to go to the political level in Israel and say to the government, look, we are entering an area in which we won't be able to tell you in a short while, which would be weeks, where are they headed? Because the plan is so dispersed in terms of enrichment. It's going to be so dispersed in terms of the weapons group. We're going to lose control. Our intelligence grip over what's happening is going to weaken, and it's going to weaken in a way that we simply will not be able to tell you exactly where.
So at the beginning of this war, Israeli intelligence estimated that Iran had about 3,000 ballistic missiles capable of hitting Israel. Current estimate is that Iran's left with about 2,000 missiles to still hit Israel. So Iran can keep up these attacks apparently for weeks.
Where they are. And it's now your decision. The recommendation was to strike, knowing that Israel does not have the absolute capability to be effective in tackling the entire nuclear program. So saying we're going to take the Iranian air defenses, we're going to take much of their surface-to-surface missile abilities, we're going to take some of their ammunitions, we're going to take much of their nuclear installations. We don't know how to do Fordo effectively enough. We hope that the U.S. would join. The U.S. knew about these plans. This is the reason President Trump ordered non-essential diplomats out of the region beforehand. And Israel would have never done it if the U.S. would have said, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it at this point, because we have, the conversations.
If you're interested in this war, an essential follow on X is Yonah Jeremy Bob. He wrote the book on this topic called Target Tehran. He is an analyst for the Jerusalem Post. How is his book, Target Tehran, How Israel is Using Sabotage, Cyber Warfare, and Assassination to Hold Iran in Check. So Israel expecting a third ballistic missile salvo in the next 10 to 20 minutes. And he suggests that multiple smaller bombs could be dropped repeatedly in the same area to cause an underground cave-in which could significantly slow and damage Iran's nuclear capabilities?
In Oman on Sunday. And in that regard, the Israelis feel certain that they didn't break any sort of, I don't want to say even a red line, but any sort of line that was drawn in the sand by President Trump. And according to the public statements made by the president right afterwards, and I would say the more than quite content that he has shown to this attack, I think it's very clear that there was a coordination here. Now, that doesn't mean that the U.S. committed to be part of this strike. I don't think they committed.
Yeah, we probably heard my debate with Barak about whether President Trump was in on this deception operation that Israel was running against the Iranians that really caught them literally and figuratively in their beds. I mean, my view is he was, based on the signaling and the leaks to reporters, that he wasn't in on a offensive operation against Iran. There were no U.S. pilots obviously operating in this, but he certainly knew about it. He didn't red light it. He probably green light it, because I knowing your Prime Minister Netanyahu would not have gone forward without some kind of green light. I kind of call it 50 shades of green. There was some shade of green that I'm sure that President Trump provided to Netanyahu. And then, as you said, he seemed very happy in that truth post on Thursday or Friday, really taking credit that this was U.S. military equipment, doing devastating damage to the Islamic Republic. But talking about devastating damage, I want to focus a little bit in on this ballistic missile question, because I saw some reporting. I mean, our research has shown that Iran has probably 3,000 ballistic missiles. I know the official numbers are more like 2,000, but we've run the numbers. 3,000 ballistic missiles, quite an inventory. There was also reporting, and I'm wondering if this is confirmed by your Israeli government sources, that Iran had plans to quadruple, at least to 8, 9, 10, 11,000 the number of ballistic missiles in a few years, and take it up to 20,000 within 6 years. I mean, that would have given them devastating capabilities where they wouldn't even have to use nuclear weapons to destroy central Israel. They could relentlessly fire ballistic missiles in the hundreds at the state of Israel and do massive damage. Is that consistent with what you've been reporting or what you've heard? And was that one of the key triggers?
Yeah, it's absolutely. Yeah. That's the second ingredient that I mentioned in my previous answer. And I would specifically, as to coordination with Israel, look, I never bet against America. And I never bet against Barak in Washington, D.C., okay? He's just a fantastic reporter. I can only talk about what my reporting has shown. I'll just give you two examples. One example is that I remember myself at least twice in recent months calling good sources that I have within the Israeli government, asking about a tense conversation between President Trump, or at least this is how it was described by one or two media outlets in Israel. And the response I would get from my sources is, what was described in the media is untrue, and that is not the description of the conversation. It was actually a great conversation, specifically on Iran. And I would say, hey, but I've heard otherwise from some of my Israeli colleagues here, and they would say, we know you did, and there's a reason to that. And so I don't know if that deception was also towards journalists. I don't want to say. I do want to say, and you don't need sources for that. You just need to Google Steve Witkoff's speech in a fundraiser on Wednesday night in New York. I think it was a Hatzalah fundraiser. And I would advise anyone who wants to understand how coordinated the U.S. was just to listen to Steve Witkoff's speech. Steve Witkoff is probably the closest person in the world in terms of international relations to the president. I think it would be fair to say. And what Witkoff said there, I found quite amazing. It was not only that the enrichment of uranium in Iran is a risk to Israel's existence and a risk to the U.S. security and the world security, but also ballistic missile program is a risk to Israel's existence, something that, by the way, the Israelis didn't really say before that. Now they're saying it. Today, Netanyahu is talking about this. Today, he went to Bat Yam, to the place in which an Iranian ballistic missile landed and destroyed several apartment buildings. And he said, just imagine that they would have had 20,000. But Steve Witkoff said that beforehand. And he said that in New York, on the record. It's on Twitter. I saw that night. It's not after the fact, after the attack. And I was marking this. I was doing, it was a mental note. By him positioning himself there, it was absolutely clear that the administration understands, the worries of Israel, but more so that it understands that any operation against Iran is not only focused on nuclear enrichment, it's also focused on their ballistic abilities. Very in line with what Israel thought about this ballistic program. By the way, supervising, trying to prevent a nuclear program is difficult. Trying to do so with ballistic missiles is almost impossible. it's almost impossible because you can import those, you can manufacture them. They have no trace, unlike uranium and enriched uranium. You don't have an international agency, by the way, to prevent countries from developing these kind of ballistic missiles. These are not, intercontinent ballistic missiles. It's extremely difficult. So that's another aim that's very ambitious.
Yeah. I mean, there is actually an international missile control body and agreements that have been reached with multiple countries that limit the range and payload of these missiles. And I think one of the criticisms of the JCPOA, which I made back in 2015, others made as well, is that agreement was not only fatally flawed on the nuclear side, but it didn't cover ballistic missiles, including ballistic missiles that were capable of delivering a nuclear warhead. So it sounds like Israel has done significant damage both to the nuclear program and is working at trying to limit and degrade the Iranian ballistic missile inventory and ballistic missile production capability. We'll see how well that goes. What's your sense, Nadav, of how much time is left? I mean, what are Israeli officials saying with respect to the way forward? Is it literally days, or is it potential?
And I follow the X account, Israel Radar, which quotes a Middle East analyst. Iran is battered and humbled. The regime is losing the respect of its own population, and its military command is wiped out. Iran appears to be collapsing like a house of cards.
Potentially weeks.
It's potentially weeks. I'm not sure that Israel has weeks. This also goes again to President Trump and whatever decision that he'll make. Sorry, this is what you just heard is the kind of stuff that you hear. Okay, so basically what the IDF is saying is, don't go into the shelter now, but you might need to go to the shelter in the next few months. That's the sound that you just heard. So basically, the IDF is telling me, a few days at least, to reach our initial aims. And my guess, Mark, and I'm guessing right now, I'm speculating that they have a plan for Fordow. They have a contingency if the U.S. says no. Now, I'm not sure that it is as effective, but my speculation, knowing the IDF, is that they have a contingency there, and Israel is also ready, or it's sort of making itself ready to the possibility that the Iranians won't want to stop at a certain point. And now that's dangerous. That's dangerous because you don't want to have another Ukraine-Russia in the Middle East. And it's a very kind of, the Iraq-Iran war lasted for 8 years. As you know better than me, it only stopped after Khomeini decided that it is crucial for the survival of the regime and the republic to stop the war, and he drank the cup of poison, to quote the expression he used. The Israelis are quoting to me this expression. They are quoting to me this.
Yeah. Well, it's very important because I think this is highly relevant to today. The reason that Khamenei drank the poison chalice is because, actually Khomeini drank the poison chalice is because Khamenei went to Khomeini with former President Rafsanjani and said to Khomeini, we have to end this war because the United States just shot down a passenger airline. They're claiming they did it by mistake. We know those Americans. They did it on purpose. This means the United States is about to intervene in the war. We can fight Iraq and Saddam. We cannot fight the United States of America because that is potentially regime ending. And Khomeini, after that bitter war and over 1 million lives lost, made that decision to end the war because he believed the United States was going to intervene. I think it actually underscores what the Israeli officials are saying, what many in the United States are saying, which is if President Trump wants to end this war, the credible threat of military intervention is indispensable to that. Khamenei needs to understand President Trump is serious about unleashing B-2 bombers and 30,000-pound massive ordnance penetrators.
Okay, let's see what's
Trey there, as he is in a situation. We've lost our connection there with Trey. As he has gone further underground to avoid some incoming missiles. Amidst that warning, we're going to take you back to the region a little bit later in the show. But joining us now is Yakil Leiter, who is the Israeli ambassador to the United States. Mr. Ambassador.
Okay, let's get more analysis from about 8 hours ago.
To take down Fordow, but also may not stop there, may join the Israelis in going after leadership assets. And I guess, I know you probably may have to run to a shelter soon. I want to ask maybe a final question on that, Nadav. Do you think it's possible that if Khamenei decides to continue to escalate, that Israeli political leaders will decide to go after Khamenei himself? No, I think we may have lost Eyal.
Come on, guys! I'm trying to run a high quality show.
The Wi-Fi may have frozen.
Here.
So,
okay, what else do I have lined up?
a big park where you do a lot of this, basically a jungle gym for older boys, but it's like this huge, outdoor thing. And that was canceled. There's no bomb shelter nearby. And we got family, we have family in Tel Aviv. We have family, called up to the Northern Front. I don't know details. The army Times of Israel, Manny has reported that the army has been mobilizing some units to the north just in case some, leftover Hezbollah or Syrian militias that are loyal to Iran trying to help Iran out in this war. I don't know. We're a family that went through, like 100 million other families, if not billions, went through COVID, and then and like all other Israelis, then October 7 and everything that's happened since. So it's crazy. I imagine your family is fairly the same, with one huge exception, which is you actually have kids in the army right now.
That's right. And in fact, I would say that the two soldiers who are home, my daughter is not home. She's part of the Home Front Command, and so she's on call and very much at the ready in another part of the country. But the two soldiers who are at home, it's quite interesting. Every time there's a siren and we're sent to our safe room, they're a little more hesitant, I think, because they actually have faced existential, life-threatening danger in their daily lives. And so for them, they're not getting so riled up over these rockets. But, I try and tell the kids it's kind of like putting on a seatbelt when you're in the car. It's something you have to do, even though statistically speaking, you probably won't get hit by a rocket. But it's something that you do. When I was a little girl in British Columbia, and everyone was so afraid of the Soviet nuclear threat. And it was in the news and it was in the pop culture for just really decades, but you never really thought it would come true. And in so many ways, I kind of feel like that's how Israel has been with this Iran threat, the threat of going to war with Iran. And then here we are, all of a sudden, since...
Okay, what are some of the benefits of immigration?
You're wrong. I love living in Paris, but it is not for the fucking weak. I want to be able to go outside right now and to be able to enjoy life, but I've been harassed so many fucking times in this goddamn city that I'm afraid to go anywhere fucking alone. And there's a whole beautiful city out there that I just want to see, but I'm actually fucking terrified.
They have a lot to answer for. Her at her age, she never created what's going on in Paris, along with all of Europe. It's not the younger generation that created it. It's the ones that came before. Now it's up to us if we continue to let it happen, or we say, no, we need to reverse this. But like that, see what she's doing there? With diverse populations, social isolation goes up. So people are less likely to go out, meet people, and go out socialize. Remigration is the solution.
Okay.
Between Thursday and Friday, 3 a.m. in the morning, we are at war with Iran. This is not just a simple operation. We are, according to the IDF spokesperson, Effie Defrin, we are at war with Iran, which just blows my mind in so many ways. Haviv, you?
No. In some...
And we're falsifying paperwork.
Okay. Then have all my ducks in a row.
They had search warrants. They executed the search warrants, but there's a growing network of unions.
So this is the former sheriff of Los Angeles County talking about LA's riots. This is a video from 4 days ago.
Activists that are trying to do a rapid response. They even call it rapid response network, and they try to swarm the ICE agents and prevent them from either entering or leaving a location that's a target of their search warrant. And that is a crime in of itself, to block any law enforcement agent. It doesn't have to be federal. It could be local as well or state from doing their job, getting in the way. That is obstruction of justice. So that happened on Friday, and there was several people arrested, including David Huerta, the head of the Service Employees International Union, one of their branches. And he tried to block the egress of one of the vans carrying the ones that were being detained. And that's a crime. There's no way around it. And unfortunately, the LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, did not come to the aid of the ICE agents when they were being blocked and under attack. And that is a sad chapter in the history of Los Angeles, because that has never happened before. This is like a whole new area. And it's fraught with the political undertones about the sanctuary city policies enacted at the state and the local level versus federal law that really hasn't changed.
Now, you mentioned that the LAPD and the sheriff didn't come to help in this situation. Can you explain to us how does the laws work?
Well, department policy for the Sheriff's Department has been in existence for decades. You can go back 50 years. And it always says that you have to come to the aid of an officer, a peace officer, who is under attack or in distress in any way. You're supposed to come to their aid. Doesn't mean that you're endorsing or participating in whatever enforcement action they're doing, but by virtue of the fact that they're under attack, you're going to go to their defense. That is your job, literally, in law enforcement. And that doesn't mean you're endorsing, for example, an immigration effort. Doesn't mean you're endorsing that if you're coming to their aid. But the sheriff took that position, the board of supervisors, the mayor, the chief of police, that they didn't want to be involved in it at all, which meant you left the federal agents defenseless with this very organized effort to try to basically block their ability to do their job. And that, as you can see, from that point on Friday, it only escalated further as more and more rioters decided to join the fray and inflict more and more damage. Now you look what happened today in the aftermath of this.
Is there any laws that could cause the sheriff or the LAPD getting involved, get in trouble because they could be getting involved in enforcing ICE's policies?
Not really. I mean, there's a sanctuary policies about that we're not going to participate in immigration enforcement. And I don't think anyone has an issue with that. But when you start attaching the label of sanctuary, you're giving the false impression to the public here in California that federal law no longer applies. And that false perception has very tragic consequences, because when federal enforcement does what they do, and every single president, be it Democrat or Republican, has enforced immigration laws to one form or another, all of a sudden everybody's acting outraged, like, oh my God, this is a miscarriage of justice. It's not. It's the same policy at the federal level. And the actual interfering with their arrest is an obstruction of justice charge. And if you do that same thing, you can be charged locally and you can be charged federally.
So when you mentioned that they didn't allow the ICE agents to do what they were doing, what was the situation like? What was the numbers like? Was there a large number of people that were doing this?
Yes, I mean, they had a caravan, looked like 4 or 5 ICE vans. They're unmarked vans. They went to a location, I think it was in the Garment District, and they went in to detain people, but it was a place that was one way in, one way out. And when they tried to leave, the protesters with their picket signs surrounded the vans and blocked the exit from the location. And this is where David Huerta was involved. He was physically standing in front of the van, trying to block the van from moving forward. And an officer from immigration, ICE, came to tell him, hey, move aside. And he ended up shoving the ICE agent. And that's a charge in of itself. Now you're assaulting a federal officer while they're trying to do their job. And that's what got him in jail. And now he had to post a $50,000 bond to get released from jail. And he's facing serious felony charges in federal court, not state court, federal court. Different ballgame.
Now, where do these protests go from here, based on what you're seeing?
Well, it looks like...
Okay, let's have a look at...
Listening to an art media podcast.
Is released 24 hours
There's
ago.
a consensus in the country that now, after October 7, if you have regimes or terrorist organizations that are saying on the record, we're going to destroy Israel, and are actually starting to act this way, you simply do not have the time, and neither you should have the patience to just wait it out and choose a wait-and-see policy. And I think that the supreme leader of Iran, he didn't understand that. And Hassan Nasrallah didn't understand that. And Yahya Sinwar didn't understand that. So they're dead. The chief of staff is dead. The commander of the Al-Quds force is dead. The leader of the Revolutionary Guard is dead. The commander of the Iranian Air Force is also dead. The scientists that were leading this secret plan to develop nuclear weapons, they're also dead. And I think that one of the reasons is that they didn't understand how serious Israel is with this doctrine.
So every hour that this war goes on is more and more in Israel's interests.
Attack against not only the Iranian nuclear installations, but also its ballistic missiles and many other endeavors of the Iranian regime. This attack has been planned for about 2 years by the IDF chiefs of staff. It's a complex attack, and we have definitely not seen the end of it as far as Israel is concerned. In these last 16 hours, we have seen these tremendous series of success well beyond what was expected within the defense apparatus.
So I suspect Donald Trump will allow this attack to go on longer than any previous American president.
And they are surprised by the way that the Israeli Air Force has managed to maintain the sky of the entire Islamic Republic right now with no actual resistance. Everything that Israel attempted to do up until now has been a success. But this is...
Right, you heard the new acronym for Donald Trump, TACO. Trump always chickens out. well, that Trump is standing by and allowing Israel to just beat the hell out of Iran shows that neither Bibi nor Trump always chicken out.
Is nearly the first day. And one of the reasons they're talking to me is to say that they are expecting a ferocious Iranian response, a lethal Iranian response. And they're saying this is a completely different situation than the one that we have had with Hezbollah. And they want me to deliver this message to the Israelis that they should not underestimate the type of response we shall see from the Islamic Republic.
And Nadav, you have been clear in correcting analysts and journalists who refer to this as an Israeli operation or as an Israeli strike. You've been saying, no, this is a war. The war against Hezbollah that, in the fall of 24, that actually, I think by your count, was not a war. That was an operation, maybe a sustained operation. What Israel is doing right now, what is engaged in right now with Iran is something much different. Can you explain?
Yes, Israel is, first of all, fighting against the country, not against a well-armed terrorist organization such as Hezbollah or Hamas. It's fighting against a civilization. This country is much bigger than Israel. It has, a few times fold the number of civilians that Israel has. And this operation is so wide-scale, so ambitious, that it's actually a declaration of war. And you know what? If I need to compare it to any other war in Israel's past, what we're seeing is the 6 days war. Now, not in the sense of the results. I don't know how much time it's going to last. And from what I'm hearing, the IDF is saying this could last for months. We don't know. We hope it's going to be short, but we have no idea. And not even in terms of success, because we're just in the first day. And I know that people back in America, those who care about Israel, are so enthusiastic right now as to the results that the IDF has been showing. But talking with the IDF, they're very modest as to this. They understand it's just the beginning. So I don't know if this is going to be a success as the 6 days war, but it is and can be compared to the 6 days war in one important notion, Dan. And that notion is there's a threat out there and what we have learned about this threat. And the Israeli Air Force and the entire IDF was sent to take out what Israel sees as an existential threat, specifically after October 7. There are many people in Israel who might say, we don't trust this government, we have criticism, but there's a consensus in the country that now after October 7, if you have regimes or terrorist organizations that are saying on the record, we're going to destroy Israel, and are actually starting to act this way, you simply do not have the time, and neither you should have the patience to just wait it out and choose a...
So no nation state can keep up a sufficient army at the borders to repel every possible enemy invasion. So when Israel was devastated by that Hamas attack on October 7, 2023, that's not unusual. The United States would be devastated if thousands of terrorists or cartel members invaded San Diego. What nation states rely on that have borders is the threat of reprisal. And the way that you punish bad behavior, right, that shows how seriously you take the welfare of your in-group. And so the more severely Israel punishes its enemies, right, the more it shows how much it loves and wants to protect its own people. And the more severely the United States punishes armed criminals who commit criminal violence against its citizens, right, the more the United States demonstrates how much it loves its own citizens.
Wait-and-see policy. And this is an Israeli consensus and doctrine. And I think that the supreme leader of Iran, who's speaking as we are making this recording, he didn't understand that. And Hassan Nasrallah didn't understand that. And Yahya Sinwar didn't understand that. So these two names I just mentioned, in the end, they're dead. The entire chiefs of staff, of the Iranian army, the chief of staff is dead. The commander of the Al-Quds force is dead, of the Revolutionary Guard. The leader of the Revolutionary Guard is dead. The entire chiefs of the Iranian Air Force, they're dead. And the commander of the Iranian Air Force is also dead. The scientists that were leading this secret plan to develop nuclear weapons, they're also dead. And I think that one of the reasons is that they didn't understand how serious Israel is with this doctrine.
What are the key developments over the past year that led to this moment?
So we actually need to begin with about January to March 2024, slightly more than a year, when the Israeli intelligence...
Byron York's pretty fair-minded political reporter and analyst, and he says that the U.S. Army's 250th parade was a good thing to do. It was not a Donald Trump vanity production. It was not an authoritarian flex. It was not a threat to Americans. It was a celebration of one of the great institutions of American life. and it was also a good parade. So the more liberal and secularly educated people get, the more they live in this kind of buffered identity where a visceral love of nation is regarded as primitive. And the more people have the traditional porous understanding of reality, of how we're profoundly affected by everything going on around us, the more likely they are to respect and rejoice in this type of military parade. And we have a Syrian official saying, "We do not object to Israel intercepting launches from Iran in Syrian skies. We are coordinating with Israel."
Services start learning that the Iranians are not only enhancing their enrichment, something that they did almost immediately after the JCPOA collapsed, and some would say, more so after President Biden was elected and sworn into office. But something else is happening beyond enrichment, which is worrying as of itself. And that is that the Iranians have started to try and purchase or get to specific ingredients that you use for the weapons group. And the weapons group is the label that you use when you actually assemble a nuclear weapon. So there are two things you basically need to do. You need to have enriched uranium to a military degree. And when you reach some degree of enriched uranium, let's say 60% or 40%.
So a good question in the chat by my online friend Kemedov, who is not a Zionist, who's a traditional Orthodox Jew. And he says, have you played any audio from dissident voices, such as John Mearsheimer, Jeffrey Sachs, Alexander Makuras? Not today. I've listened to those analyses, but I haven't played any because this situation feels more intense, more visceral, more threatening. And so in reaction to a greater threat, my in-group identity just rises higher and higher. And so I'm not as open-minded right now to the more critical voices.
And which the Iranians have reached. It's very easy to go much closer to 97-something%, and that's enriched uranium in weapons grade. You don't need it for anything beyond a nuclear weapon, Dan. Now, the other thing is that you...
So I have listened to John Mearsheimer's analysis. One point he stresses is that neither the United States nor Israel can stop Iran from developing nuclear weapons, and that the more the U.S. and Israel attacks Iran, the more they incentivize Iran to develop nuclear weapons. And I don't have a rejoinder to that. Seems like a thoughtful point.
You actually need to take that uranium and you need to mold it and put it in a warhead or in a bomb, and you need this thing to actually explode in a very synchronized manner to create the chain reaction of an atomic explosion. And what Israel has been seeing since about January 2024 is that they're trying to get the ingredients more and more, and suddenly the weapons group, which was something that the Iranians kept very quiet about, and it was a very limited operation, although it always exists.
So I have, Kemedov, I've deliberately refrained from cheerleading Israel on in its war with Iran as well. I haven't argued this was a good thing for Israel to do. This was the right thing. I haven't argued that the United States must get involved. The United States must bomb. The United States must send troops. Right? I haven't taken any such position. So I'm viscerally very much affected by what's going on in this war, but I haven't tried to mount an argument in support of Bibi Netanyahu's policies.
Americans want to see more of that. There is this hunger for where we feel like we've lost something of a patriotic zeal, and people are hungry to get that back. My family was more Marines and Air Force, not Army, but I went with my family, and we loved learning about the history of the U.S. Army. And one of my favorite things they showed yesterday was just the gratitude that Americans feel for the Army. And so I think a lot of people try to make it seem like celebrating your military and its successes is some politically divisive thing. But for the vast majority of Americans, they are proud to be American. They do think this is a great country, and they understand that a lot of that rests first and foremost with the Army. We wouldn't even have a country without the United States Army.
That's
and,
right.
And a lot of people are very happy to celebrate
You're
that.
getting full sign-off, obviously, from Jeremy on that. But Dan, this is the same.
So I have Orthodox Jewish friends who are quite capable of both being intensely moved by this war, but also with the ability to see things from multiple points of view. So it's not like all of my Orthodox Jewish friends are just rah-rah Zionists and can't see any other point of view. So I have Orthodox Jewish friends who listen to John Mearsheimer and other critics and recognize that they have important things to say.
It suddenly started.
In modern Orthodox Judaism, right, you won't find much opposition to Zionism. But in traditional forms of Judaism, you'll find a higher percentage of Jews who are skeptical about Zionism.
Working. And that, together with public statements with the Islamic Republic, talking about the possibility, playing with the possibility of allowing, religiously speaking, to acquire nuclear weapons, breaking the fatwa of the Imam Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic Republic, that said that nuclear weapons are illegal, and this is something they take seriously. Together, this led senior Israeli defense officials to say that they're extremely worried and that there are these kind of pathological developments as to the Iranian nuclear program.
Okay, so Nadav, I can't think of another journalist that is more dialed in to how Israel...
Mickey Kaus is a pretty reliable voice on the immigration skeptical side of the spectrum. And he quotes from a Substack post, "Do you want to turn tens of millions of Trump voters into Bernie or AOC voters before the next election? Well, automate their jobs out of existence, replace them with H-1B workers, and offer them no plan on how to move their lives forward." So how do we want to arrange our economy? Do we want to arrange our economy on the basis of abstract models of economic efficiency, or do we want to arrange our economy on the basis of providing dignity for the vast majority of Americans? And dignity means work where they can provide for their families.
It begins really with the branch of operations within the Chief of Staff. So this division of operations is responsible for preparing wars. There's a general there. His name is General Oded Basiuk, and they prepared the attacks against Hezbollah. And together with these attacks during the war, at a certain point when this troubling information comes in, they are being asked to actually prepare the war plan as to taking out the Iranian nuclear installations alone. Now, you probably remember, Dan, we spoke about this on this show, that at a certain point, what I hear from the IDF is we can do it alone and we can be effective. And I sort of mark this as the first moment that I heard that the IDF is saying we can do it without the Americans. We need their coordination. We need their backing. I think I said this sentence so many times in conversations with you, Dan, but we can do it alone and be effective. And to reach that conclusion, you need the intelligence branch and you need the Israeli Air Force. So you have here two divisions of the Chiefs of Staff, and they're working together, basically led through the plans of their operation division. And now here comes the questions. So the main problem of Israel is that it doesn't have the same resources that the U.S. has. The best case scenario is just to attack all of these targets all at once, take out their air defenses, take out their ballistic missile stockpiles, take out, of course, the nuclear installations, take out some of the military leadership all at once. But Israel can't do that. The U.S. can do that, but it was quite clear that the U.S. is not too interested in doing it completely by itself. And then it's a question of efficiency and ingenuity. And here comes the startup nation. And this is exactly, and I'll give you one example. So one of the biggest problems that you know all about is the fueling jets, right? You need fueling jets. And it's not that you don't have enough airplanes to attack, enough bombers to attack Iran. You don't have B-2s like the U.S. has, but you do have, F-35s, F-16s, and the rest. The problem is that you need to fuel them in the air in order to reach Iran. How do you do that if you want bigger and bigger sorties? And one of the conclusions is maybe you can use drones physically in Iran.
It's fascinating that we don't have any evidence yet of an Israeli airplane going down in Iran.
Maybe you can have, a small base there of drones. Maybe you can have other installations that will be automated, and you somehow manage to import them secretly into Iran. And on the D-Day, someone will push a button, and they will automatically attack the targets that they had destined to attack beforehand. And this is something that the Mossad did, and we heard about this.
So the anti-interventionist analysts were right with regard to America's invasion of Afghanistan in 2001 and with regard to America's invasion of Iraq in 2003 and with regard to NATO's assault and taking out of Gaddafi. When was that? Something like 2013, 2014, right? These were all disasters. On the other hand, the eviction of Iraq out of Kuwait in early 1992 seemed to be an American intervention that worked, and it's the only public policy question where it appears to me that the neocons were not the paleocons were wrong, right? The paleocons were against using American and international forces to evict Iraq out of Kuwait. On reflection, it seems to me that that was a good choice by President Bush in 1992. Other than that, I think I agree with the paleocons about every major public policy issue that I can think of since the 1960s. But it is possible now that perhaps American intervention to destroy Iranian nuclear facilities and to perhaps provide incentives for regime change, right, just because might be the best way to go. I don't have a strong opinion one way or another.
Now, was this a substantial part of this attack? On the greatest scheme of things, not too much. This isn't the Patriots operation. But this gives you an example of the kind of thinking. Now, there are things out there that I can't say about how Israel actually did it. But one of the things that they understood is that they need.
So I've been struck by how the analysts who said that the Iranian regime's a paper tiger, right? It seems to me that those analysts have largely been right. Right. Iran's number of missiles that it launches is steadily going down with each assault.
Friday, they were targeting Iran's nuclear and military sites and key personnel, including the country's top nuclear scientists. These strikes came as Iran and the U.S. were in negotiations to limit Iran's nuclear capabilities. That 60-day deadline that President Trump had set to make a deal had just passed. So the Israeli operation took out 4 top military leaders, including the head of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps and its Air Force. Iran responding predictably, launching ballistic missiles into civilian areas, we're told. The barrage at times overwhelming the Iron Dome and leaving behind extensive damage. Now, despite the Trump administration urging Iran not to retaliate, Iranian officials have indicated that U.S. bases and interests in the region, well, they still may be targeted. With the growing instability in the Middle East, the U.S. had pre-positioned assets capable of defending against ballistic missiles in the region and has now ordered more of that into the eastern Mediterranean Sea. I sat down Friday with Senate Majority Leader John Thune in his office on Capitol Hill to discuss.
So I don't really have any interest in what any politician has to say because they have so many incentives to prioritize things other than truth.
Need to prioritize. And strategy in these kind of operations and preemptive strikes is all about prioritizing. Where do you begin? Do you begin with Natanz or do you begin with something else? And one of the smart things I think that Israel did here is it decided to decapitate the entire military leadership. So one of the things that the Islamic Republic had as part of its deterrence mechanism is that it had ready launchers with people very much on alert, ready to be given the order to shoot at Israel. These are ballistic launchers, and they are also, some of them are also mobile.
So over 100 of the key leaders of the Iranian regime and its military and its internal police have been killed.
And the entire idea there is an idea of deterrence. You know, if you even think about this, we're going to shoot these barrages of ballistic missiles. And the Iranians were very encouraged by their 2024 October on Israel, which was, as far as they're concerned, extremely successful.
The October attack, the Iranian attack against Israel in October of 24.
In which dozens and dozens of ballistic missiles landed in Israel. They were not intercepted because the Iranians saw that there is a capacity to the Arrow and THAAD defensive systems that Israel has. So they understood that considering that Iran is such a big country and Israel is such a small country, it's very condensed in terms of its population centers, that this could be a soft spot of the Israelis, and they were banking on it. So what did Israel do? First of all, it managed to basically strike, assassinate, kill all the people that could give the order to these launchers to actually shoot at Israel. And do this in a synchronized manner in terms of time, so that there will be simply no one there to give the order, shoot at Israel the ballistic missiles. Now, when the Iranians...
Isn't that a version of what was done against Hezbollah? This similar kind of sequencing?
Well, not exactly, because in Hezbollah, you remember, it was escalating. So you had the chief of staff of Hezbollah, then you had the leaders of Hezbollah in the south, then you had, only at the end you got Hassan Nasrallah. And by the way, Israel is signaling right now, and it's interesting that it's not aiming on Iran's political leadership, including the supreme leader Khamenei. So when the Israelis did that, because Iran is not a terror group, and someone needs to give the order, when they suddenly woke up and understood they're under attack, all the people that could give the order were dead. And then when they had replacements, these replacements discovered that they don't have launchers anymore, because in the meantime, the Israeli Air Force went to priority 2, take out the launchers. Okay? So this is the kind of prioritization that was done throughout this operation. They also understood that they need to begin with the assassinations of the nuclear scientists, of these kind of military leaders, because they would go into hiding. And I think one of the biggest questions around is, why were they in their homes or in their bases knowing that the President of the United States has ordered non-diplomatic staff and family members out of the Middle East?
All right. So what's your explanation for that?
So the answer is that Israel has been investing and employing a sort of a psychological warfare and deceit against the Iranian leadership.
So arms continue to flow into Israel, U.S. arms shipments flowing into Israel, right, each day. Despite the closed airspace, you've got flights from the U.S. and American bases in Europe delivering hundreds of heavy munitions and bunker busters. So U.S. involvement and military assistance to Israel is much higher than reported. So when the Trump administration said, oh, this is all Israel, this is just something they're doing independently, right, that was not designed to try to fool Iran, right? Iran recognized that that wasn't accurate. It was to try to assuage the isolationist wing of Trump's base.
And it planted what one Israeli general said to me was the conception. Do you remember this idea? The
conceptia.
So that was the idea that led Israel to the failure of October 7th. So that Israeli general said, we made sure they had their own conceptia, their own conception as to when we can attack. And that concept was that Israel will never attack before the U.S. will allow it to. And since there are negotiations that were due to be held in Oman on Sunday, nothing will happen before Sunday. It's not about only public statements. There were probably things.
So the first Iranian missile barrage consisted of 200 missiles. The next barrage consisted of 100. The next barrage, 70. The next barrage, 50. And then the latest barrage from Iran consisted of 30 missiles.
Made here that are still not published. I'm just speculating. To give them the type of intelligence that will lead them to believe that nothing can happen, and they don't even need to be in any sort of an alert status. And this is the reason why they were caught off guard in their houses, in their bases. Now, there are other elements that Israel did. One example is what happened to the entire Iranian chiefs of the Air Force. So Israel began the attack, and because of its infiltration as to intelligence in Iran, Israel knew where will the chiefs of its Air Force would go. And it made sure not only that they will go to a specific place, it also made sure, through some sort of ploy, that these chiefs, the Iranian chiefs of its Air Force, will remain in that house or bunker so that Israel could take them out together.
And by UCLA economics professor Russell Roberts, an economist, who's now in charge of a small liberal arts college in Israel, just a post says, Israelis are superb at solving problems once they appear, right? They are clever and they are patient. The pager operation's a perfect example, an extraordinary, unimaginable feat that would seem silly and implausible in a movie over 10 years in the making. It'd be very surprising to me if Israel's strategy with Iran's deep underground nuclear facilities such as Fordo and other nuclear sites is just hoping that the US will join in because Israel can't effectively bomb anything that deep in the ground. Right? Israel has something else in mind. Right? The Israelis behind this war are very smart people. They've been thinking about this challenge for a long time, and their job is to think of things other than relying on the US. Right? If you cared about the future of your country, right, how many people and what kind of resources would you devote to making sure that a genocidal enemy cannot destroy you? So I suspect that something unusual is coming. It might be Indiana Jones with a pistol against a scimitar. It might be a brute force attack. There's probably more than one alternative to this problem. It's probably something that's been in the works for a long time. Right. It's probably unlikely that the Israeli strategy is simply to rely on America to take care of this problem.
So what you see here is the result of a huge intelligence project. And the people to be credited here are really the soldiers and the officers of the Israeli intelligence branch, the same branch that failed miserably in October 7.
And there was a treasure trove of intelligence that Israel obtained at some point during the war since October 7th, revealing Iran's plans to some degree. What did that intelligence reveal, and what role did it play in Israel's planning?
So during the war, two things happened. The first one I already mentioned. We discovered that the Iranians have actual plans as to...
And you're wondering, what is John Podhoretz having to say? And he just posted on X. Every time Iran fires a missile, Israel has a chance to secure the location of the launcher and take it out. So the more barrages from Iran, right, you have fewer missiles every time. Iran is stuck in a death spiral.
The weapons group. But the second one is that data, information, and documents found in Gaza. And
okay, so overall, it's pretty clear that as of right now, Iran's response to this Israeli attack is being underwhelming, and it seems to be less impressive by the hour, while Israel is having more success than it would have expected by this point.
And also in other places, showed that the Iranians have an actual plan to what they label the destruction of Israel. You know, death to Israel is a slogan in mosques across the Islamic Republic since the revolution then. But this was not seen as an actual plan. And what the Israelis discovered during the war is that it's very practical, and that the Iranians have discussed this with Hamas before October 7 and after October 7 about how this actually will happen. And these two elements, together with another element, led the chief of staff of Israel to be basically in agreement, which doesn't happen, too much, as you would expect in a Jewish majority country. They don't agree on many, many things all the time, but there was an agreement that you need to act now. And the third element that led them to this is that the Iranians decided to be a ballistic missiles empire. Again, they understood that this is a soft spot of the Israeli society and public and country, a state, because of how close is infrastructure to army bases and, of course, to civilian populations. And they made huge orders around the world, and they decided not only to be an empire of drones, which we know because of Ukraine that they are, but also to be an empire of ballistic missiles. And basically, the Israeli intelligence branch, led by a general called Shlomi Binder, came to...
So one of the must-follow sites on X, if you're interested in this war, is Israel Radar. Senior Israeli source tells Ynet, major newspaper in Israel, a lot more surprises in store for Iran.
To the cabinet and said, look, there's a window of opportunity here, and it's closing. And here's why it's closing. They are developing so fast with their nuclear program and the arms or the weapons group and the enrichment and all the rest, that at a certain point, we will come into an area in which we will tell you, look, we don't know what we don't know. We have lost control of the Iranian nuclear project. And because of that, you need to act right now, or this window would close. So to some extent, it's the military brass in Israel that said you need to do this. And I need to credit, to that extent, of course, the government that decided to go for it, although the military brass was very clear that, I don't know if I need to credit them, let's see the result of the war, but the military brass was very clear that there will be here there could be substantial casualties, and they decided to do that. Now, the biggest success here of the government and Prime Minister Netanyahu is the coordination with the United States. And this is something we really should delve into.
Okay, so let's get into that, because I wanted to get to the U.S. role here. So walk us through what you know.
Okay, so first of all, they needed to convince the Trump White House, with all we know about who's there, who's not there in recent months, that they would agree and greenlight this attack. And I want to be absolutely clear about this. There is no way that Prime Minister Netanyahu would have ordered, together with the cabinet, this attack without President Trump saying you can do it, right? Because it's the U.S. that we need to coordinate with intelligence, ammunition. If this lasts for 3 or 4 months, who's going to supply us the ammunition? We're flying American jets. And you need, of course, the backing of the United States. And maybe you need them to join. And you also need them to supply an exit strategy. So it's all about the U.S. And the credit goes to Netanyahu. And, of course, there's a lot of criticism. I'm voicing some of the criticism about the way that sometimes the war is handled. Here, Netanyahu did something that every Israeli leader would have wanted to do after October 7. He managed to convince the Americans that they should allow us to do this, and they should be involved, but from the back, and be ready to go through an agreement or to end this in a certain way, or maybe to join in. And as President Trump has said in recent hours, to assist Israel in defending itself against an Iranian retaliation. And as you, Dan, said in a previous episode, and I think I'm the guy there who agreed with you, is that we're not going to talk about the other guy. We're going to have him a different
we can talk about it. It's a meat segel. Okay, you and a meat were on 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. And you said, Dan, that you just raised the possibility, which I think you knew more than you said, that there might be an agreement.
So after the Iranian regime falls, right, then Turkey will have more and more power in the Middle East. And for all of Israelis' concerns about Turkey, it's certainly a less threatening state than Iran.
And between Netanyahu and President Trump to give the appearance of, arguing over Iran, while there is much more of an agreement there. And I thought you were right, and I thought you were right because I kept on hearing, and I gave that example, I think. I was talking with sources, and I was hearing in different media groups that the conversation was extremely tense as to Iran. And President Trump warned Prime Minister Netanyahu not to do this and that. And I'm not talking about the last conversation just last week. I'm talking like 3 weeks ago.
Right.
And then I was talking with sources, and the sources would go, we don't think that this is what happened. It was an excellent phone call, and they're very coordinated. And I would say, but everywhere, people carried this story, and they said, well, we don't know why. And this happened again this week, by the way, after you had that episode, just a few days ago.
Yeah.
Again, I called people and they said it was an excellent. And then I heard in a news outlet that Trump warned Netanyahu not to do it. And now we know that they were playing this game together. And the end of the game is that it's a very reasonable strategy. Israel is taking away the nuclear capabilities of Iran. And the U.S. is saying, you want me to join them? I might join them. I don't know. But if you want to get an agreement and stop this war, we're here for it, and we're willing to stop this war. So this is a classic good cop, bad cop strategy. And I think it's extremely reasonable for the U.S. and Israel to do. And I don't know if it's going to work. Right. It's really very much dependent on what the Iranians are willing to sacrifice. I should say, as we are speaking, that the Israelis are warning the Iranians. As we are speaking, this is coming out. And they have delivered a message to the Iranians that if they're going to shoot ballistic missiles to population centers in Israel, Israel is going to hit national infrastructure of the Iranians, meaning oil.
Yeah. So I want to just regarding something you said a moment ago, I do think there was this heated debate within Israeli journalist circles, American journalist circles too, that, oh my gosh, as you're saying, the president's not allowing Trump to do it. And, and there's all this distance and daylight and et cetera, which was all nonsense. I think there was a debate between, whether to just allow Israel to do it, basically green light, give Israel the green light versus supporting it and really backing it. But that was the basic difference. It wasn't about whether or not the U.S. was going to red light or green light. No matter what, Israel was getting the green light. And then it was just a matter of what role the U.S. played. But as it relates, Nadav, to what you just said, is the reason Israel did not hit economic oil infrastructure last night, and by the way, the reason it didn't take out the supreme leader, is that largely because it sounds like they could have taken out the supreme leader, is that partly because they want to give Iran a set of incentives to think twice about which to think twice in terms of their retaliation. Like, you now see what we can do. We've left some assets, both human and physical, that you value highly. And you must believe now, Iran, that if we choose to take it out at a time of our choosing, we will. So think twice about how you retaliate.
Absolutely. I think this is...
So all nations at war employ restrictions on rights, including freedom of speech. So there's some information that's being cleared for publication out of Israel that Israel believes it will need a months-long military campaign to fully destroy Iran's nuclear sites. This is from Ynet, unless the United States joins the war and deploys heavy munitions. So on the one hand, there's a very strong case for America staying out of this war. On the other hand, if you want this war ended, it can only be ended if America intervenes. The IDF is prepared for a lengthy war. Israel prefers to push a weaker Iran into a robust nuclear deal. Here are Israel's initial war objectives: harm Iran's nuclear project, destroy Iranian air defenses to allow free access to Tehran, reduce ballistic missile threat, eliminate Iran's military leadership, produce credible threat to wipe out Iranian leaders, and possibly target energy assets. This might be enough to secure a good nuclear deal. The other option is a longer war. So both American and Israeli officials expect this Israeli assault on Iran to take weeks, not days.
The message, I'm going to choose my words very carefully now. Israel has a lot of options to escalate, much wider than people anticipate, I think, globally speaking, and also in Iran. And it's not only about national infrastructure such as oil. Israel has prepared a few alternatives of escalation. And at the end, after taking out as much of their abilities as Israel can, it wants this to be over and to the Islamic Republic to have some sort of a real agreement with the world, now having much less of uranium to negotiate about. This is what Israel is aiming to. And here comes the U.S. And I'm going to say an important sentence, which I'm going to stand behind, I think, in the weeks ahead. What Israel has begun, only President Trump can end. Only President Trump can
explain what you mean by that.
I mean that we have started this war. It's definitely, for me as an Israeli, it's a just war. But only the United States as a superpower.
So one poster on X, a Zionist, says, I'm getting an unprecedented number of messages from Iranians begging for the IDF to strike the Islamic Republic state broadcaster. It's one of the last strongholds of the regime. It serves as a symbol. This is one of the ways that they've been threatening the public not to protest. Israel should do all they can to support the people of Iran in reclaiming their country.
Power can lead to restoration of stability and security in the region, and make sure that the Iranians understand that this is not going to be the Iran-Iraq war. They're not going to drag the entire region to some sort of a crusade trying to salvage their national honor because they just lost a lot of their nuclear military capabilities. And the Islamic Republic, I should say, the Islamic Republic is known to conduct this kind of long-term operations. This is the type of proxy campaign they have been having against Israel for the last 20, 25 years.
And if you want to stay up to date with this war, an excellent resource on X is Norman Rule, former U.S. official Middle East watcher. He says, the abysmal performance of Iran's air defense systems against Israeli pilots armed with advanced U.S. technology, and the inability of Iran's domestic security services to detect and to thwart the recent and ongoing Israeli operations against military leadership have left the Islamic Republic strategically exposed to a greater degree than at any time since 1979. Right, the near-term fate of the regime is a question for debate. A generation of Iran's military leaders have been erased. Significant portions of Tehran's prized nuclear industry have been destroyed, will take years to rebuild. Tehran's leaders are aware of the fragile condition of their country and its unhappy people. Iran's missile attacks on Israel allow it to demonstrate defiance, but they don't change the outcome of this conflict. And these Iranian ballistic missile attacks could accelerate the demise of the regime because they widen the scope for Israeli retaliation. So more ballistic missile attacks.
Go to Alex Hogan, live in central Israel with the very latest. Hello, Alex.
Hi, Shannon. We are just now getting word after this barrage of drones and missiles that was fired by Iran towards Haifa and Tel Aviv that there have been no direct impacts. This was just moments ago. Right now, we're in a parking garage as soldiers and civilians have gathered here, coming underground to seek shelter as the sirens go off overhead, meaning Tel Aviv, once again, even in the middle of the day, has come under attack. Death toll rising to 11 people, including kids, killed in Israel and more than 300 wounded after Iran launched waves of attacks overnight. Today, Israel is increasing efforts to hit Iran's energy industry and defense ministry headquarters. And in a rare move, the IDF made an address in Farsi today, calling on all residents living near reactors in Iran that they should evacuate. Now, back here in Bat Yam, a suburb of Tel Aviv and the site of one of the direct missile hits in the early hours of this morning, the IDF says this is a perfect example of why it is so important to go to the shelters when those sirens blare, because the people who did survived and the people who did not go to shelters did not. Shannon.
Alex, thank you very, very much. Before we go, I want to tell you about something special. Next week, Fox News Sunday will be live at the Supreme Court.
Okay, little conversation in the chat about this man, Orion Taraban. Here he is talking about how to be a man.
If you have a spine and you have some balls, then you're a man. And just so we're clear, I'm not talking literally. All humans have a spine and all males have balls. What I'm talking about is a spine and a pair figuratively. It's simple, but not necessarily easy. Let's talk about each one individually, shall we? First, what does it mean to have a spine? A spine means that you are willing to stand up. Anatomically, you need a spine to stand erect. Figuratively, you need a spine to stand up for what you believe to be true, which is, in your heart of hearts, who you are. And this, of course, presupposes that you actually know what you believe to be true, and this ain't easy. Most of the things in your head were put there.
All right, you shouldn't stand up for what you believe to be true if that will get you fired, if it will cause the end of your marriage. All right, so this is a very individualist, idealistic perspective, but there are important truths here, that the essence of being a man is to display courage. More updates from Israel. 11 Israelis killed overnight.
The videos show Israel's famed defense systems intercepting most of those missiles, but some did get through, killing at least 14 people since Israel struck Iran Friday morning. Good evening. I'm John Scott, and this is the Fox Report. We have team coverage on this today. Peter Doocy is in Canada, where President Trump will meet with world leaders at the G7 summit. But first, the latest from Israel with Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv. Trey.
John, good afternoon. Since this conflict began, Iran has fired more than 300 ballistic missiles into Israel. Just last hour, more missiles streaming through the skies of this country. We could see some of them being intercepted over Tel Aviv. There are reports of direct impacts in the northern city of Haifa. Now, overnight, 11 people were killed when some of those missiles slipped past air defense systems, slamming into residential blocks. We do know more than 100 were wounded. When we arrived at one impact site this morning, rescue crews were combing through the rubble of an apartment building in central Israel looking for survivors. One man in his 50s, named Meir, was still trapped as his son, who had been wounded in the attack, waited to learn the fate of his father. Right now, rescue workers are digging through the debris following that Iranian ballistic missile attack that targeted central Israel. They are looking for survivors who are trapped under the rubble, including Meir, that father. His son Ofek is off in the distance, still wearing his hospital gown after he was pulled from the blast.
So one big problem with following TV news is that so much of it's just repetitive. So this is an anecdote from 12 hours ago. But this is an essential, accurate, powerful point. But the courage that defines a man should not be displayed in a self-destructive or socially destructive or communally destructive manner.
There by other people. And a lot of that stuff is total garbage. For most people, it takes years and years of patient self-study to learn what they believe to be true. So young guys get a pass here, though it's important to acknowledge that we tend to make their jobs harder by filling them up with so much distracting nonsense to begin with. However, there are many older guys, men who I speak with on a regular basis, who don't know what their values are, don't know what they believe to be true, and consequently don't know who the fuck they are. And how are you going to stand up for something if you don't know what that something is? Now, before I go any further, if you're liking what you're hearing...
Okay, I absolutely agree that courage is probably the definitive demonstration of manliness.
That the Israelis are targeting mostly military and nuclear positions, while the Iranians are launching these waves of missiles into major cities in Israel. John?
Trey, we were watching just about an hour ago as you were on live, and another strike aimed toward Israel came in. What do we know about that and the damage that resulted?
Initial reports indicate there were multiple impacts, missiles that slipped past the air defense system meant to shoot them down as they make their way toward Israel. We've seen some aftermath video from the northern city of Haifa. This is that port city where we reported often from during the war between Israel and Hezbollah. And there are a few things on fire there. There are no reports of injuries at this time, but it gives you a sense of just how wide the range of targets are for the Iranians. They're not just hitting Tel Aviv. They are hitting Haifa in the north. There were alerts sounding in the desert in the south near to the Gaza Strip. This is a significant attack that is ongoing, again, in waves, and it makes it very hard for the Israelis to shoot down all of the incoming fire, given how quickly the Iranians are launching new attacks each and every night. John?
All right, it would seem they will run out of missiles sometime. We'll see. Trey Yingst, our chief foreign correspondent. Trey, thank you. Meanwhile, we are learning more about what the White House knew ahead of Israel's attack.
Okay, amazing video here of Israeli fighter jets whizzing by a rooftop in Iraq, apparently.
The Iran-Iraq war lasted for 8 years. The cost was 1 million people who died. The only reason that the Islamic Republic stopped the war, led then by the Imam Khomeini, was because he, and this is his quote, drank the cup of poison and decided to stop the war. And the idea there, why did he use that expression? He said that he did this to save the Republic. So if you really want to make sure that the Iranians stop, reach a ceasefire, reach an agreement, and not go into this kind of a never-ending campaign of response, it's the survival of the regime that needs to be on the line. And for that to happen, only the U.S., by suggesting that it could escalate, only the U.S. could be helpful with that. And generally because the U.S. is the U.S. and because President Trump has said, I'm willing to reach an agreement.
Nadav, what do you think the strategy is now for Israel? Like, talk about the next few days, because are we talking about days and days of waves of attacks by Israel, regardless of whether or not Iran responds?
The most obvious way this ends is Donald Trump says, stop.
Studies program. The idea of taking out the supreme leader of Iran. Jim, does it sound plausible to you? Fox has reportedly confirmed it.
It does sound plausible to me. It's plausible that Israel would have considered that. They have taken out their Iran's most senior defense officials. Imagine if the U.S. Secretary of Defense was killed in a missile strike. So, they're pretty high up the food chain to begin with. But even that, it would cross a line in a way that would commit Iran forever to trying to get revenge against Israel and would embroil the region, widen the war. So it's not in U.S. interest for this war to widen. And I think Trump was wise to tell Netanyahu to back off.
What about any Iranian attacks on U.S. forces? The Iranians are blaming the United States for being involved, but so far They have kept their hands off U.S. installations, and there have been some pretty blunt warnings from the administration as to what will happen if they do. You think they will listen to those warnings?
Well, John, you and I have talked many times. You ask me tough questions. That's a tough question. Traditionally, if we're going to go by past history, then we would think that Iran would. Why? Often the U.S. and Israel are tied together, and the U.S. is supporting Israeli military action. That would be their justification. But there's another bit of business going on here. Iran doesn't really have a tremendous capacity to strike back at Israel proper. We're seeing that unfold with the missiles and the drones, but that is not going to have a significant impact on Israel in the near term. They are separated by all this territory. And Iran doesn't have an air force, and it doesn't have the allies it used to have in Syria and Hezbollah. So it is very limited range for being able to exact revenge here for this attack by Israel. Now, what's closer and easier to attack are U.S. facilities. But then the Iranians have to weigh in their minds, like, does this double down on our problems rather than really helping? In the past, they might have gone after those a U.S. base, or at least had an exchange of fire. But I think that's less likely now because the stakes are much higher.
Do you agree that Russia and China are the big losers here? I mean, they both bought Iranian oil, and much of the oil infrastructure seems to be in flames right now as a result of these Israeli attacks.
Well, I think it cuts differently for the two countries, right? Russia's an oil producer. The price of oil is increasing. It probably benefits from that. China is an oil buyer, and those price increases probably aren't terrific for China. I will go on, though, and say that for Russia, this does open an opportunity. Like, Iran doesn't have a lot of options here, for reasons I described just a minute ago, John. And so their two big options are bad ones. They can go ahead and make the decision, pull the trigger and say, screw it, we're going to go ahead and develop nuclear weapons. You attacked us, fine. We have this capacity. We've had it for, 15 years. Now we're going to make the decision. That's a really bad outcome, and that's the one I fear most. Another alternative, which isn't great, but better than that one, is that they turn to Russia for protection. This is an opportunity, if Russia wants to take it, to expand its footprint in the Middle East, form an alliance with Iran like it did with North Korea, and then Israel would have to think twice about continuing to bomb Iran. That is not a particularly savory outcome either, but it's better than Iran becoming.
All right, question in the chat. If able, Luke, would you green light the annihilation of the current regime of Iran? I find it much easier to stay out of expressing many opinions. I'm trying to stick more to analysis and stay out of, well, Israel should be doing this or that.
A nuclear weapon state, and us having two nuclear weapon states in the region, Israel and Iran. That would be a real danger to the U.S. and to everyone in the region.
As Peter Doocy just reported, President Trump is suggesting that Vladimir Putin might be called in to broker some kind of a peace agreement between Israel and Iran. Would that be a good idea? Would it work, do you think?
Well, is it a good idea? Would it work? It's a better idea than Iran becoming a nuclear weapons state. I don't like to see Putin, who is a war criminal, who invaded Ukraine, increasing his reach and influence in the Middle East. But sometimes you have to take the least bad alternative. The question is whether Iran wants that. Iran has had a prickly relationship with Russia in past decades. The old Russia and Soviet Union invaded Iran a long time ago, but invaded them twice. They think of themselves as being independent of Russia and the great powers in the U.S. and blah, blah, blah. But, they're under it. They've got a gun to their heads, literally. So they may swallow hard and accept an offer of Russian help. Will the Russians offer it? I don't know. But Putin's certainly got to be enjoying this moment in the sun.
All right. It's tense times in the Middle East. We're going to see what comes of all of this. Jim Walsh, thanks.
All right, let's leave it there. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.